The night in the great world of American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651 Blacksmith. It's me. After Kai made a few phone calls and asked people to check Samantha, he picked up his personal phone and called Frank. Are you still looking for trouble with the Irish? Frank gave a positive answer. Then stopped for a while. You scared others, and someone called the police. Don't bother with Grotto anymore, he's just a small character. By the way, you didn't just remember to arrest him, did you? Did you find out anything? Kai had no interest in a gangster like Grotto. Frank might be interested, but now that the man was in the hands of the police, Frank would be patient even for Kai's sake. Anyway, it wouldn't be too late to kill him next time he met him. I did find out something, tell me about it. Kai picked up the coffee that Misty brought him and took a sip. Damn, it was cold and bitter. Kai never liked coffee, but the American liked it very much and wanted to drink it anytime and anywhere. I don't know what's wrong with him. They were able to catch me because they got the news in advance. The news came from a supplier, who, I don't know, Frank said depressedly. You acted too quickly that day and killed their boss directly. The rest are just minions and don't know much, is that so? Kai was a little embarrassed. He really didn't think so much at the time. It's okay. Look for more gangs that buy powder. Since they are suppliers, there is no reason to do business with only one. You can always find that guy. In the business of buying powder, there are not many suppliers, and no supplier only trades with one downstream, because the risk is too great. So it is not difficult to find a supplier. Find more downstreams who sell powder and you will definitely find it. I know, by the way, don't make a big noise. Let me be quiet for 2 days, got it? Frank hung up the phone. He didn't want to listen to Kai's beeping. Tisk, so rude. Kai pouted and put down the phone. He called his secretary in. Misty, I'll be gone for a while. Don't wake me up if you're fine later, got it? Misty was still full of energy. This girl was injured before, but it wasn't serious. She was just scratched by a bullet. Seeing that the bureau was short of manpower, this girl came back to work with the injury. Although she can only do clerical work, she can help everyone share some of the work. Kai picked up a blanket, wrapped himself up, then lowered the backrest and fell asleep on the office chair. At this moment, number 175 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan Island is located in a triangular block where 23rd Street, Broadway and Fifth Avenue intersect. This place is called the Flatiron District. A car stopped nearby, and a handsome man dressed in a decent manner came out. He was carrying an old-fashioned suitcase in his hand, with a top hat and coat, which was a bit like an American gentleman during the Prohibition period. The man walked into the Continental Hotel located here with a suitcase. The Continental Hotel is a hotel with a long history. About 110 years ago, this hotel was located here. But surprisingly, in this commercialized society, this hotel still adheres to very old style. They never use computers or other high-tech, and all check-in procedures are handwritten. They are even reluctant to advertise. In their words, they will use the best service attitude to make every guest feel at home. But this society is always so strange. The more different it is, the more people will pursue it. In short, this very stylish hotel can always attract some highly respected guests. Welcome to the Continental Hotel, sir. Do you have an appointment? The shape of this hotel is very interesting. It is a triangle, so after entering from the gate, the reception hall inside is not big. There is only one person at the reception desk, that is a tall and thin black man. His suit is meticulously groomed and he wears glasses, giving people an extremely professional unrigorous feeling. Appointment. The man tilted his head and looked a little confused. Sorry, sir, the black man spoke with a little tongue-twisting sound. I don't know what accent it is, maybe a French accent? Our hotel is a membership-based hotel. If you don't make an appointment in advance or don't have membership, we won't accept you, is that so? The man nodded thoughtfully, but then he changed the subject. What will happen if I insist on staying? The black man's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he said very politely, I'm sorry, this doesn't comply with our regulations. My name is Hannibal, the man said softly. Of course, my original name wasn't this, but everyone else called me that, and I thought it sounded nice, so I called it this name. The moment the man said his name, The already quiet reception hall became even quieter. The black man, who had always seemed very professional, also changed his face. Hannibal. This name may not appear frequently, but there is no doubt that his name is absolutely famous. And he is a lunatic. An extremely dangerous lunatic. The black man swallowed his saliva, and then said calmly, "Mr. Hannibal. May I ask if there is anything that you can help me with?" Hannibal didn't answer him in a hurry, but stepped back a few steps and took a deep breath. Suck. He seemed to be enjoying it, but this attitude made everyone present feel a chill. You know, this is a madman. You know, human souls have a taste. Demons like human souls the most, but their preferences are completely different. As he said, Kai turned and walked towards the door. He gently closed the door of the hotel and locked it. Some demons like pure souls, because purity is like sweetness. No one can resist sweetness, and demons are the same. Some souls are full of sins. Such souls are like peppers, which are so stimulating that people can't eat them, but some demons can't stop this stimulation. At this time, the people present already felt that something was wrong. Many people had already drawn their guns. The Continental Hotel does not allow the use of force. But no one thought that Hannibal, a madman, would abide by this rule. The Continental Hotel does not allow the use of force. Mr. Hannibal, there is no conflict between us. I don't want unnecessary misunderstandings between us. Click. The last lock of the door was closed by Kai. Misunderstanding? No. There is no misunderstanding. I am here to find you. Hannibal put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked to the front desk. Haven't you heard of my legend? My hunting targets are only those who are full of sin. Like I just said, some demons like sinful souls. The black man saw the scene and knew that there was no way to end it peacefully, so he pulled out his gun and pointed it at Hannibal and pulled the trigger. The other guests also opened fire at the same time. Bang 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 bang. The dense bullets like raindrops shot at Hannibal. Almost in an instant, Hannibal was shot into receive. In about 3 minutes, the people present probably fired more than thousands of bullets. When the gunshots gradually died down, everyone recovered. Looking at Hannibal who was still standing, everyone still felt a little unreal. Is it over? But just when everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Hannibal's body suddenly moved. Oh, this suit is very expensive. I like it very much. Hannibal's magnetic voice sounded like a death warrant from hell in the ears of others. What kind of monster is this? Calling someone a monster is really rude. Hannibal rolled his eyes at the person who shouted that, and then laughed again. But it's okay. Now there are 2 real monsters coming to greet you. As Hannibal spoke, wisps of black smoke floated out from the bullet holes all over his body. The dark fog gathered together to form a huge, sticky black mass that was still surging. Suddenly, blood-red eyes opened from the black mass. Go, be good, and eat cleanly. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome to clean up. Roar. Hannibal responded with 2 violent roars. Then, the Continental Hotel turned into hell. The roars and wails resounded throughout the night, but surprisingly, the people outside did not feel anything about it. No one left the hotel all night. Kai slept for a few hours and was woken up. Chief, Misty reported to Kai with a smile, Fudge is such a bold little fat guy. He even dared to confront people in the district attorney's office. He even called the federal prosecutor for consultation, haha. Samantha's face is about to turn into a black face. Kai was puzzled. Isn't she black? Oh, I'm just describing it. Besides, she is not a pure black. She is mixed-blooded and relatively white. Misty suddenly went off topic. This is roughly what happened. At the beginning, Fudge planned to give Samantha a good impression. After all, for a lawyer, if he can build a good relationship with a prosecutor, it will be extremely helpful to his own career. If you want to develop in the American judicial community, connections are very important. Don't you see that the inheritance of federal judges is full of the flavor of apprenticeship? In short, Fudge certainly had good intentions at the beginning. But facing Fergie who was smiling, Samantha had no interest in listening to his self-introduction. After interrupting his self-introduction, she told her assistant to take Rhoda away. Yes, she was telling her assistant, not Fergie, and she seemed to be sure that this young lawyer would never dare to oppose her. As a result, she was slapped in the face. Fergie realized that the other party wanted to bypass him and take Rhoda away, and immediately fought back strongly. He took out the legal provisions that the district attorney had no right to interfere in the witness protection operation, and threatened Samantha that he would report her illegal operation to the federal prosecutor. Samantha's expression at the time was extremely wonderful. Not only did her face turn black, but she was also full of confusion and puzzlement. She never thought that there would be a young lawyer who dared to go against her. Her approach was definitely illegal, but most young lawyers would not dare to go against the chief district attorney, otherwise they would be driven crazy by the district attorney's office. American lawyers have more of a cooperative relationship with district attorneys and police stations, rather than a confrontational relationship. Many big lawyers are not simply good at defense, but they have deep connections within both parties, and can easily accomplish things that other lawyers cannot do. For example, big lawyers can bail out people that small lawyers cannot. Small lawyers cannot reach a plea bargain with the district attorney, but big lawyers can. As long as they pay enough money, big lawyers can easily get their clients out of the police and the district attorney, and this is completely legal. On the contrary, if a lawyer offends a senior executive of the district attorney's office, the other party can just put him on the blacklist of the district attorney's office, and the lawyer will have to exhaust all his energy in every lawsuit he fights in the future. Not to mention that most district attorneys have close ties with the police, who let them arrest suspects and convict them, and there are even more people who are transferred from the police to the district attorney. Fergie's behavior is really irrational. Samantha is almost mad, but Kay is fine. Others have powerful backgrounds and even know the president, so she has no way to fight back. But who is Fergie? In fact, Samantha doesn't know who he is at all. But this kid really caught a big handle. Huh. This kid is really brave. Kai has always had a good impression of Fergie. Although Fergie looks festive and speaks and acts cheerfully, he is also a good person with a bottom line and a sense of justice. And now, he is even more optimistic about him. Misty also nodded in agreement. Misty always remembered Samantha's rudeness to her before, but she was not Kai. When facing Samantha, she would still be short of breath subconsciously. Even with Kai's support, she didn't dare to really do anything to Samantha. Now seeing what Fergie did, she immediately liked Fergie more. After being scolded, Samantha allowed Fergie and the other two to participate in the case with great frustration. She could settle the score later, but she really didn't have the courage to do it now. She was going to be a big shot, and she didn't want to die here with Fergie, a young man. In fact, there were too many accidents for this matter, and she really didn't want to add more variables. What's going on now? Misty shrugged and said, the case has been handed over to the 22nd precinct. Is that so? Forget it. You go and tell them to do whatever they want, but don't cause trouble in my jurisdiction. If something goes wrong, humph, that woman should know that the consequences of my anger are not something she can bear. Misty nodded excitedly and said happily, got it, I'll call now. Kai shook his head and stopped paying attention to this matter. He was more curious about what the relationship between Samantha and Frank was. But it was so unfortunate that Brett knocked on the door and came in just as he put this matter aside. Boss, this is Grotto's interrogation record. Oh, Kai took it casually and threw it aside. He really had no interest in this kind of minions. Brett wanted to leave because Kai was not interested in these things, but there was something he felt he needed to say. Anything else? Kai saw Brett was hesitating there, and knew that there was definitely something. Yes, Brett organized his words and then said, during the interrogation just now, Grotto said something that I think needs to be reported. Oh? Then tell me, I was free anyway, so it wouldn't be a big deal to listen. Yes. Grotto said before that the Irish had been buying goods from a dealer. Huh? Kai was immediately interested. He was just checking the supplier behind the Irish, and now there is news? Grotto has never seen this dealer, but Grotto once heard from their boss that this dealer has a very powerful background. Not only is the volume of goods shipped large, but the source of goods is also very diverse. There are goods from all over, but most of them come from Afghanistan. Everyone is familiar with the three major sources of drugs in the world: the Golden Triangle, the Golden Crescent, and the Silver Triangle. Due to geographical reasons, the supply channels of these three places are relatively fixed. The Golden Triangle focuses on Asia, the Golden Crescent mainly supplies Europe, and the Silver Triangle mainly supplies North America. But can large quantities of Golden Crescent goods be supplied to the United States? Not to mention the cost issue, there are too many checkpoints to go through in the middle, and it is not cost-effective at all. This is a problem. What's the name of the dealer? Grotto doesn't know the name, only the code name. Blacksmith, his code name is Blacksmith. Blacksmith, Kai has heard of this name before, in Los Angeles. Kai immediately picked up the phone and called Los Angeles. "Hi, Troy. It's me, Kai. Please go to the prison to find the boss of the Irish gang. I need to know something. The sooner the better. You can ask him for information about a blacksmith. Tell me the information about the blacksmith, and I will ensure that he can live safely after he is released from prison. Recommendation tickets are really miserable." Free recommendation tickets. Chapter 652. Who is plotting against whom? When in Los Angeles, Kai once caught a group of Irish gangs that developed in Los Angeles. This gang ran to Los Angeles because of Frank's rampage. Their boss was caught by Kai and thrown into prison. He once mentioned the name blacksmith to Kai. At that time, Kai paid attention to this blacksmith. This guy also had a sales network in Los Angeles. However, this guy was too mysterious, so Kai did not catch his tail. Unexpectedly, Kai came to New York and heard his name again. What a coincidence. Kai also did not think it was a coincidence. This can only mean one thing, that is, this blacksmith has a super drug network covering the entire United States. Of course, the facts may not be so exaggerated, but there is no doubt that New York and Los Angeles have this guy's next home. This should not be underestimated. The United States is the world's largest drug consumer, and New York and Los Angeles are also the two cities with the most drug sales in the United States. Being able to have its own sales network in these two cities is enough to show the strength of this blacksmith. The only thing that makes Kai feel strange is that there is so little information about this blacksmith. In this world, it is very difficult for drug lords to hide their identities. Basically, the world's famous drug lords have detailed records with the US government. For those who do this business, as long as they become big, it is almost impossible to really hide. But this blacksmith is an exception. Kai entered the FBI database through his connections and found that there was no information about this blacksmith in it. It's too mysterious. However, it's not completely clueless, that is Frank. Originally, the blacksmith and Frank seemed to have nothing to connect, but the last time Frank was arrested in the park, it was precisely the news revealed by this big drug lord. This is very interesting. Frank's fight against crime may affect the blacksmith's business. But with the blacksmith's mystery, he seems to have no reason to deliberately expose himself for Frank. This guy rarely contacts his next buyer except for shipping. But for Frank, he actually made an exception and contacted the Irish. This is very abnormal. Or, what reason does he have to kill Frank? Has a grudge against Frank? Probably not. Frank's experience is complicated, quite complicated. After all, he often carries out some secret missions. But if it is simple, it is also very simple. He has been in the army most of his life, and his interpersonal relationships are simple to death. Even if there is an enemy, it is because of the mission. But if that is the case, how did his enemy know Frank's information? Frank was carrying out a secret mission. Even though he retired, the confidentiality level of his identity information is still very high. If this can be leaked, then the military's confidentiality ability is basically hopeless. The identity of the blacksmith is a bit interesting. Kai thought of this and took out a piece of paper. He listed all the doubts on it, and then eliminated Frank's interpersonal relationships, hoping to get some inspiration from it. But after an afternoon of messy drawings on the paper, he still got nothing. Because Kai always lacked a decisive factor, that is, the motive. What is the motive of the blacksmith to kill Frank? And he also wants to kill Frank's whole family. How can this motive be small? In short, there is always a layer in between, which makes Kai puzzled. Just when Kai was distressed, Samantha also started to act. This is different from what we agreed. You can't ignore the safety of my client. You want to kill him, Fergie shouted at Samantha emotionally. Because just now, he learned that Samantha let Grot act as bait to lure out a man named Edgar Blas, who is an important leader of the Mexican cartel. The so-called cartel, in economics, is a union formed by various independent production, supply and marketing enterprises in the industry, with the intention of strangling competitors and binding product prices. In the drug industry, it refers to a union formed by underworld bosses with their own territories and expertise in the Latin American drug industry, and the purpose is also to bargain and suppress opponents. The grassroots of the drug cartel are gangs, but they are more powerful than gangs. Their business is to do business, but the power they exercise in the areas they dominate are far more than underground business. They often appear in the news because of burning and killing, But compared with gang fights, the atrocities of the cartel are more like rebellion and civil war. In short, they are extremely dangerous people. Of course, Fergie would not let his client take such a big risk. You know, even if this kind of dangerous person is arrested, there are countless people who will avenge him. If Grotto wants to be safe, the best way is not to provoke such people. Not everyone is eligible to enter the Federal Witness Protection Program. Grotto is just a nobody. He must demonstrate his worth, otherwise the government will not pay such a high price for a useless criminal. Or you can persuade your client to change a method to ensure safety. What method? Plead guilty. Go to jail, and you don't have to worry about safety in jail. Of course, given the level of this guy's badness, at least 20 years, Samantha said fearlessly. Although Grotto is just a nobody, he can commit a lot of crimes, including murder, arson, drug trafficking, robbery, assault on women, etc. He is definitely a standard scumbag. 20 years is Samantha's underestimation. Anyway, as long as this thing goes to the jury, I believe that not many jurors will sympathize with him. On the contrary, most people will think that prison is his best destination. As long as Grotto agrees, I can cancel the action now. Grotto certainly didn't want to. Just kidding, he didn't want to go to jail. He would rather remain anonymous. So he took a gamble. So the plan was quickly implemented, and its efficiency was so fast that Fergie was stunned. If the police were all this efficient, then New York would be saved. It was this unparalleled efficiency that made Fergie feel very uneasy. He instinctively felt that Samantha seemed very anxious, even desperate. On the other side, Frank sat in front of an old police radio, listening to the police's communication on the radio. Soon Frank tuned to a channel where the police were communicating. And the content of the communication was Grotto. Frank showed a contemptuous smile. The police seemed to be deliberately revealing Grotto's location. It seems that the police really intend to fish. Kai also told him in advance not to care about Grotto. But Frank thought, that would be too boring. Killing people doesn't need to be so troublesome. Since the other party wants to fish, he should be prepared for the bait to be eaten. Thinking of this, Frank packed up his things. Then he turned around and left his safe house. Matt is very anxious now. He must dare to rush to Grotto's location before the Punisher does anything. In order to get better conditions for Grotto and to better protect Grotto's safety, Matt and Fergie acted separately. Fergie followed Samantha, while Matt went to investigate the Mexican drug lord. But Matt couldn't care about the Mexican drug lord at this moment, because he found that they were all deceived. When Matt was investigating the Mexican drug lord, he accidentally eavesdropped on the conversation between Samantha and the police. He knew that Samantha wanted to use Grotto as bait to lure the Punisher into the trap. Samantha had no intention of using Grotto to catch any Mexican drug lord. He had to save Grotto. But Matt hurried and finally arrived at the dock area. But Matt used his super hearing to search the surroundings and found that the Punisher had not arrived. On the contrary, the surroundings were full of police. From the conversations of these people, Matt got feedback. These are not ordinary police officers, but New York ESU, Tactical Operations Unit, that is, Special Police. Reyes, the district attorney, has considerable power. This arrest plan directly dispatched the strongest force of the NYPD. Samantha was also anxiously waiting at the headquarters. The Punisher's failure to show up really disrupted her plan. Although she had great power, it was not so great that she could always keep the ESA playing tricks on her. If the Punisher did not come, then she. But she had no good way to deal with this, because whether the Punisher came or not was the initiative of the other party. Could she still control others? Just as she was thinking about countermeasures, her assistant ran in. Here they come. Someone is coming. Samantha immediately became excited. Let the people below get ready immediately. As soon as the voice fell, a large truck rumbled into the dock area. The ESU members who were in ambush did not move, allowing the truck to break through the iron gate and rush into the dock area. The ESU members were very excited. After all, they had been hiding for half the night and were almost asleep. It was finally time to get a job. But only Daredevil Lawyer Ma found something wrong. That's not the Punisher. Fuck. What's even more terrible is that Matt also heard the sound of motorcycles constantly surrounding the dock. That's the Cerberus. A gang born out of the biker gang. Biker gangs are very common in the United States. These domineering bikers wear uniform motorcycle vests and parade through the city accompanied by the three-beat horse hoof sound of the Harley engine. They pursue freedom, oppose mainstream culture, and are loyal to the organization. They are modern Teutonic Knights. The unique style has had a huge impact on subcultures such as punk, heavy metal, leather subculture and cybergoth, and has become an important representative of American subculture. Of course, if it were just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. The United States is still very tolerant of this subculture. But the truth is not as simple as it is said above. Under the cover of the name of motorcycle clubs, those biker gangs are actually highly organized and disciplined gangs and fraternity organizations. For example, Cerberus, under the cover of a motorcycle club, is actually a highly organized and disciplined gang and brotherhood organization. Every member of Cerberus has devoted his life, time and everything to the gang and brothers. Once you join Cerberus, apart from the gang and brothers, family, wife and children are no longer important. Cerberus' main income comes from arms trading, drug business and monopoly of pornographic entertainment venues, such as the strip clubs that are blooming everywhere in the United States. The pornography, gambling and drug industry has always been an industry that all gangs value very much. Why can Cerberus gain a foothold in these industries? Monopoly operation, high organization and discipline and ruthlessness are their magic weapons for success. This gang constantly transports drugs across the United States through its members, and their methods are no worse than those of Mexicans. These people even dare to fight directly with Mexicans on the US-Mexico border. And these people are often racists, and even have fascist tendencies. Very difficult to deal with. This gang is not afraid of the police. If the police dare to attack them, these fascists will definitely fight back. Matt wanted to remind Fergie and Samantha. But it was too late. That's a dangerous suspect. Open fire directly. It was Samantha. She would not allow the Punisher to be tried alive. So when the truck rushed into the dock, she gave the order to open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The police who were lying in ambush nearby immediately ran out of their hiding places upon hearing the order and opened fire at the truck. Soon countless blood flowers burst out from the cab of the truck. The driver was shot. Then the truck lost control and crashed into a pile of containers. The ISU members immediately came to the front of the truck cab with their guns raised and opened the door, only to find two white bald men sitting inside. They were wearing leather vests with a flaming bully dog head printed on them. The ISU members were a little confused. Aren't they here to arrest the Punisher? Is the Punisher also a member of Hellhound? At this moment, the man sitting in the passenger seat suddenly spit out a few mouthfuls of blood, and he was still conscious. These cops, all deserve to die. This guy was so fierce that even with this behavior, he still trembled as he raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at the ISU members. Without any orders, these special police immediately raised their guns and shot. So he was completely finished. At this time, bursts of Harley engines roared, and a large group of Harley riders with hellhounds rushed in. ISU was stunned. Those Harley riders were a little confused about the situation, but it didn't matter, they just saw the miserable state of their companions. Fuck. They killed Eric, go to hell. Damn cops. This group of racists may not be as extreme as the KKK, but they are definitely not good-tempered. Look, these bastards don't care what the other party is doing, they just pull out their guns and shoot. So there was a lot of gunfire, and people kept falling to the ground. But after all, the police are outnumbered. This gang of bikers dispatched 200 or 300 people, and the police, there were only a few dozen people. In this almost face-to-face situation, the one with more people will certainly have the advantage, and this gang of bikers is well equipped. Many of them are semi-automatic. Matt was stunned. How could this happen? Then what do you think it should be like? Suddenly a voice came from behind Matt. Matt turned around immediately. It was the Punisher. It's you? Matt was so shocked that he didn't notice Frank approaching. Why did you do this? Do you know how many people will be killed? Frank shrugged, not caring at all. Can you blame me for this? According to you, I should dive into the trap and let them catch me? Also, if the police had followed the rules instead of shooting the hellhounds right away, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. I just lured them here. Matt wouldn't listen to Frank's explanation. He only knew that many people would die today. Matt bent over and slammed into Frank. Frank flew up and fell to the top of the container on the lower level with a loud bang. Matt jumped out and pounced. But Frank was not easy to mess with. He had no ill will towards Matt, otherwise he would not have been hit. But that didn't mean he wouldn't fight back. Just when Matt was about to pounce on him, he kicked Matt in the abdomen and kicked him away. Matt was also tough. If he was kicked like this, ordinary people would have rolled on the ground holding their stomachs, but he endured the severe pain and immediately stood up and rushed towards Frank. Below, there was a hail of bullets, and the gunfight between the hellhound and the police became white hot, and neither side thought of stopping. Up there, Frank and Matt were still fighting wildly. Matt was flexible and skilled. Frank was extremely powerful and attacked fiercely. For a while, it was hard to tell who was who. But Matt's extremely sensitive hearing hurt him. The gunshots and screams below kept reminding him what was happening below, which distracted Matt unconsciously. It was less than a second, but Frank still seized the opportunity. He took out a stun gun and directly hit Matt's exposed chin. The rest of Matt's body was covered with armor. That thing was anti-electric. Matt fell down twitching all over. Chapter 653, Different Views. The battle at the dock area was a bloodbath, and the police suffered heavy losses. This time, Samantha brought a total of more than 30 ISU members and part of the police force of the 22nd Precinct, which was about 20 people. Of course, the police force of the 22nd Precinct was mostly doing peripheral work, and only supported ISA from behind. But the problem is that no one is stupid. With such a small number of people, they naturally couldn't really turn into Rambo and break into the siege. At most, they would just fire guns on the periphery and had no intention of going deep into it. So in the end, they called the police from the 15th Precinct. Really, the police were on duty and had to call the police for support. Now the ISA in the 22nd Precinct have lost face. If it was just a simple embarrassment, it would be fine. The key is that too many people died. ISU sacrificed 16 Special Forces members, and the 22nd Precinct was much better, but it also sacrificed 2 police officers. The 15th Precinct's dispatch speed was absolutely first class, but when they arrived, the battle was almost over. Although dozens of Hellhound members were arrested, most of them still ran away. Here we have to admit that ISU's combat quality is really good. Although they were suppressed throughout the fight, the exchange ratio was quite good. Cerberus also left behind nearly 60 corpses and more than 30 seriously injured. Including those who were arrested, Cerberus suffered heavy losses. When Kai saw Samantha again, this woman who had always been arrogant and high-handed now had messy hair, blank eyes, and shock and fear on her face. There was no need to think too much, she was finished. With such a big thing happening, no matter how strong her connections were, it would be useless. It was not just the police who were killed and injured here, but also hundreds of Cerberus members. These Cerberus members were not just gangsters. Most of them had legal and legitimate identities. They were members of motorcycle clubs. More importantly, they were white. No matter how much the United States promoted racial equality, the fact of racial discrimination still existed in all walks of life in the United States. The death of a single white person might not cause any trouble, but the death and injury of hundreds of white people. This matter is definitely not so easy to get through. The police just waited to be overwhelmed by countless lawyers. And the gunfight with the Hellhound was not on their plan at all. Well, Samantha and the police must come up with a reason. Why did they have a gunfight with the Hellhound? Did the Hellhound commit a crime? Strictly speaking, yes. They were illegally carrying guns. But this is the United States. Illegal guns really shouldn't be too common. Just for this, a gunfight with hundreds of casualties occurred? Anyway, the public will not accept this statement. So did the Hellhound commit other crimes? The answer is no. Maybe violating traffic rules counts as one? In short, as the commander-in-chief of this operation, Samantha must stand up and take responsibility. Because no one will take the blame for her. What a joke, taking this kind of blame will kill people. And neither the 22nd Precinct nor the ISU is qualified to take the blame. So Samantha is finished. When Kai saw Samantha again, he was not interested in causing trouble for her. But the leaders of the 22nd Precinct and the ISU could not escape. Okay, you two. Things have come to this. I don't care what you do. But you must give me an explanation for the 15th Precinct. Why did your people come to my jurisdiction to do things without any notification? We didn't receive a call until we started fighting. Fuck, this is the first time I know that the police need to call the police for help. You two, you have already lost face for the NYPD, and by the way, you have turned my jurisdiction into a battlefield. You must be responsible. Kai was not so angry in his heart. The matter was simple. Everything that should be clear about this matter was clear, and it was impossible to find him to blame. Kai did this just to get benefits. The 15th precinct is poor. The commander of use had a sullen face. If you want to say who is the most distressed about this incident, it is undoubtedly him. Use has always been the most elite force of the New York Police Department, and every member is an elite. And the training of elites costs money and time. 16 Special Forces members died, not counting the injured members. This kind of loss is enough for Use to vomit blood. And what's more frustrating is that they still don't know how things turned out like this. On the contrary, the chief of the 22nd Precinct was relatively calm. His people were just there to help. Even if they were responsible, they didn't have much. However, both guys could not escape being blackmailed by Kai. The commander of the ISA held back his anger and said with gritted teeth, "We have a batch of new equipment recently. I will arrange for some to be sent to the 15th Precinct, plus an armored vehicle." In fact, Kai wanted 2 sniper teams from the ISU, 2 people in each team, a sniper and an observer, but the ISU obviously wouldn't give them, so forget it. The ISU nodded and agreed. As the darling of the entire New York Police Department, no matter who is short of funds, the ISU will not be short of funds. The chief of the 22nd Precinct saw Kai looking at him and knew that he had to spend money. After all, they were enforcing the law across districts, and there was no notice. This was a bad rule. Of course, not everyone is Kai, who can ignore the rules to a certain extent. 3 new police cars, however, because the 22nd Precinct had less responsibility, the bid was naturally low. 5. And you can't fool around with Ford Crown Victoria. They have to be bulletproof. Ford Crown Victoria is a very common model among patrol cars. It's a low-end one, with a thin skin and a lot of stuffing. It has very poor protection and insufficient power. It often appears in movies and TV dramas, usually as a background. Tisk? No, you're kidding. Bulletproof cars are specially made, and the modification fee is almost more expensive than the car. The New York Police Department is generally rich, but they can't be so wasteful. 3 bulletproof cars, and the other 2 new cars can be modified by the 15th Precinct yourself. Deal. So the PY deal was happily reached. The 2 unlucky guys didn't have time to stay here and talk nonsense with Kai, and left quickly. They had to face countless reports and the roar of their superiors when they returned. As for Samantha, Kai didn't know when she left. She probably went to do crisis public relations. It's impossible to be fine. After all, she didn't go to court for this matter, and it was the New York Police Department that gave her face. What can be done now is to strive for leniency. By the way, Fergie also left. For no other reason, he wanted Samantha to return his client to him. Grotto is gone. Well, Samantha is in more trouble. West 57th Street, on the rooftop opposite the Firebird Bar. Frank tied Matt to the pipe on the rooftop with an iron chain. When he was almost done, Frank dragged another unlucky guy out of the darkness. Grotto. Don't pretend, I know you're awake. Frank grabbed Grotto and threw him aside so that Matt could see more clearly. Although Matt couldn't see, Matt always managed to make people ignore that he was blind. Who said his sensory ability was much stronger than that of normal people? After doing all this, Frank turned around and said to Matt, who was still motionless. Matt opened his eyes and moved around, and found that Frank tied him very tightly, and he had no chance of breaking free. What are you going to do? Matt glared at him. Although it was a bit difficult for a blind man to glare, it was still creepy to be stared at by those lifeless eyes. Frank was about to say something when he heard footsteps. Frank, you bastard. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Didn't I tell you that it was a trap and you should just ignore it? Why did you still go to the dock area? Kai was talking and saw Matt, a little embarrassed. Hey. Isn't this Matt? What a coincidence, Wayne. Chief, Matt was a little unbelievable. Matt had a good sense of Kai. After all, he was obviously a policeman, but after discovering his true identity, he not only did not feel unhappy, but also gave him a lot of help. For example, he was often injured, and it was Kai's housekeeper who helped to treat him. By the way, no matter how many times Matt saw the medical cabin, he felt it was too magical. No matter what the injury was, he could just lie down and sleep in it. But what Matt didn't know was that the cost of the repair fluid in the medical cabin was hundreds of dollars per liter. So there is nothing in this world that doesn't cost a price. Are you in the same group with him? No, it's just, Kai was not afraid of Matt, but, how to say it? People like Matt are really difficult to deal with. For example, Matt's tone was full of anger. You actually helped him to carry out a massacre? Those are all living people, you see, what he said is always right. You have no way to deal with this kind of person. If it was just a hypocritical white leftist, Kai would have confronted him. But Matt is really that kind of, a real good person, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a saint. You can dislike him, or even hate him. But it is really hard to hate him. Okay, calm down, Matt. Frank is not as bad as you say. At least your goals are the same, punishing bad people and protecting good people, right? How can I be the same as him? He is just a murderer. Matt seemed insulted. From my position as a policeman, it seems that there is no essential difference between you two, Kai said a little embarrassedly. To be honest, Frank is more in line with Kai's appetite. The only thing that makes Kai unhappy is that his methods are too rough, and he always makes the scene bloody. But humanely destroying those criminals is in line with Kai's three views. Matt choked, because what Kai said was right. No. I'm different from him. I won't decide someone's life or death at will. Only the law can judge a person. Round it off. I represent the law, so don't dwell on this issue. Kai is not suitable for reasoning with this kind of saintly type of person. Most of the time Kai takes action. On the contrary, Frank is much simpler. He stood up and walked to Grotto and kicked him in the thigh. Grotto screamed, but he was awake. But Frank had already fixed his hands and feet with straps, and he could only struggle on the ground. Matt couldn't help but said, "What are you doing?" He just stole the car and bought and sold some illegal drugs. Look at what he said. If this happened in Kai's hometown, he would have been shooting a target a long time ago, buying and selling some illegal drugs, just. Frank glanced at him. Really? Frank walked over, grabbed Grote, and punched him in the face. Come on, tell this naive kid what you did on the night of December 20th. Grote trembled. No. Frank punched him again. Tell me, or I'll beat you to death. Grote's face was covered in blood, and he begged. I really can't remember. Frank grinned. Really? Then let me remind you again. Lafayette Street, second floor, room 207. Grote's face changed. No, they forced me to do it. I had no choice. Well, Kai probably understood after hearing this. Matt seemed to understand almost as well. Frank didn't listen at all, punching again and again. Grote screamed and was hammered on the ground. He struggled like a caterpillar, but Frank's hand was so steady that he didn't dodge any punches at all. Every punch went to the vital points. I don't know anything. Grote knew that the only one who could save him now was Matt. He now understood that his lawyer was Black Mask, Daredevil, but he didn't expect that Daredevil was actually a good guy. But because of this, he was his only chance to survive, and he had to make sure he showed his innocence in front of Matt. In order to survive, human potential is endless. Frank pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at his head. Then what's the point of you living? I'll give you one last chance. Tell him what happened in room 207 on the second floor of Lafayette Street on the night of December 20th. Grote burst into tears. No, I'll tell you. They asked me to kill a man who was involved in things he shouldn't be involved in. Frank glanced at Matt, and the corners of his mouth curled up a little. Look, this is what you call an ordinary person. Matt was hit hard, but still said, he should accept the sanctions of the law and let him surrender. Frank sneered and turned his head back. What else? You haven't finished yet. Grote hesitated again. Frank stepped on his fingers and crushed them hard. Speak. Grote screamed. Also, there is an old lady. She shouldn't be there. There should only be that man there. She was screaming. I could only shoot. Matt was stunned. Frank, look, this is a scumbag. They don't have any good intentions at all, Matt said subconsciously, but killing them won't bring anyone back to life. Frank, yes, but they will not hurt innocent people if they die. Xiahong, look at this city. It is full of stench. All this garbage. They have no bottom line. They can kill any innocent people for their own needs. Why do you want to protect them? Why do you want to let those innocent people continue to be hurt and killed by them? Just for the little bit of ridiculous justice in your heart. Since you want to enforce justice, you must carry it through to the end. You are a coward. I broke the law. What about you? Wearing a mask can only prove your cowardly escape. You dare not face this evil world with your true self. You and I are just using our own means to protect the people in this city. Kai was a little embarrassed on the side, because it seemed that these two people were the targets he wanted to arrest. However, how to say it, Kai still felt that this kind of argument was meaningless. These two guys are extremely stubborn people. Matt is very angry, and then what? What can he do to Frank? Beat him up? To be honest, it's not Kai's IOKO Matt, he is really not Frank's opponent. What about Frank? What can he do to Matt? No. The reason was similar to Kai's. This guy was really a good person, the kind that people couldn't bring themselves to kill. Anyway, neither of them could change the other. What's the point of talking? Just do it yourself. Frank strode to Matt's side and put the gun in his hand into his. Frank pulled out another pistol and pointed it at Grot. Now, I'm giving you a chance. Choose to be your true self or continue to escape. When the countdown ends, if you don't kill me first, I'll kill him. 3. Matt struggled. No, you don't have to do this. It's not worth destroying yourself for such a person. Frank was unmoved. 2. Kai shook his head. He couldn't bear to watch it anymore. What's the point? He pulled out his gun and shot Grotto dead with one shot without waiting for Frank to yell. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654, Each Lives His Own Life. Okay, you two are already in your 40s, and you still play this game of who's the good guy and who's the bad guy every day, aren't you tired? Seeing them dithering, Kai was a little impatient. How did you killed someone? Mao was shocked that Kai actually killed someone, and was even more shocked that Kai was so calm after killing someone. Yes, I killed someone. Go sue me, Kai said impatiently. Matt was speechless, but with a strong sense of justice in his heart, he couldn't turn a blind eye to such a thing. Well, then I can make a judgment now. I'm not guilty, and the guilty one is this guy. He tried to grab the gun and attack the police, and then I shot him dead. Well, that's it. Kai very calmly threw the pistol to Frank, and then made a final judgment on the matter. Matt pointed at Kai, and was so angry that he couldn't say anything. What? Kai, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. Did you know on the first day that it is not illegal for police to kill people? Look at the social news. Every year, there are police shooting and killing people, but no matter what, the police will not be convicted. Indeed, data shows that American police kill more than 1,000 civilians every year. Remember, we are talking about civilians here. But few police officers will be sentenced. This is the American law that Matt believes in. I beg you to get the point clear, okay? Isn't your focus to protect those innocent people? Why do you keep entangled in these scumbags? Zia Hong, do you think you can change Frank? Do you think that with just a few words from you, Frank can forget the pain he once suffered? Who do you think you are? God? Are you too arrogant? Matt felt very uncomfortable when Kai accused him of arrogance. He just wanted to make the city a better place. But he knew better that violence would not make the world a better place, but the law would. So he never decided the life and death of others, and he preferred to leave the final judgment to the law. He also firmly believed that the law could give everyone a fair judgment. If not, it can only be said that he has not done enough, and he must work harder to eliminate these inequalities. And you, Frank? Why do you want to force Zia Hong? He has his own principles and his own persistence. Why do you ask him to be the same as you? Although I don't like his nagging, you can't deny that he is a real good man. Frank snorted coldly. In fact, he didn't hate Matt. On the contrary, he especially liked this silly boy. This guy is obviously only a little better than ordinary people, but he took on responsibilities that ordinary people could never bear, even if he was broken into pieces. Frank, who has a military career, likes Matt's characteristics very much. But he also knows very well that Matt's naive persistence will kill him sooner or later, and even implicate the people around him. In short, you two can do your own things. Anyway, you don't like each other's style of doing things, right? Kai made a closing resignation. Kai walked over to Matt, squatted down, and began to untie his chains. In this world, not everyone can let go of the past and the blood feud of their family. If they can do it, they are saints. If they can't, they are ordinary people. You can't save him, and he doesn't need your salvation, Matt, but if he does this, not only will he hurt himself, but he will also make ordinary people misunderstand him. Kai curled his lips. I just said you were arrogant, and here you go again. He doesn't care about himself. Why do you care about him? Are you free? The only thing he cares about is his family, and they have all left. Others, what do they count for? Matt was speechless. Take a good rest for a few days, don't worry about adults' affairs. Your crappy law firm is about to go bankrupt. Even if you do justice, you have to consider life problems. Also, it's okay for you to do justice, but what about Fergie? You don't want to drag him into it, do you? Of course not. Matt was still sober enough to know that Fergie shouldn't get involved in his affairs, it's too dangerous. Then you should fulfill your responsibilities as a lawyer, and don't just think about being a saint or a god. Take a good look at the real world. The real world costs money. You yourself don't care about money, you can't ask Fergie to follow you and sacrifice everything. Fergie is a good man, but he is not a sacrifice for you to satisfy your own moral standards. Kai's words were a bit harsh, but Matt had no way to refute it. He was willing to fight for those poor people for free, that was his own business, but what about Fergie? He really had never thought about this problem. He felt that doing good things was what he should do, but he ignored Fergie, who also needed to have his own life. For example, making money. Matt's face changed, and finally nodded silently. Kai didn't say much. A loud drum doesn't need a heavy hammer. Matt actually understood everything. But he was too stubborn and cared too much about the career in his heart, and sometimes he would inevitably ignore some things. On the other side, Frank obviously accepted Kai's advice. He tried it, and Zaya Hong was obviously more stubborn than he thought, but this was reasonable. He felt that he had done what he should do. As for whether Zaya Hong could understand it, that was his problem. He just liked Zaya Hong, so he did this, but it didn't mean that he would be Zaya Hong's nanny. So when Kai was talking to Zaya Hong, he was sorting out his equipment. Seeing that Matt had finally calmed down, Kai turned around and looked at the several large boxes covered with a large piece of canvas on the roof, all filled with guns and ammunition. He couldn't help but twitching his mouth. What do you want to do with so many arms? The Firebird bar opposite is an important hideout for hellhounds. It just so happens that they were tricked by me today and suffered heavy losses. I might as well send them on their way. Hellhounds are also one of Frank's enemies. Kai looked at the arms speechlessly. It was too exaggerated. How could those biker gangs have the ability to do so? So he said helplessly, do you have to make such a big fuss? Boss, this is my jurisdiction. You are messing with me. You know, the thing you just did has already brought down a deputy prosecutor. Are you planning to take me down too? Frank frowned. Although he promised Kai not to mess around, it would be a pity to give up such a good opportunity. Kai immediately said, can you put it aside for a while? This time, Hellhound has caused such a big incident that all parties are paying attention to it. If you cause trouble again, I really can't protect you. But don't worry, the police have also suffered a great loss this time. As long as the storm is over, I think the higher-ups will ask me to do something. You know my style. Although I can't guarantee that I can kill them all, I can almost kill them. Then, you can do something. Okay, Frank was a little reluctant. Kai had to use his big move. I have already figured out your family's affairs. You won't let this matter go to waste at this time, right? Frank immediately looked at Kai and threw the hellhound aside. What did you find out? Do you have any impression of the commander of this operation, Samantha Reyes? Frank shook his head. Before today, I had never heard of this person. Samantha Reyes was the planner of that operation. She was the chief police inspector of the New Jersey department at the time, and she was the one who cleaned up the relevant documents and records, so she might want to use the ESA to kill you tonight to make that matter disappear completely. As for why, it's probably related to her wanting to run for a seat on the council, or maybe there's something else, but I haven't found out yet. Matt was at a loss. What's going on? Frank had a cold face and didn't say a word. Kai could only explain before turning to Matt and telling him the cause and result of the park brawl a few years ago. Matt was stunned for a long time before he said, well, you can't just kill people like this, right? You can take legal action. Frank laughed angrily. How? He didn't know if Zaya Hong was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. You opened a law firm to sue those innocent poor people who were wronged, but now you say you want to believe in the law? Is that true? It's impossible to check. Once checked, Reyes, who planned the action that year, will be held accountable, and her subordinates are also responsible. Kai shook his head, and more than 80 gang members in the park that day fired shots and then ran away. Who exactly involved the passers-by can never be verified. At this point, Kai gestured to Frank below. This is the helplessness of the law. Otherwise, He will take action himself to catch these bad guys. Otherwise, he can only watch the murderer of his wife and children go unpunished. Matt opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. This is the reality. Although the more than 80 gang members would not have shot Frank's family, they were all participants. It was the big melee between them that led to the death of Frank's family. It doesn't really matter who killed Frank's family, they are the joint murderers of this tragedy. The facts seem very clear, but the law requires evidence. Now even the participants of the three gangs should not know who killed Frank's wife and children, let alone the police. What's the use of arresting them? Maybe, in court, these people will be acquitted. The presumption of innocence, no evidence, then no guilt. If Frank resorts to the law, it is tantamount to giving up. The law is only the bottom line of a society, but it has never been a panacea. The law is made by people, so there are bound to be loopholes. It is universal, but it is destined to ignore some individuals, so it is a bottom line, and only a bottom line. So the law is destined to fail to give Frank a fair result. Let Frank let it go? Matt knew it was unlikely. Just like what Kai said, he was not God. He stood as a bystander and asked Frank to forget the hatred? That was undoubtedly the most disgusting and arrogant self-righteous. A harmonious and beautiful family was left with only one person in an instant. How could anyone let it go? Matt was speechless. Having just been taught a lesson by Kai, he knew that he had no right to blame Frank. It was absolutely a hooligan to let others forget without experiencing their pain. People always like to talk without feeling any pain, because they can naturally be detached from others without experiencing the pain of others. But if it happens to him, he may be more intense than you. People are like this. They don't care about anything that doesn't concern them, and they don't care about it. They waste a few words to make themselves look noble. Everyone is willing to do this. Okay, go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. I still have a lot of things to do. Kai covered a batch of arms with canvas, and then said to Frank, get rid of this batch of things as soon as possible. Damn, this is New York, not Afghanistan. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Also, tell me which bastard gave you these weapons, or I'll beat the shit out of him. Frank shrugged. He was in a good mood as he was one step closer to the truth. That's a bit difficult. They're all dead, Tisk. Those guys are not in my jurisdiction, are they? Kai said with a pained face. If that really happens, the crime rate of their 15th bureau this month will go through the roof. Not here, that's good. After saying that, Kai withdrew. It was not in his jurisdiction, so it was up to him. The members of the Hull Hounds were now detained by the 15th precinct. In any case, this group of people attacked the police, and more than a dozen police officers died. The police of the 15th precinct naturally could not let this matter go. In any case, they were all police officers, and if their buddies died, it was impossible to pretend that it had not happened. So after all, let's get them. When Kai came back, the police in the bureau were like chicken blood, and they interrogated the Hull Hounds to the extreme. Not to mention, these guys are not good people, none of them are clean. Kai asked all the police officers to ask about a melee in the small park a few years ago during the interrogation. Soon, there was feedback from below that someone really participated in the melee. The next thing was the traditional supernatural power of the black police. Sometimes, you really can't be too rule-abiding with these scum. So the Hull Hound leader who participated in the melee in the small park experienced a gun snatch and escape, and was then defeated by the heroic police of the 15th precinct, but during the fight, he was shot in the thigh. When Kai walked into the interrogation room, the guy was sweating coldly. Before asking you, I need to tell you a fact, that is, you were tricked this time because of the Punisher. Unfortunately, you are targeted by the Punisher. Even more unfortunately, if you don't cooperate, I will release you directly. When the guy heard the word Punisher, his cold sweat stopped immediately. This gang of police is evil. After all, the 15th precinct is a concentration camp for evil police. But no matter how evil they are, they will not easily kill people. But the Punisher. There is no one on the street who doesn't know the miserable situation of the Irish gang. They are really completely dead. You, don't bluff me, don't believe it. Kai immediately put away his things. Okay, someone come to handle the procedures for this guy and then send him to the hospital. After that, no police are allowed to be around him. I want to see if he can survive tonight. After that, he opened the chair and prepared to leave. Wait. I believe it. It's true that there is no straight talk without a fight. In fact, some people from Hellhound had guessed it. After all, Frank never concealed what he did. Many people saw Frank. You see, trust is the bridge of communication between each other. How good it is now. After saying that, Kai looked at his thigh in surprise. Ah. What's wrong with your thigh? Did our police torture you? Look, I'm a fair person. Do you want to complain? The man was about to cry. Damn, what's going on? Don't you know it yourself? No. I asked for it. I was just going to grab the gun. That's what you said. I didn't force you, did I? There's a video on it. No. I asked for it. I was just going to grab the gun. The police shot me to stop me. I plead guilty. What can I do? Being shot is better than dying. Officer, can you ask quickly? I feel like I'm going to die although the artery was not hit, but, no matter how much bleeding occurs, it might really be fatal. Then the interrogation began. After all, it would be troublesome if he really died. I don't know. I said it before. It was the Irish who came to us. They didn't tell us the identity of the seller. He should at least have a name. No, the Irish gang said that they knew it when the transaction was made, the leader said weakly, but problems arose before the transaction officially started. Someone from the three parties took action, and we don't know the situation of the seller at all. It's so mysterious, so it must be the blacksmith. This also explains why Frank was targeted by the blacksmith in the small park that day. But why? So deliberate. Which party started the fight first in the park that night? Leader, I don't know. We checked after we came back, and it wasn't our people who started it. But some people said that they saw people from the Mexican cartel who fired the first shot. Kai could tell that this guy was not lying. Send him to the hospital, and then charge him with assault, murder, robbery, and illegal drug trafficking. Assaulting a police officer is fine, but these charges are enough to keep you in jail for a long time. Next, Kai was going to interrogate another person. Samantha Reyes. Chapter 655 approaching. Actually, there's nothing to interrogate. Samantha doesn't care about this matter at all. She just told Kai when he asked. After all, the reason why she wanted to cover up the incident was entirely for her political future, but what future does she have now? Not to mention the deaths of so many people in the Hellhound, the losses on the police side alone are enough for her to drink a pot. This time, no one can take the blame for her. After all, it was she who ordered the ISA to open fire without confirming who was in the truck at the time. This pot cannot be washed away. So when Kai turned over the evidence of the bad things she did back then, she admitted it very happily, which was considered a broken pot. What happened back then was very simple, but she was just self-righteous again. It is true that Samantha is not a good person. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is obsessed with fame and fortune. But when she planned to arrest the three parties in the park melee, she never thought of hurting ordinary civilians. This situation does not meet her expectations, and the action that will lead her to enter the political arena is completely too much, which is the situation she least wants to happen. Unfortunately, she is so ambitious that she didn't consider the consequences at all. Fearing that the three parties would be alerted and the deal would be cancelled, she took a risky move and did not evacuate the civilians before the operation. As long as she evacuated the civilians in advance, whether it was the three parties alerting or evacuating to allow Frank's family to avoid the tragedy, she could have avoided it. Thinking about it this way, it seems that she caused the death of Frank's family. But this matter cannot be judged so simply. It is natural for the police to catch thieves. Putting civilians in danger in order to catch thieves is a problem that all American police cannot avoid, but the severity is different. In short, Samantha did make a serious mistake in this matter, but the crime was not punishable by death. Therefore, Kai decided to give this woman a way out, but in return, she must go to jail. Maybe her guilt was not enough to go to jail before, but isn't there a hellhound? This gang is very difficult to deal with. They are not the stupid black gangs. This gang is very good at using public opinion and lawyers. When the time comes, Kai will provide some ammunition, and it will not be difficult to send this woman to jail. At the same time, Samantha also provided a person's name. Blacksmith. Looks familiar, right? In fact, Samantha was also attracted by this person. Samantha got a tip that the blacksmith was going to trade in the small park. Samantha was not sure who the blacksmith was, but she thought that the blacksmith must be hiding among the three groups. This is why Samantha wanted to catch those people at all costs. But it turned out that the blacksmith never showed up, either at that time or later. Things are very clear here. The transaction does not exist at all. The people in the three gangs thought they were here to complete the transaction, but when they arrived, they did not complete the transaction. In other words, at that time, all the people in the three gangs were summoned by the blacksmith. Combined with this, the blacksmith later notified the Irish to go to the small park to catch Frank. It is not difficult to draw a conclusion that the blacksmith went for Frank from the beginning. Just when Kai was still having a headache about Frank's case, the man hiding in the dark was about to start making trouble again. The Irish have all been killed by the Punisher, and I have arranged for people to reoccupy their territory. Don't worry, they are clean and no one will find out that they are actually our people. As for the Mexicans, they have also suffered heavy losses. I have already talked to the Mexican leaders in private. As long as we can guarantee that their goods can be circulated in New York, they will not interfere in New York's affairs. At the same time, they are willing to give up some of their interests. James carefully reported to Kingpin about the changes in the underground world of New York in recent days. Very good. It seems that the plan is going better than we thought. Kingpin was wearing jeans, a red plaid shirt, and a cowboy hat. He looked no different from a simple farmer. It was hard to believe that this man was the most feared gangster godfather in the entire East Coast. What about the Hellhounds? How are they? This is what I'm going to say next. The plan went wrong. The Punisher became smarter. He did not deal with the Hellhounds directly, but used the police to let the Hellhounds fight with the police. Now the Hellhounds have suffered heavy losses, but it did not meet expectations. I decided to postpone the plan to deal with the Hellhounds. The Punisher used the police. Kingpin frowned. When Kingpin left New York and disappeared from the underground world, he naturally had a bigger plan. He would not really do nothing. In fact, he has been doing some things. For example, cleaning up the old forces. Let this outdated gangster godfather be swept into the garbage dump along with these old-time gangsters. Yes, he wants to reshuffle New York. Whether it is the High Table or those powerful gangs, they are all his targets. To deal with the High Table, Kingpin used John and Kay, and he also has plans to deal with other gangs. The Punisher is one of them. Otherwise, why would the Punisher just start to wreak havoc in New York immediately after Kingpin disappeared? All of this was arranged by Kingpin. This is much simpler than arranging people to do things yourself. Kingpin paid attention to the Punisher very early, so he found out what happened to the Punisher that year, so the next step was logical. In Kingpin's view, the Punisher is a reckless man who can fight and kill, even more reckless than his former chief killer Bullseye, and he is easier to control than Bullseye. Because the death of his wife and daughter is the Punisher's weakness, as long as you master this, it is basically not difficult to use the Punisher casually. But Jinbing didn't expect the Punisher to suddenly change his style of behavior. What did the Punisher do before? Find the bad guys, prepare the gun, and then do it. When will you use your brain and use the police? It's a joke. Jinbing has a very high talent for controlling a person. Because of this, he knows very well that if a person suddenly changes his inherent way of doing things, it means that there must be something wrong. So where is the problem? Boss, well, forget it. All plans for the Punisher are suspended. In Jinbing's original plan, there are more arrangements for the Punisher. How could such a good thug be used only once? He has made a series of plans to make the Punisher completely corrupt and then use him for himself. But now the plan has changed. And Jinbing must reconsider the part about the Punisher. Don't underestimate such a small change. It is not impossible to lose the war because of a horseshoe. The more sophisticated the plan, the more afraid of variables. If you don't care about the variables, it will only cause a chain reaction and change the overall situation, which is actually unacceptable to Kingpin. Then, that blacksmith? Are we going to deal with him? James said hesitantly. Compared with the Mexicans, the blacksmith is Kingpin's enemy. Kingpin is the largest shipper in New York. The drugs from Mexico to New York are all bulk goods. The real bulk transactions belong to Kingpin. This is a tacit understanding between him and the Mexican side. But the blacksmith, this guy's shipment volume is so large that even the Mexicans are ashamed. This is a clear block to Kingpin's money. If the blacksmith sells the goods to Kingpin, it's okay, but this guy just sells directly and trades directly with the gangs below, which touches Kingpin's bottom line. So the blacksmith must die. In order to find out who the blacksmith is, Kingpin has spent a lot of effort. As a result, after finding out, Kingpin can't touch him. So, the Punisher became Kingpin's knife. Of course we have to deal with him. Just think of it as a reward to the Punisher, right? Kingpin's plan can lack anything except money. So the blacksmith must die. But remember to be a little more secretive and never let the Punisher notice us, understood? James breathed a sigh of relief. They are indeed a little short of money recently. After all, when Kingpin disappears, the gangs in New York will naturally not be able to pay Kingpin honestly like before. Kingpin does have a lot of legal businesses in private, and those businesses can also generate a lot of cash flow, but that thing is not that simple. What they have to do now is to hide it. If they move that money, it is very easy for people to notice something is wrong, so this part of the money cannot be moved. Kingpin's plan is very grand, so the gap must be made up, and the fastest way to make money is naturally drugs, so the existence of the blacksmith is definitely an obstacle for them. I'll go down to arrange it. James left in a hurry. Kingpin put on rubber shoes and went to the farm to pick up manure. His expression was very serious. It seemed that New York City was not as important as the livestock pen on his farm. That's the thing. How are you going to deal with Samantha? Kai found Frank again, and this time, Frank obviously trusted Kai more. At least Kai could enter his safe house. After waiting for a long time, Frank's face changed, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Frank was not a born criminal after all. He was a soldier and had done many dirty things for the national interest, but his bottom line was always there. Is Samantha hateful? Of course she is hateful. But the problem is that she is not really a murderer. If you don't say anything, I will make the decision for you. I have a lot of black material about her, enough to keep her in jail for a while. Seeing Frank hesitant, Kai simply took out his own solution. Frank was silent for a moment, nodded, and recognized Kai's way of handling it. Then we will put Samantha aside. Now there is only one person left, the blacksmith. Frank's attention was immediately focused and he looked up at him. The real key to this matter is this blacksmith. He initiated the transaction. Which is the reason why everything happened. Frank didn't say anything. He had heard Kai talk about this person before. He was also very surprised that he didn't seem to have offended such a person, otherwise he would definitely not have no impression of him. It is said that this blacksmith's supply is huge, at least 1 ton of illegal drugs at a time. How can he get this amount of smuggling in? If it's smuggling, it's probably from Mexico. He has a close relationship with a Mexican cartel. Frank thought for a while. Do you want me to ask the Mexicans? No. Kai hurriedly stopped him. He was really afraid that Frank would mess up. The Mexican cartel does have a lot of goods, but most of them enter the United States in multiple batches, and rarely do this kind of one-time large wholesale. They prefer to split the goods and sell them to many small cooperative gangs to obtain higher profits. They don't need to concentrate the illegal drugs that have already entered in batches and do a one-time wholesale. There is no benefit for them to do this. Frank nodded slightly. The Mexican cartel doesn't have much else, but it definitely has no shortage of manpower. There are countless ordinary people in Mexico who are willing to be mules for money. They act as mules for Mexican cartels and bring goods into the United States in small batches through various channels. This not only disperses the risks, but also does not involve the middle and senior management when something goes wrong. At most, some thugs who escort a car will be caught. Concentrating all the goods will only cause more accidents and losses for them. The only question now is, who is this fucking blacksmith? Kai was also very distressed. He checked a lot of information and found no clues. Very few people have seen the blacksmith. Kai found some gang members who had transactions with a blacksmith, and found that the blacksmith was very mysterious. Every time they traded, the blacksmith would not show up. They would specify a location for the goods and then let someone pick them up. After that, the consignee would pay again. There are many ways to pay, but there is one thing in common, that is, safety. It is difficult to find anything from this aspect. From this, we can also see the confidence of the blacksmith. He is not afraid of those buyers defaulting on their debts. Frank was speechless. He had no impression of his enemy at all, not even a clue. Kai leaned on the railing, feeling the sea breeze, trying to change his mind. Oh, by the way, I haven't told you where this is. This is the dock, and Frank's safe house is a small cargo ship. It's about to be scrapped. This is the kind that Frank bought under a pseudonym. When he needs it, if he looks up the information, he will find that the ship has been operating all the time, but in fact it's a fake. Frank is the only one on the ship, and the transaction records are all forged. Although the appearance of the ship is broken, Frank has renovated it quite well inside. Of course, this is just one of Frank's safe houses. Frank has many such safe houses. Kai felt a cold wind, and then felt water dripping on his face. He wiped it with his hand. It was rain. It was raining. But this stimulation really made Kai discover something. You said that your information is confidential, right? Kai suddenly asked. Frank said very honestly, yes. Frank is still very proud of this. This is one of the symbols of his service to the country. Kai nodded. He was just asking. Kai had a deep understanding of this. Kai thought about finding Frank's possible enemies through Frank's service record, but in the end, Kai's face made him return empty-handed several times. Both the Pentagon and the military rejected Kai's request. Then do you know who can get your information? Impossible, Frank said without hesitation. What if? Kai asked. Frank said firmly without hesitation, impossible, but his attitude made Kai know that someone could get access to it, and in great detail. Do you think your boss would? Impossible. Frank still didn't believe it. I said what if? Kai was about to persuade him, but he stopped immediately. Then he turned his head and looked at the dark dock. Kai pulled out his gun and said to Frank, who else knows about this place? Frank also realized that someone was rushing here. He immediately pulled out his gun and said coldly, no one. It seems that they are not friends. Kai laughed. Chapter 656 Blacksmith? Blacksmith. How many people? Frank asked. 25. Frank looked at his pistol, then threw it to Kai, turned around and rushed into the cabin. After a while, he took out a sniper rifle equipped with an infrared night vision scope, and quickly climbed up the mast of the ship. Direction, to the port side dock. Kai put down the two pistols and tried the feel. Then he walked directly down the cargo ship into the darkness. Frank adjusted his breathing, felt the downwind direction and wind speed, looked at the humidity and temperature displayed on his watch, and then began to adjust the crosshairs. Sniper rifles are very troublesome guns. Before using them, the guns must be adjusted according to the on-site conditions, because this kind of high-precision firearms is really a matter of a millimeter. A little bit of external environmental conditions can affect the hit rate. Bang! With a gunshot, an armed man who was sneaking towards the cargo ship in secret was shot on the shoulder. This shot also made the other armed men alert immediately. They quickly found a bunker and hid themselves. Their movements were very fast and neat. Even the unlucky guy who was shot was pulled into the surrounding bunkers by his companions. They are not wanted by the gangs, Frank immediately reminded Kai with a radio. I know, Kai replied immediately. In fact, Kai realized that there was something wrong with these people after discovering them. They cooperated very well with each other. It was obvious that they had been trained day by day to reach such a level. These were not elites that some grassroots gang could bring out. Even Kai's 15th precinct probably couldn't gather so many well-trained elite police officers. After Frank knew that Kai had the plan, he stopped carrying and quickly adjusted the sniper rifle. The shot just now was just a test shot. After all, Frank lacked an observer, but the effect was not bad. Frank was a little satisfied with his feel. He didn't expect that he was still online after retiring for so many years. After debugging, Frank's next actions were much smoother. He and Kai had a clear division of labor. Kai entered the chaos mode and directly went around to force those people out, while Frank provided cover and harvested. However, as the fight went on, Frank discovered a problem. Kai killed people faster than he, a long-range sniper. He started from behind the group of people and harvested them all the way. His movements were very fast. Sometimes, Frank just aimed and the target fell to the ground, which made Frank miss several times. After about 6 minutes, the gunfire gradually stopped. Done, to alive, Kai's voice appeared steadily in Frank's earphone, as if he had just gone out to buy a bottle of water, and did not sound like a person who had just been through intense exercise. Frank put away his gun and quickly rushed to Kai's position. Behind a container, Kai lit a cigar, leaned against the container, and smoked it intermittently. Opposite him, there were two unlucky guys whose limbs were fixed with military daggers. Here, they are, I leave it to you. I'm a policeman, and I can't torture and extract confessions. Kai nodded at Frank, then held the cigar in his mouth and walked aside. He knew that Frank would make the next scene extremely ugly. Although Kai had a high level of acceptance of such scenes, after all, he had seen a lot of them on the battlefield before. But that doesn't mean Kai would like that kind of scene. Normal people, who would like that kind of scene? Frank didn't care, and he was even a little happy. He was not a skilled torturer, he was more simple and rough, and the general meaning was that if the enemy was not dead, he would kill him. But with Frank's cruelty and viciousness, this seemingly low-level torture method was surprisingly effective. Of course, he did this more to vent his anger and bloodthirsty impulses that had nowhere to vent. Since the death of his wife and children, his heart has been twisted. About half an hour later, Frank came out covered in blood. But his expression did not seem to have the slightest joy, and even revealed an impulse to destroy everything. It seemed that something in his heart had collapsed. Kai did not rush to ask anything, but threw a cigar to him. Let him slow down a little. After all, Kai heard everything. With Kai's perception, at such a close distance, unless Kai deliberately didn't hear, otherwise. And the revelations given by the two survivors were indeed very powerful. Frank took a few puffs of his cigar, but still couldn't control his emotions. He threw away the cigar, took out a silver bottle, and drank a few mouthfuls. You're right, didn't I say that the situation is uncertain? Maybe it's a coincidence, Kai advised. This kind of thing is really depressing. If you haven't been in the army, it's hard to understand the feelings between comrades. But, no. I know that guy. Frank drank a few more mouthfuls of wine. This time he was a little anxious, causing Frank to cough violently. He's my comrade. I saved him, and I carried him back from the battlefield. Kai knew who Frank was talking about. After all, he had been monitoring the whole process. Frank panted, he is mine. Yes, yes, yes. I don't plan to fight with you, Kai had to comfort him. He was really afraid that this guy would faint in anger. Frank stared at Kai with bloodshot eyes, very unhappy with his perfunctory tone. I will be very calm before he gives me an answer. Kai curled his lips and did not comment on this. Let's go. I see you can't wait. Let's find out about this tonight. He and Frank both knew that the previous speculation was very likely. Think about it, who else in the world knows Frank so well except his relatives? As mentioned before, Frank's interpersonal relationships are very simple. Except for his comrades in the army, he basically doesn't have many friends. Even friends in daily life don't know Frank so well. You know, except for Kai who just found out today, no one can guess this safe house. Then the person who can find this place must be someone who knows Frank's various habits very well. There are very few such people, so few, there are only a few people. Plus the person just now. Although everything sounds very absurd, the facts are there. Even if Frank doesn't want to believe it, he has to believe it. Besides, Frank is just in pain, but he has never chosen to escape. So, let's go. I can't wait. Let's find out about this tonight. Ray Skunoff smiled and rubbed his son's head, watching him being coaxed by his wife to take a bath and go to bed. When his son gradually fell asleep in his wife's gentle voice, Ray also stood up, put on a bulletproof vest, and then took a pistol that he would never bring with him normally. Where are you going? So late. His wife just came out of her son's room and saw Ray putting on his coat. It was raining outside now. And the rain in late autumn was particularly freezing. Work, Ray said honestly as usual. Ray always felt that he had a talent for acting. If his family had not opposed him going to Hollywood, he would not have joined the army. In the eyes of anyone who knew him, Ray was a serious and responsible good man, even a little honest. He was a model of a good husband and a good father. Even his wife always thought so. But in fact, Ray had never lacked women outside over the years, and even supported 3 women for a long time, but he did not leave any children, because he really loved his wife. He always has a bottom line, although it is relatively low. Work, work. Don't always think about work. You are not young anymore. You can't be the only one working in the army, right? You should take a break instead. Lay's wife still knows the nature of his work. Although she never knows what her husband does specifically, she always believes that he has been fighting for the country. So she rarely stops him from working, but as she gets older, she still hopes that her husband can spend more time with him. In the past, because of his work, they didn't even dare to have children. Now that they finally have a child, Lay is still busy. Lay smiled bitterly. I don't want to either, but for the sake of my life after retirement, what can I do? Isn't this all for the future of us and our children? The wife obviously understood this reason. Indeed, Lay gave her and the children a very comfortable life. Their house, car and all expenses are on par with the upper class. It can be said that all of this was earned by Lay's hard work, so the wife could not refute anything. Then you should be careful, you are not young anymore, although I don't know what job Lay does specifically. But looking at these cars and houses, I know that the job is very dangerous, otherwise the salary would not be so high. Lay smiled and went out. There were already several Special Forces soldiers waiting for him outside. Today, Lay sent his most elite soldiers to clean up the hidden dangers. Logically, there should be no problem. But Lay was still a little worried. That's why he left home. He decided to go to the cabin in the woods outside the city, which was hidden and easy to defend. More importantly, it was far away from his family. Although Lay knew that the man had a very high moral bottom line and should not do anything to women and children. But what if? You know, he killed the man's wife and children, and there is no guarantee that the man will not do equal harm. And even so, if he fights with the other party at home, what if he accidentally hurts him? The other party's wife and children were also accidentally injured. Maybe I think too much, Lay comforted himself. Soon Lay settled down in the cabin. He sat on the sofa and pressed the remote control to switch the TV series to several news channels. After a while, he stopped with a frown. Frank is quiet. According to Lay's plan, he would use an explosion to clean up all traces. This kind of movement would definitely attract the attention of all news media, but there has been no movement until now. There was no expected bloody murder in the news, so he could only turn off the TV and think about the follow-up quietly. The sound of the TV disappeared, and the whole room fell into silence. Lay leaned on the sofa, and suddenly his heart tightened. Something was wrong. What about the patrol outside? Just now he was watching the news on TV, and there were constant voices in the house, but he didn't pay attention. Now, the whole house is as quiet as a haunted house, except for the sound of rain and wind outside the house. There is no sound at all. This is not normal. Lay's hand reached into the side of the sofa and touched a pistol hidden there, and his eyes slowly scanned the room. His eyes did not move quickly, but tried to use his peripheral vision to find possible dangers approaching. Click. With a sound, the door lock was opened. Just as he was about to pull out the gun in his hand, he heard a low voice coming from the door. Lay, long time no see. Lay's hand paused, but a surprised expression appeared on his face. Frank, is that you? He stood up and turned to the hallway at the door. He put the pistol in the gap between the sofas in his right hand behind him. A burly figure walked in. It's me. The man in front of him had a flat head, a trapezoidal face, a cold expression, and his eyes seemed to flash with cold light, which made people feel nervous. Everything was the same as Lay remembered. The man came again. But Lay still had his shock and panic. He had to act normal because he knew this man too well. Frank Custer. This man who was like the god of death. The hand holding the gun behind his back tightened, and his face showed great surprise. What's going on? Since I knew you were in trouble, I have been looking for you for 2 years, but I have never heard from you. Where have you been? Why didn't you come to see me? He said to Frank with a bit of sadness. Come on, sit down and tell me what happened. What happened to Maria, Lisa and little Frank? He looked like a kind man who cared about his comrades. Frank, no, I just want to ask you a question. Do you know the blacksmith? Lay frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. I haven't heard of him. What does he do and where is he active, so that I can find him? But in fact, behind his back, Lay had already tightly grasped the gun. Frank was silent. Lay looked at him, and the gun behind his back slowly moved. Frank, what's the problem? Tell me, I will do my best to help you, for the sake of old comrades. Lay didn't move, because the back of his head was pressed against the muzzle of the gun. Lay and guns have been fighting for most of his life, and he knows that it is a real gun. It seems that it is really him. The man behind him took Lay's gun, a Remington. He signaled to Frank. Frank nodded. The gunmen outside the door and Lay's pistol were basically confirmed. Frank, don't joke. Frank seemed not to hear anything. He just walked in front of Lay, searched his body, and found the pocket pistol from his pocket. This kind of thing is usually used to sneak up on people. The range is very short, but it is still possible to kill people if caught off guard. Frank turned off the safety of the pistol and threw it aside. Then, he sat next to Lay and pulled out the gun and pointed it at him. I want to be alone with him for a while, this was said to Kai. Kai shrugged and walked out the door. There was a dead silence in the house. Lay's face kept changing. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. After 2 minutes, Frank's breathing became heavy and accelerated. All kinds of thoughts turned in his mind, and finally asked a question in his mind. Did you kill Maria and the others? Kai looked at the raindrops outside the door and listened to the conversation in the house without any scruples. Ray, full name Ray Schoonoff. He is a colonel in the Marine Corps and the boss of Frank and Robert before they retired. He and Frank had a very good relationship because he was Frank's boss when Frank joined the army, and they saved each other's lives on the battlefield. This is why Frank always found it hard to believe that Ray would kill his whole family. Their two families were friends. Frank even made Ray the godfather of his children. He didn't understand why. Chapter 657, ending in supernatural. The more confused Frank was, the more ruthless he was, and the more painful he felt. There is a reason why betrayal is hated. The destruction and harm of betrayal to a person is far more than just feelings. Because it is accompanied by lies and deception, and the evil of human nature. Under Frank's ruthless hands, Lay did not hide it, because it was meaningless. Lay is a colonel in the Marine Corps and the boss of Frank and Robert before they retired. At the same time, Lay has another identity, an expert in performing secret missions and dirty work for several organizations around the world. Once a team member dies in a secret mission, their identity is mercenary and has nothing to do with the United States. Therefore, Lay has many privileges in the U.S. military. For example, most of the records of his and a team's movements and transportation are in the hands of a few people. Many of the things they bring out or bring into the United States are quite sensitive, and basically no records are left in the military. In other words, every time he goes abroad, what he brings back, except himself, few people know. Seeing those above him making a fortune by killing, Lay also started his own tertiary industry, smuggling and selling banned drugs, and had many nicknames. Blacksmith was one of them. As for those dignitaries who used Lay and his team to do things, they would not care, and even to some extent they were happy to see this situation, because with a handle, they could better control Lay and his men. For those dignitaries, drug trafficking? That's a small matter. Anyway, Lay doesn't transport drugs, there are people who transport drugs, it doesn't matter at all. A black-hearted subordinate who likes to make money is more useful than a loyal and patriotic soldier. If Lay has a problem one day, just clean him up, don't bother to find a reason, and take away the money he earned by the way, it's perfect. However, Lay's ability and skills are good. Not only did he not die in more than 10 years, but he climbed from the position of major to colonel, and his business grew bigger and bigger. After pulling a few big figures as umbrellas, he was less likely to be killed, and his life became comfortable. It was not until 2 years ago when Frank was about to retire that Lay, who was going smoothly, felt troubled. Frank has always had a strong moral bottom line, and he has a strong resistance to the trafficking of banned drugs, and he never holds back when it comes to killing dealers. Ray did not let Frank participate in his private business. But after Frank retired, Ray fell into a state of anxiety. People with guilty consciences always cannot trust everyone, let alone Frank, who is impossible to go along with him. After Frank retired, Ray could no longer control his external communication, and there might be someone who wanted to get information from Frank to bring him down. Frank did not know about private business, and there was a high possibility that sensitive information would be leaked. More importantly, Ray was too relaxed in doing business, even to the point of being unscrupulous, and he really could not withstand investigation. Moreover, even if the drug issue was not investigated, Ray's financial situation alone could not withstand investigation. In short, Ray was a piece of shit, and he dared to let people investigate him? Don't let the carrots be pulled out and the mud be pulled out. The higher-ups might make a real play and kill him on the charge of smuggling and trafficking banned drugs. By then, his so-called protectors would probably just toast to celebrate, as there would be one less person who knew about their troubles. Lay had been doing those dirty things, so he naturally knew how dark the world was. So he had always lacked a sense of security, and he had to find a way to eliminate any hidden dangers. With many concerns, Lay's attempts to win over Frank failed several times, and even though he couldn't bear it, he still decided to get rid of Frank. But how to get rid of him was very particular. First of all, it would be very unsafe to use the power of his men to accomplish it. Every one of his team members had been saved by Frank, and many of them more than once. Lay couldn't guarantee that if he chose to let them come to silence him, Frank would know about it in advance. To be more extreme, he might be killed by Frank in turn. Frank was such a simple and rough person that he would shit without hesitation when dealing with the enemy, even if Lay had been his boss for many years. So he chose to endure and wait. Until the time was right, Lay chose the time when Frank and his family were out for fun after many plans. He knew that only then would Frank, the battlefield wolf, relax his vigilance and sacrifice himself to protect his family. Therefore, the three-way fight in the park was set up to kill Frank from the beginning. The first person to fire the gun and start the fight was an undercover agent of Ray in the Mexican cartel. In fact, Frank and his family were the first targets of attack. When they were shot, no gangsters were injured. In a sense, the three gangs were the victims of Frank's family. Samantha was the unlucky one who happened to be there. The police officers she sent only showed up after the fight started to control the situation. The real enemies of Frank's family were only Ray and his undercover agent in the Mexican cartel. Although many unlucky idiots were involved, considering that those people were scum, it was not unfair. Bang! With a gunshot, Frank avenged his wife and children. Kai did not go in, but continued to stay outside to smoke. Frank must be very uncomfortable now. After all, well, Kai could not empathize with him, and no one could empathize with him. So Kai chose to let him calm down. As an outsider, if he walked in at this time, it would only add to his annoyance. Kai couldn't think of what he could do for Frank. Kai only hoped that he could get rid of his knot in his heart, which would be good for him and others. Kai had planned that he could introduce Frank to Jade Town. Although it was a little poor and far away, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a paradise on earth. After all, the people were simple and honest. And there were Logan and Tank, who had seen through the world, and Kai felt that these two people would definitely have something to say to Frank. Especially Logan. This guy must be the most experienced tragic strong man, who could give young Frank some guidance. Taking advantage of the rain, Kai walked around and cleared all traces around. Lay's identity was quite troublesome. After all, he was a military man. If he was killed and the board bureaucrats at the top knew about it, who knew what would happen, so it would be troublesome now, so there would be less trouble in the future. When Kai returned to the eaves of the cabin again, he sat in the rocking chair at the door and watched the rain scene boredly for half an hour. Frank came out of the house. Frank had recovered slightly from the emotion of killing his enemy. But he always felt that his temperament had become more stern, and there was a feeling that strangers were not allowed to approach him. Although this guy was not very friendly to begin with, his cold and hard temperament was even more obvious now. He also hid a lot of laundry detergent here. Frank was silent for a while before saying. Kai nodded, and then he and Frank divided the work to check the surroundings of the wooden house. Then they found a secret passage in a storage room of the wooden house, and there was a large underground warehouse through the secret passage. Stepping down, the lights in the room automatically lit up, and he looked around, but he entered a sea of weapons. There were no less than 50 pistols, rifles, shotguns, and several types of machine guns, from the lightweight 249 squad machine gun to the heavy 6-barrel 14, and then grenade launchers, RPGs, iron pineapples, smoke bombs, stun bombs, and other battlefield individual equipment. The number was enough to equip 2 standard infantry squads. In addition, there was a computer. Obviously this was Lay's personal computer. Kai easily cracked the secret. In fact, Lay was almost 60 years old. How proficient could he be with computers? It was full of accounts, all black accounts. This thing was very useful. I don't know why Lay had a detailed record of every transaction he made, and even video materials, and even some black materials on the powerful. Obviously, Lay was not completely unprepared. Kai accepted these things without hesitation. It was too troublesome to take the whole computer away, so Kai simply removed the hard drive inside. In addition to these, there was a lot of laundry detergent. Kai was not sure how much laundry detergent there was here, but he roughly estimated that there were at least 20 tons. Damn, is this guy planning to hoard it for himself? In fact, Kai was still too surprised. If he had studied the accounts patiently, he would have found that this was just a small amount. Lay, that bastard, has been using military planes to transport drugs. The kind that no one would check. Military planes land directly at military bases. There is no customs, and no one inside the base will check. Can't they transport it? Lay's main activity area has always been in Golden Crescent, where he has an extremely stable partner. Occasionally, this guy will also be active in South America. In short, he has a lot of sources of goods, both robbed and traded. The price of the place of origin is not as expensive as in the United States. In short, it is because there are too many goods that Lay has to develop offline channels everywhere. In addition to drugs, There is also cash. There are 300 million cash here alone. The money was taken by Kai, and the gun was taken away by Frank. Kai burned all the remaining things. I don't know if the animals nearby will become addicted to drugs because of this. What are you going to do next? Kai couldn't help asking. Frank obviously had no intention of stopping, otherwise he wouldn't have wanted that patch of arms. Kai disagreed with this. I don't know, I want to rest for a while. Frank was indeed a little exhausted physically and mentally. But he himself knew very well that the heart burning with hatred in his heart had not been extinguished. He didn't know what it was, he just felt that there were many people like Lay in the world, and he couldn't stand these people living well and continuing to harm others. Really, Kai didn't believe it, but he still tried. If you want to take a break, I have a place to recommend. It's in the town of Gardner, Minnesota. I used to be the sheriff there, and my comrades all live there. It's a good place. Although it's a little remote, it's definitely a good place to relax. You can meet people who are similar to you there. His name is Logan, and he used to be a soldier. You will have a lot to talk about. Kai hoped that Logan's experience could change the man's mind. It's impossible for a person to always be immersed in hatred for a long time. That kind of pressure will make a person collapse. Well, I'll go and see. Frank's tone was a little loose. After all, he could still feel the kindness. Well, I really don't want you to come back. Kai shrugged. I don't want to catch you with my own hands one day. After all, you will die. Frank's personality is too tough, so tough that he would rather break than bend. When that day really comes, Kai doubts whether Frank will really be willing to surrender. Frank was silent for a while before he said, I won't give you this chance. Kai felt that there were several interpretations of this sentence. Although he didn't know the specific reasons, it was a positive signal. Frank was always decisive in doing things. He said he was leaving last night, and he left that night. Kai didn't try to search for Frank's traces. First, there was no need, and second, he was busy. Okay. Look, Kai was named by the General Administration for a supernatural incident today. Of course, except for Kai himself, no one knew that he was the one who did this supernatural incident. Continental Hotel. So, everyone here is missing? Kai asked a patrolman. The patrolman trembled a little. Yes. Everyone inside is gone. For the patrolman, this is indeed very strange. He is the patrolman responsible for the area around the Continental Hotel. The first time he found something wrong was the morning before yesterday. He passed by the Continental Hotel that day and found that the door of the hotel was locked and there was no one in the hotel. Although he felt strange at first, after all, the Continental Hotel is a well-known old hotel that is open 24 hours a day all year round. But he didn't care. Isn't it allowed for others to have some accidents? For example, there are bedbugs. In Europe and the United States, once a hotel has bedbugs, professionals must be hired to kill them, and various agencies will also require the hotel to suspend business for rectification. Of course, this is limited to big hotels in big cities. Those small hotels are really not managed by anyone. Don't think that American civil servants are dedicated. Everyone is just trying to make a living. In short, on the first day, the patrolman didn't care. On the second day, there was still no one, and the patrolman felt something was wrong. Today, there is still no one. This is not normal. After the patrolman reported to the higher-ups, he didn't expect the higher-ups to react so quickly. They quickly sent someone to open the door of the hotel, and found that there was no one inside. According to the traces and remaining items at the scene, the people here seemed to be doing their own things as usual the moment before, but they suddenly disappeared the next second. There was an unfinished dinner in the restaurant, a half-drunk drink at the bar counter, and traces of sleeping in the room. In short, it was extremely weird. Then, Kai came. Not only is this Kai's jurisdiction, but Kai's ability is recognized by everyone. But the question is, will Kai investigate seriously? Of course not. He is just slacking off. Hello, the FBI has officially taken over here. Just when Kai was slacking off, a group of men in black rushed in. They said to the police officer very arrogantly, "Tisk, this style of doing things is too familiar. Phil, you are always so haunting." Kai saw a familiar person among the men in black, the bald man with a fake smile. Chapter 658 Analysis. Kai hadn't met anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. for a while, including Natalie. He didn't know whether Natalie had received S.H.I.E.L.D.'s order not to contact him, or whether she was simply too busy with work at the Stark Group. Anyway, Kai hadn't seen her for a few months, but he often contacted her by phone. Anyway, after coming to New York, Kai hadn't met many people from S.H.I.E.L.D. A city like New York is naturally bound to have the presence of this organization. Just like bad guys all over the world like to make a name for themselves in New York is also a grand stage for various international organizations. When Phil heard Kai's voice, his body immediately froze, and then he was terrified. Hey, Kai, what a coincidence, but after all, as the man with the strongest external communication skills in S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil quickly adjusted his mood and showed his most sincere smile. It's not that he was afraid of Kai, but S.H.I.E.L.D. really didn't have a good way to deal with this person. Think about them. S.H.I.E.L.D., claiming to be the guardian of world peace, has done its best to maintain the order of the world, but it happened to be Kai. Not only has their S.H.I.E.L.D. become an illegal organization, but it has also become a world cancer. This guy told Tony in person that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a scourge. The two of them also whispered and planned to overthrow S.H.I.E.L.D. when necessary. And the starting point is that the world will be better without S.H.I.E.L.D. This statement made S.H.I.E.L.D. very uncomfortable. So it's wrong for them to protect the world? Many radicals within S.H.I.E.L.D. felt that they needed to teach these two ignorant guys a lesson. Fortunately, this brainless proposal was quickly rejected by the top management. What a joke. S.H.I.E.L.D. is indeed very powerful, but it is ultimately bound by rules, and it is because it is awesome that it is more powerful when it is bound. Dealing with people like Kai and Tony, let alone whether it can work, just say that the impact and backlash caused will definitely exceed the benefits they get from dealing with Kai and Tony. Who is Tony? The ruler of the current U.S. #1 financial group. His identity indicates that the interests entangled in him are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. has any action against him, the ensuing backlash will definitely make S.H.I.E.L.D. suffer. And what about Kai? Let's not talk about his image in front of the public. Anyway, it's much stronger than S.H.I.E.L.D. Kai has a lot of big guys behind him. The President of the United States. The Deputy Secretary of Defense. The Special Operations Command. The Wayne Consortium. Although these are not as interdependent as Tony's, they are not people who can be easily manipulated. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't care about these and insists on taking action. What's the reason? Is it because they said bad things about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or did they say a few words and want to attack S.H.I.E.L.D.? This is the United States, and there are so many people who say that the United States is going to be destroyed, let alone S.H.I.E.L.D. I don't know how many people say that the United States is going to be destroyed every day, but the U.S. government has never retaliated? You S.H.I.E.L.D. as a dog of the U.S. government, and you dare to be more arrogant than your master? Some people say that S.H.I.E.L.D. is not an international organization? That's not wrong. But there is a difference between them. In name, S.H.I.E.L.D. is jointly managed by the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, but in reality, the United States is really supporting it. Britain and France pay money, but it is just a virtual support. China and Russia simply don't pay money, and just support it in name only. In general, the United States pays the most, Britain and France pay a little, and China and Russia don't pay at all. China has its own S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. can't get a foothold there. It has an office in Hong Kong, which is also closely watched by S.H.I.E.L.D. If it wants to develop, it will disappear mysteriously. So for decades, S.H.I.E.L.D. has basically given up its development there. There is only one office, and there are only a few cats. Russia also has a similar organization, but it is more mysterious and has no name. But it doesn't piss on S.H.I.E.L.D. So S.H.I.E.L.D. says that it is the defender of world order, but in fact it is just talk. No one believes it except those brainwashed idiots. In short, no matter from which perspective, S.H.I.E.L.D. can't really retaliate. So in view of this situation, S.H.I.E.L.D. thinks it is better to have less contact with these two troublesome people at this stage. Tony, in particular, was determined to make trouble for S.H.I.E.L.D. He now believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. was related to the death of his parents, and S.H.I.E.L.D. was speechless. Kai? We don't want to conflict with you, but this case is indeed under the jurisdiction of our S.H.I.E.L.D. Please understand, Phil's attitude was very low, which made many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him feel very uncomfortable. These people have been influenced by the big S.H.I.E.L.D. doctrine in S.H.I.E.L.D., and always think that their S.H.I.E.L.D. is the coolest, S.H.I.E.L.D. is the most correct, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is the most noble. This is also one of the reasons why Kai doesn't like S.H.I.E.L.D. This organization makes him feel uncomfortable. They implicitly put themselves above everyone else, and take it for granted. This is very dangerous. However, this time, Kai really didn't plan to do anything. Nothing else, He couldn't investigate this case at all. It's troublesome whether he can find out or not if he investigates himself. So it's best not to care. Although he habitually said a few words to S.H.I.E.L.D., he didn't plan to get entangled in anything. It's just a weird and chaotic thing. He is a policeman and can't control it. Okay, if you want this case, I'll give it to you. But, don't make trouble for me. This is my jurisdiction. If something bad happens, think about the consequences yourself. Remember, the so-called agents of your S.H.I.E.L.D. are all illegal. Even if I kill them, no one will bother me for this. Kai said a few harsh words and turned away. Although his attitude was not good, he actually felt a little cowardly. This made the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had never seen Kai feel a little puzzled. That's it? Phil also felt that there was something wrong. Kai's attitude. How could it change so quickly? You know, he was already prepared to be arrested. If Kai wanted to arrest them, he didn't even need to find a reason, just say that they were pretending to be the FBI, then he would really catch them. Phil felt that he had already reported this intelligence. What if Kai figured it out and changed his opinion of their S.H.I.E.L.D.? Would that be a good thing? Phil knew that Nick Fury had an Avengers plan, and Kai and Tony were both on that list. Maybe, this plan can be promoted at this time. Phil thought so, but the next moment he returned to work. Okay, let's do it. This time, we must catch Hannibal's tail. Who is Nick Fury? This man may be the most suspicious man in the world. How could he put all his eggs in one basket? The Avengers project is indeed Nick's main plan, and it is also the face of S.H.I.E.L.D. to the outside world. But secretly, he has prepared countless backup plans to counter the Avengers. And Hannibal is just one of them. He has planned to form several secret superpowered teams. These people can usually perform some shady tasks, and when necessary, they are the power to counter the Avengers. As for whether Nick has a deeper plan, only he knows. Phil knows only so much. And this time, when the case was reported, the analysts of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately gave a deduction that it was Hannibal's doing. As a huge intelligence agency, S.H.I.E.L.D. has a large number of analysts. Hannibal has always been the focus of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s analysis department has made a lot of guesses about his personality, appearance, past, etc. Although most of these guesses are useless, some people have analyzed something. This time, S.H.I.E.L.D. will focus on this case, thanks to those analysis results. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents don't care about their ideology and morality, but to be honest, their quality is really good. They can check such a large hotel from top to bottom, much faster than the police. Of course, it may be because of better equipment, but it is undeniable that these people are indeed more professional than the police. It's still the same as before, there are no traces, and this time it's more troublesome than the previous scenes. There is no blood at the scene. This shows that the suspect has begun to evolve and has a very strong anti-reconnaissance ability. Serial killers are often more impetuous and leave a lot of clues when they commit crimes one or two times. But as the number of crimes increases, criminals will gradually form their own style, and at the same time, the killing methods and the handling of the scene will be qualitatively improved. At the same time, the criminals' methods will become more brutal because the bottom line has become lower. Here, the agents directly regarded Hannibal as a serial killer. Phil nodded with a headache, and then asked someone to repair the hotel's surveillance system. Here, Kai overlooked one thing. He originally thought that everything would be fine if the surveillance equipment in the monitoring room was destroyed. But he underestimated the ability of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hannibal burned the monitoring room with a fire. But what he didn't know was that the fire did not burn the hard disk in the mainframe of the monitoring system. Although the hard disk was burned beyond recognition, it was not unsolvable for S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, someone from the S.H.I.E.L.D. science department disassembled the burnt hard disk, and then after a series of operations, can't make it up, they quickly extracted some clips from it. Among them was the scene of Hannibal entering the hotel. Then they saw the Tyndalus Hound on the screen. It's confirmed. It's Hannibal. Kai didn't expect that S.H.I.E.L.D. would identify the suspect so quickly. But it's okay, no one can find Hannibal. On the second day of the Continental Hotel case, Natalie, who hadn't been seen for a long time, finally came back. Natalie was sitting in a taxi wearing sunglasses. After leaving the airport and entering the highway, the driver suddenly spoke. Director hopes you can find out Kai's attitude towards us as soon as possible. If possible, we would like to improve our relationship with him. Natalie took off her sunglasses, casually touched up her makeup, and said casually, I remember I had a report before that Kai hated S.H.I.E.L.D. Why did the Bureau suddenly change its attitude? The driver repeated Phil's report without any nonsense. It's a bit strange. Natalie instinctively felt that there was something wrong. She is really an old spy, and the analysis of intelligence is almost engraved in her blood. The Kai she knows, although he looks quite cold at ordinary times, is actually very stubborn in his heart. He can't change himself at will, and such a big change in attitude must have undergone major changes. But as far as she knows, Kai has been quite normal recently. Well, Kai is fighting gangs everywhere in New York, and no one knows how many people have died. But think about what he did in Chicago and Los Angeles. It's very normal. Natalie thinks there is definitely something wrong. This is also a question you need to figure out. SHIELD analysts naturally couldn't think of things as simple as Phil. They analyzed Kai's attitude change over and over again, and finally came to a seemingly absurd conclusion. That is, Kai is related to Hannibal. Think about when Hannibal appeared. When Kai was working in Chicago. Then when did Hannibal suddenly disappear? Kai left Chicago. So when Hannibal appeared in New York, where was Kai? He was working in New York. Although there were places where the two did not appear in the same place, this high degree of coincidence, is it really just a coincidence? What's more, they also found out that the Continental Hotel had just ruined Kai's business. Santino was obviously going to be arrested by Kai, but the Continental Hotel killed Santino just before. According to the analyst's analysis of Kai's personality, Kai would not bear this breath. That's right, Kai is also a key focus. Then everything can be linked together. Kai and Hannibal are definitely related. Of course, this speculation is meaningless. Can they still use this to sue Kai? It's useless. The US government does not allow such a thing to happen. A hero must be great and glorious. How could a man like Hannibal be related to an American hero? As for using this to threaten Kai secretly, SHIELD does not mind using this method, but it is useless. If Kai was so easy to threaten, they would have done it long ago. The analyst was the first to deny this approach. The driver told Natalie the Bureau's speculation. The director authorizes you to use any method to figure out everything, and make it the highest priority task. There are many mysteries about Kai, not just Hannibal, but also his relationship with Batman and Wonder Woman. And now, apart from Hannibal, who knows if anyone else will run away one day? SHIELD sees a gold mine in Kai. If possible, they can bypass Kai and directly contact those superheroes. This is too tempting for SHIELD. So Natalie was transferred back from Europe and continued to contact Kai in her current capacity. In other words, I need to spend a lot of time and focus on this matter. Natalie does not hate Kai. After all, Kai is an excellent man no matter how you look at it. She didn't even mind having something happen with Kai. But, let her hang herself on a tree? Agents have no emotions, and Natalie is one of the best. She can be emotional to anyone, or ruthless to anyone. The secret is not to stay in one person or one place for too long. People are always emotional animals. And no one can be completely ruthless. So Natalie never stays with a target person for too long. That will bring unnecessary troubles. Yes, this is the director's personal request. He will suspend some of your tasks and let you concentrate on serving Stark. This will also help you to contact Tony and Pepper and maintain your influence. Tony is incidental. After all, they know Tony's not about SHIELD, which is the biggest problem between them. SHIELD can't solve it. There are too many strange things about the things that happened back then. SHIELD itself is confused. How can it give Tony a perfect explanation? What's more, the murderer Bucky is Captain America's good friend. Even if they find it, they can't hand it over to Tony. This knot can't be solved in a short time. That's not something that can be avoided with a few words. So SHIELD can only postpone its actions on Tony's side, at least until Tony's attitude softens, and then find a way. I see. Natalie's good point is that she won't object to any mission. Well, I've prepared all the information you need for you. You can get familiar with it. Nominally, Natalie was sent to Europe to negotiate with some European energy companies. For example, the old energy interest groups in the United States are very powerful, while the situation in Europe is relatively much better. After all, in Europe, people there are very receptive to green energy. But how could SHIELD really let such an excellent agent like Natalie go to negotiate? So they changed people at the beginning, and Natalie stayed in Europe to perform various tasks. And the things in between require Natalie to be familiar with, so as not to reveal flaws. Well, send me directly to the 15th branch. I have to visit my boyfriend properly, Understood. Chapter 659 Peach Blossom. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s efficiency is really amazing. It's clear that everyone in the Continental Hotel has disappeared, but the news media outside didn't report it at all. Not only that, the Continental Hotel, which was supposed to be empty, was actually open again. When Kai passed by, he deliberately entered once and found that all the people inside were replaced by S.H.I.E.L.D. people. These people are really good at playing. But Kai didn't say anything about this. Kai guessed that these people were planning to fish. If they could lure Hannibal out again, they would make a fortune. At the very least, they could catch some killers who didn't know the truth, which was not a loss. This way Kai could have less trouble. Kai went to work as usual today, but just as he sat down in the office, Misty kicked Kai's office door open with a 100-meter sprint. Director. Director. Director, the black girl yelled with a red face as if she had seen a ghost. Outside. 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 Kai's first reaction was that someone was attacking the police station. Kai's first reaction was to pull out his gun. What happened? Are terrorists here? Misty was shocked by her chief's reaction. Just as she was about to say something, a slightly hoarse but extremely sexy voice came from behind her. What's wrong? Kai heard this voice and immediately knew who was coming. Natalie. The person who came was Natalie, who had just taken a car from the airport to the 15th precinct. She was wearing sunglasses and a black coat on her arm. She was wearing a black and white business suit. The business suit, which was originally used to highlight her efficiency, became extremely charming on Natalie. After all, her figure was really great. I came to see you as soon as I got off the plane, and you greeted me with a gun like this. Seeing that Natalie was holding a suitcase in her other hand, Kai immediately put away the pistol, and then glared at Misty fiercely, blaming her for not explaining clearly. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. You came back today? Didn't you say it would take some time to come back? Kai said as he took the coat and suitcase from Natalie. Then he said to Misty, go make some coffee. Being such a silly secretary, you'll be fired sooner or later. Humph. Misty arched her nose, not afraid of Kai at all, but she still walked out looking back every few steps, and forgot to close the door. Kai shook his head. They were all secretaries. Why was there such a big difference? The other person was still a fool. Kai was quite curious about what Natalie was doing when she suddenly appeared. Kai had completely forgotten about the sudden change in his attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. a few days ago. Well, it wasn't Kai's fault. He just felt it was troublesome, so he threw it to S.H.I.E.L.D. His attitude towards S.H.I.E.L.D. has always been like that. This is a pretty bad organization, and Kai is sure that if the world encounters a crisis next time, it will definitely be the fault of this organization. No escape. I missed you. Thanks to Natalie's good memory, she still remembered what Kai had just said. So aggressive right at the beginning? Kai was a little stunned. What? Are you unhappy? Natalie immediately seized the opportunity and took the initiative. This is not a pure love novel. Natalie knows very well that a man like Kai, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, is actually very accommodating to women, who represent the weak. If Natalie continues to play ambiguity, this man may never take the initiative to take that step in this life. On the contrary, if she takes the initiative, this man will not say anything embarrassing to embarrass the lady. No, Kai didn't think Natalie would really fall in love with him. That's ridiculous. Kai has never been a love expert from his previous life to now. The limited number of love experiences were not considered proactive. After all, his first girlfriend was a blind date arranged by his old company commander. But Natalie was right about one thing. Kai would not say anything inappropriate to embarrass the woman. That was not in line with his education. Whether in his previous life or the night education he received in Camelot, he was not allowed to do that. And, to be honest, Kai is also a man. Would he really be unhappy if a woman of Natalie's level confessed to him? Of course not. Kai is super happy now. Men, every real serious one. Even though he knew that the other party was a spy of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was still secretly happy. Seeing Kai was a little at a loss, Natalie also smiled in her heart. At the same time, she also knew that she couldn't force Kai. S.H.I.E.L.D. had very detailed information about Kai and knew that this man had a girlfriend, so Natalie couldn't force Kai to make a choice now. The reason was simple. How could Natalie guarantee that a beauty could really compete with a love between Kai and his girlfriend? As an agent, you can't just believe in feelings, but if you don't believe in it at all, it means that this agent is definitely a third-rate guy. Human beings have always been complicated. No one can accurately classify people. A person has only a specific personality. This kind of thing only happens in novels. So what Natalie has to do is to increase her weight in Kai's mind. As for asking Kai to kick his girlfriend and choose her, what a joke. She didn't really come here to fall in love. I'm hungry. You have to treat me to a meal, Natalie said with a little bit of arrogance. To Natalie, any woman with any personality can be reduced by half. A little bit of arrogance is nothing. Son dear Lolly is no problem. No problem, Kai did not hesitate. It is not a bad thing to be accompanied by a beautiful woman. When Kai leisurely took Natalie's hand and walked out of the 15th precinct, the whole police station was boiling. The chief's girlfriend is so beautiful. You know, many male police officers almost couldn't help but whistle just now. It's really amazing. Just when Kai was accompanied by a beautiful woman, Mao was experiencing the same situation. No. It should be said that it was even more excessive than Kai, he had to. This kind of thing is really not a good thing for Matt. Because one of them is the ex-girlfriend, and the latter is almost a current girlfriend. Fergie felt that he could not stay in the law firm. The atmosphere was too terrible. But Fergie wanted to sneak out but couldn't. Because they were dealing with the largest case since the establishment of the law firm. A joint lawsuit. The cause of the incident has to start with United Construction Company, the company that framed Karen Page. Because of this case, United Construction Company was investigated, but the investigation ended in vain. The reason is very simple. The chief accountant of United Construction Company died. He died at the most critical moment of the investigation. The cause of death was a heart attack. Now the family of the deceased is suing the New York police and the prosecutor's office because they suspect that the deceased had a heart attack due to torture by the prosecutors and the police. The police and prosecutors are almost disgusted to death. Although a lot of evidence points to the chief accountant, everyone with a discerning eye knows that this person is just a white glove, and the black hand behind him has not yet appeared. But now the person is dead, and it is useless to say anything. The clues are broken. After several months of review, United Construction Company has returned to the right track intact and is still carrying out their real estate development projects in an orderly manner. One of them is a plan to renovate an old apartment in Clinton District. To put it bluntly, it is to return an apartment in Hell's Kitchen and convert it into a comprehensive commercial building. But the residents inside are unwilling to move. Moreover, this apartment is subject to rent control, and United Construction has no reason to evict them. The so-called rent control refers to the rent control law and the rent stabilization law. The U.S. government's rent control policy began in the 1940s. The purpose was initially to control wartime inflation. After several changes, the control methods and names were also varied, but the housing rental market flourished in the process of control and non-control. In 1969, in order to cope with the housing crisis at the time, New York passed the rent stabilization law to include more houses in the control scope so that low-income people would not be homeless. These laws basically included a large number of apartments built between February 1, 1947 and January 1, 1974 in the scope of rent control, so that tenants who have continued to live in these rent-controlled apartments since January 1, 1971 do not have to worry about the problem of soaring rents. Continuous residents can basically be understood as children can inherit. Even if the younger generation is no longer a low-income group, as long as they continue to live in the old house, they will enjoy rent increase protection. The so-called protection means that the landlord has no say in the annual house price increase, but a government-appointed rent determination committee makes specific regulations based on the inflation situation in the previous year. Generally speaking, the rent increases vary, very small, basically at the level of 2% to 4%. This has led to soaring house prices in some places in Manhattan, New York. For example, in the Soho area where fashionable people gather in the downtown area, the house prices are thrilling, but in the Clinton area, the rent is very cheap. This is why, although it is in Manhattan, why Clinton area is still the notorious Hell's Kitchen, because the rent is cheap. In short, these tenants were evicted by United Construction, and some bad means were used, so the tenants asked Matt and Fergie to sue for them. This is definitely a big case. Since we are talking about United Jayasau Road, we have to mention Karen Page. This girl escaped death, which is a blessing in disguise. She was asked by United Construction to sign a confidentiality agreement, not allowing her to disclose any information about the case of United Construction. For this, United Construction Company paid a 7-figure compensation. This is a lot of money. Then Peggy, who became a millionaire, joined Matt and Fergie's law firm, and became a clerk, accountant, secretary, cleaner, logistics, and other non-lawyer positions for free. Fergie had a good impression of such a girl at first and was going to make a move. But soon he found out that this woman had bad intentions. She was just after Matt. But it was normal to think about it. Others worked hard and without complaint in this shabby law firm for free. Is it really promoting the spirit of internationalism? Fergie didn't have time to be sad. His love affair was over before it even started. Matt's peach blossom came again. Fergie really didn't want to get involved in such a shabby thing, but this case was very difficult and he couldn't handle it alone. Kai had a beautiful meal with Natalie and planned to send Natalie back. But Natalie suggested to go to Kai's new home. Natalie hadn't been there yet, but Tony and Pepper had visited together, and Tony praised Alfred's cooking skills. Kai did not comment on this. Afu and Merlin built the small building very perfectly. They were confident that no one would notice anything wrong. In this case, Kai had no reason to refuse Natalie to go to his house. Besides, refusing would be a problem, right? There is one thing I forgot to mention here, that is, Kai's house is very close to Matt's law firm, and the straight line distance is no more than 100 meters. When Kai passed by, he happened to see Matt arguing with a woman next to the building, and then they parted unhappily. Kai didn't care at first. Instead, he took Natalie to his own home. Natalie was very honest and just visited it normally. She didn't do anything, but she was very curious about Afu and Merlin, and asked some messy things. But what are Merlin and Afu? They are in the same industry as Natalie, so they are very tight-lipped. And Natalie didn't plan to do it all at once, and she didn't go into it. After staying happily for 2 hours, Natalie left. She refused Kai's suggestion to take her home, because Kai's work time was about to end. In order to accompany her, Kai skipped work in the morning, and it would be a bit bad if he didn't go in the afternoon. Look, how considerate he is. Kai had originally intended to accompany her for a day. So after Natalie went back, Kai really had nowhere to go for a while. After thinking about it, he went to Matt's law firm to sit down. When he arrived at the office, he ran into Fergie. Recalling the scene he saw before, he asked casually, "What's going on with Matt? I saw he seemed very busy just now." Fergie pushed away the documents on the table, sighed deeply, and glanced in the direction of Karen outside the office. "Nothing, he has some personal matters to deal with." Kai didn't care too much, so he asked casually, "What's the matter? Is someone competing with Karen for Matt?" Fergie turned his head and looked at him in surprise. "How do you know?" Kai asked him with a little surprise. "Is there anyone who doesn't know that Karen likes Matt? Karen is a millionaire who works for you for free. You don't really think she just wants to express her gratitude, do you? Because Matt's office often goes to the 15th precinct to take cases. They are quite familiar with the people in the police station, so everyone is aware of Karen's actions." "Then how did you guess that Karen had a crush on Matt?" "You looked at Karen as soon as you spoke, so I guessed it was a relationship problem." Fergie smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Anyway, it's a bit troublesome. That woman is an old acquaintance of Matt, so I can't say anything." "That's right, you also have an old acquaintance, so you must understand Matt's difficulties." Fergie looked at Kai shocked. "How did you know?" Kai was puzzled, with an expression on his face that asked what you were talking about. "Oh, it's okay, it's okay." Fergie realized that he was a little oversensitive. But this aroused Kai's interest. "Tisk. I didn't expect that you, a little fat guy, are so romantic." No, you deny it. I can smell the woman's perfume on you from such a distance." Kai didn't come to inspect the work. He just chatted casually, and naturally talked about whatever he wanted to talk about. In the end, I don't know how, the conversation ended up with the current predicament of the firm. Matt's ex-girlfriend was involved. Matt's ex-girlfriend was a rich woman, and she wrote a large check not long ago to entrust Matt to sue her. Of course Fergie supports this kind of thing. Why not take it if there is money? Fergie knows their financial situation very well. If Karen hadn't helped them pay the rent privately, their office, which had only been open for a few months, would have faced the situation of closing down. But Matt refused to take it. Matt returned the check with backbone, which made Fergie very angry. Even if he has a grudge with his ex-girlfriend, he should not be hard on the money. He still doesn't know what Matt's ex-girlfriend's commission is. So Fergie is very unhappy. Chapter 660, I'm a bit stuck. so I'll post 2,000 words first. In addition to the troubles brought by Matt, Fergie was still worried about the case he had filed for the joint lawsuit. The other party had no intention of communicating at all, and their attitude could even be described as arrogant. Although United Construction had completed the acquisition of many houses and had relocated these residents, they could not wait to let the construction team move in. Why did the construction team go in? This was very abnormal. After all, it was useless for the construction team to enter the building before all the acquisitions were completed. If there was any accident, United Construction would have to pay compensation. And it was definitely a large sum of money. Fergie scratched his head. I also think this is strange. There are still more than 20 households in that building that have not been negotiated. They can't just demolish the building. It's impossible to rent it out after maintenance. The rent price of that place is simply not high enough, so it can only be demolished and rebuilt. But the construction team did go in, and there was movement every day, but no one saw what they were doing. Kai also felt strange, but he didn't take it seriously. Find an opportunity to ask the people in the bureau to check the files of the Housing Administration Bureau to see what their construction projects are. Fergie nodded, he thought so too. But suspicion also requires solid evidence. The construction team blocked the construction site, and there was only one door to enter, which was basically closed. However, there was not much they could do. After all, if you want to talk about evidence, you really don't need to report what others do to them. There is no such provision in the law. Even to a certain extent, others jointly build the property rights of the house. They can do whatever they want, and the police can't control it, not to mention lawyers who have no law enforcement power. Fergie and Kay chatted for a while, and Peggy came in. Seeing Peggy now, Kay couldn't help but brighten up. Compared with the last time they met, Peggy looked so depressed. Now Peggy, it is definitely not an exaggeration to say that she is radiant. Peggy's figure is not as exaggerated as Natalie's, but she is tall and has no shortcomings except that her chest is a little barren. Of course, more importantly, Peggy is wearing makeup. Kay still remembers the first impression of Peggy when she first saw her, that she had no eyebrows. Many girls trim some eyebrows in order to draw various beautiful eyebrow shapes when putting on makeup. This is still Misty's popular science. Peggy is in a very good mental state now, and she feels like a strong woman in the workplace. Hi, Miss Peggy. You look amazing today, Kai praised. Of course, you will be happy when you are praised. Peggy is no exception, but she immediately thought of Matt. No matter how good-looking he is, it's useless if others can't see him. Humph. No matter how good-looking he is, someone has to see him. Both Fergie and Kai touched their noses and didn't know how to respond. To be honest, Matt is a blind man, and he obviously has no demand for the beauty or ugliness of women, but the women around him are more beautiful than each other. Is this a waste? Seeing that Peggy seemed to have something to do with Fergie, Kai didn't want to stay for long, so he chose to leave. Kai had just returned to the police station when George came to the door. Kai? There's a case here that we need to pay attention to, George. I remember you asked for leave today, Kai said a little surprised. Well, today is George's son's birthday, and George plans to take leave to accompany his family, which was approved by Kai himself. It's good that Kai doesn't talk about this. When talking about this, George's face immediately fell. He did plan to do so today. His family originally planned to have a party at home, invite some relatives and friends, and relax for a day. As a result, he was still at home preparing for the party when the police station called. The chief skipped work, and he, the deputy chief, had to take over. George, who was full of responsibility, could leave his work and could only run back to the police station under the condemning eyes of his family. Who do you think is responsible for all this? George looked at Kai with resentment. Kai immediately thought of the fact that he skipped work today. Sorry. Kai could only apologize honestly and give compensation. Then, I'll give you a vacation. Kai originally planned to give George a long vacation, but think about it, if George is not there, then those things in the bureau. Today I'll treat your whole family to the most high-end restaurant, and I'll pay for it all. George pouted, thinking he could really rest. Not enough. I've stood up all my friends and family today, no problem. You can bring anyone you want tonight. I can book a restaurant, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. It's settled, you can contact the restaurant right now. Kai patted his chest and promised. That's more like it. George immediately turned the topic to the point. This case was sent down by the general administration, and we need to pay attention to it at all times. Kai took the file and found that it was a missing person case. To be honest, missing persons are really not too common in a city like New York. The New York Police Department receives at least 3,000 missing persons related reports every day. Of course, more than 90% of them are caused by overreaction, but even so, there are quite a lot of real missing persons cases. Generally speaking, the police are very troubled by such cases. Because New York is so big, anything can happen. So it takes a lot of police force. If they find a person, it won't be much credit. If they don't find a person, they will be criticized. They are all minors, tisk. This is even more serious. Yes, recently, there have been cases of minors all over New York. These children are between 12 and 14 years old, healthy, and have nothing in common. They come from different classes, different skin colors, both men and women, and the places where they disappear are not fixed. Kai heard something from George's words. Does the general administration think it is organized and planned human trafficking? Otherwise, George would not emphasize the age. Yes, although there are not many similarities, hundreds of children of the same age group have disappeared. It is impossible to say that there is no connection. Kai's eyes widened and quickly flipped through the files. Hundreds. Damn it, this is going to be a big deal. New York, a big city, minors, missing, and the police have not solved the case. These factors put together are simply. The New York police will be criticized again tomorrow. When did this happen? Why don't I know? Logically speaking, such a big case should have been spread everywhere a long time ago, but now it is quiet, which is not in line with common sense. At the beginning, each branch office only received a few missing cases, which was not surprising, so no one cared. It was just that recently, the Stark Group donated a new system to the headquarters, and the system automatically screened out the cases. So for the time being, only we know about it, and the media hasn't noticed it yet. But this kind of thing can't be concealed for long, so the headquarters is anxious. George shrugged. Tony, if it was Tony, then it would make sense. This guy's brain is really good. Kai lowered his head and looked at the information again. After a while, Kai threw the information on the table angrily. Where are the clues? So many people are missing and there is not even a clue? What on earth are those people doing? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661 Exchange of Interests. There is nothing useful in the whole file, and no one even knows where many children disappeared, let alone strong evidence such as eyewitnesses. George also shook his head with an ugly expression. This is also the reason why the headquarters is angry. Just think about it and you can know what the big guys in the headquarters are like now. Such a big case, no one in the entire New York police station actually took it seriously. If this gets out, it will not be as simple as being scolded. The soldiers below are fine, and they will definitely not be blamed, but the leaders will not be able to escape. The worst case is that they will bow down and step down, and the least is that their careers will be affected. It would be strange if they are not anxious. But to be honest, this is really the responsibility of the police. It is obvious that those police officers did not take these missing cases seriously, otherwise, how could there be no clues for hundreds of missing cases? There are more than 20 police stations in New York, and these missing cases are all over New York, and even in New Jersey next door. If it is counted for each police station, there are at most 2 or 3 cases, and the time is staggered, so some irresponsible police officers are naturally easy to ignore. Kai had no idea what to do with this clueless thing. Let the patrolmen below pay attention, and then let the serious crime team intervene in the missing cases in our area. If you find anything, report it to all police stations. For now, this is the only way. George nodded helplessly. After George left, Kai picked up the phone. Isabella, Kai said a little embarrassed. Mr. Wayne, Isabella on the other side said with a little bit of sarcasm. Indeed, although Kai helped Isabella, he also asked her for help several times. Counting it up, the favor has been used up long ago. This is not good. I'm not your subordinate. You know, Leslie's frequent use of prophetic ability is not a good thing, although it is not clear whether Leslie has that strange ability because of autism. or because he has become autistic because of using that ability. One thing is certain, that is, the child's ability will fall into a more autistic state every time it is used, so Isabella also asked Leslie to use that ability under reluctance. After all, it takes a long time for Leslie to get rid of the influence after each use. So it was a bit shameless to come to him again now. How about this? Within my acceptable range, I can help you once, Isabella. Kai put forward the conditions directly. Isabella smiled. Great. Then the next Stark Expo Silok Entertainment hopes to get the planning rights. Stark Expo? Kai had never heard of this news. After the Chicago Expo, Tony did plan to hold the expo for a long time. But a series of things happened afterwards. First he was kidnapped, then he became Iron Man, then Ironmonger, then the Battle of Los Angeles, and the relocation of the Stark Group headquarters. After this series of things, this thing was naturally shelved. Oh? It seems you don't know. Indeed, the last time I met Tony, he didn't tell me. This is really not Tony's fault. Kai's Wayne Group has always been known as a mascot in the Stark Group's board of directors, and it doesn't care about the Stark Group's operational problems. And Tony would not talk to Kai about the company's affairs for no reason. After all, Kai never cares about those. This matter has been spread all over the circle. It seems that the new president of Stark Group wants to take advantage of the expo to expand the influence of Stark Group again. With that said, Kai felt that this was what Pepper would do. Anyway, it's nothing to hold another one after holding it once. What's more, after Stark Group withdrew from the arms market, it really needed to show shareholders new profit growth points. Relying on an energy project alone would not satisfy those shareholders. Originally, your high energy is indeed very profitable, but if you don't stop the arms trade, wouldn't it be more profitable? No one dislikes having too much money. And after Stark Group withdrew from the arms market, it didn't stand still. Stark's research department has a lot of good things under Stark's leadership. These new inventions also need a platform to enhance their influence. Although Tony now has the most shares in Stark Group, plus the support of the Wayne Consortium, it can be said that he has a one-handed cover, but other shareholders still have to be taken care of. So under Pepper's operation, the expo was restarted, and the shareholders were very satisfied with it. Although it would cost a lot of money, compared with the future benefits, the current investment is completely worth it. Perhaps he understood Isabella's request. This request can be done, but the question is, can you do it well? Although Kai never knew much about Hollywood, he didn't really know nothing. After all, he had friends in Hollywood. An event of the scale of the Stark Industrial Expo is one of the largest events in the world, second only to the National Summit. Under normal circumstances, the specific operation of such an event would be handed over to a professional planning and public relations company. And Silok Entertainment. It's not that Kai underestimated them, they are just an entertainment economic company, and they can't hold it. All aspects of this are very complicated. You can rest assured that I don't need to complete it completely independently by our Silok Entertainment. I just need to get the contract from the Stark Group, and I can talk to other companies with a contract. Isabella is not stupid at all, on the contrary, she is very smart. She planned to outsource it from the beginning. In this way, she can use the Stark Group as a tiger skin and turn around to become the client's father. In the process, she paid the least, but she can get the greatest benefit. First of all, Stark Group will pay them, and after they outsource, they will make a fortune. At the same time, through this contract, they can establish connections with those top planning companies and public relations companies. How could those companies miss such a big order? In this way, Silok Entertainment will get a lot of tangible and intangible benefits. Finally, they are the client. For performance projects such as the opening performance, they arrange their own people. Isn't it reasonable? Okay. But isn't your favor a bit too big? Kai didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Whoever makes money doesn't make money. Big and Small Kai are also shareholders of Stark Group, and they have such a good relationship with Tony and Pepper, it is not difficult at all. But for outsiders, this is not a small matter, and the interests involved are huge. This is equivalent to Stark Group paying money to support Silok Entertainment. Fortunately, the Stark Industrial Expo is completely owned by Stark Group and is private. Otherwise, if this kind of thing gets out, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. If it goes wrong, the Federation will intervene. It is too naked exchange of interests. But it doesn't matter for the Stark Group. Anyway, Tony and the Wayne Group have absolute say. In short, it's not difficult, but the benefits are great. It is precisely because of the hidden, Kai is even less likely to let Isabella take advantage. Silok Entertainment will serve you wholeheartedly. Isabella knows very well that if you want to get something, you must pay for it. This is also a disguised way of telling Kai that if there is anything in the future, Silok Entertainment will definitely not say a word. Hearing this, Kai felt a lot more relieved. After all, Leslie's intelligence ability is absolutely outstanding. As long as something has happened in this world, there is a chance that he can know it. Leslie's ability is a probability, not 100%. I will discuss it with Tony and the others. Now do me a favor, recommendation ticket, recommendation ticket. My heart aches when I see that recommendation ticket. Why? Why? Will the recommendation ticket disappear? Are you really unwilling to vote for recommendation? Chapter 662, Ninja Reappears. Ninja. Kai was confused for a while when he heard the word, because he didn't realize that the word meant ninja. After being confused, he was immediately surprised again. Ninja, anyway, that's how Leslie's painting is. Isabella didn't comment on this. She thought Kai was surprised why there was a ninja. Because that thing is fake. There was a period of time in the last century when the United States was very fascinated by Eastern culture. But I don't know what happened. Many Americans confused Japan with China, which led to the fact that the movies and literary works about the East at that time were all different. Ninjas were also introduced at that time. Anyway, in the United States, ninjas are a mysterious symbol, and no one takes them seriously. I know. Kai hung up the phone. Kai knew very well that ninjas were not fictional, but real. He killed many in Los Angeles. He remembered the name Hand in Society? How did those Japanese get involved with the disappearance of children? Kai was a little confused. Although that group of Japanese could be said to be evil, they were generally low-key in the United States and rarely made big news. Like the time in Los Angeles, Kai tracked down those ninjas afterwards, but he couldn't even find their shadows. Thinking of this, Kai called KK. But when Kai asked about the Hand and the Society, this super fence sitter hung up the phone with a snap. When he called again, it was all busy tone. I understand, this guy can't afford to offend the Hand and the Society. In the evening, Kai asked Natalie to help him book a Michelin restaurant. There was no other way. George's connections were still too weak. He wanted to make a fortune from his boss, so he wanted to bring his relatives and friends, but he couldn't book a restaurant. After all, booking a restaurant is too difficult for those top restaurants. Those who came were all people of status. Who could they offend? And George was just a deputy director of a branch. The world is so realistic. So there was no other way. Kai could only seek Natalie's help. Kai was too embarrassed to go to Pepper for such a matter. After all, the CEO was so busy that he didn't even have time to have a romantic date with Tony. It would be too rude for Kai to go to her for such a small matter. Natalie happened to come back. Natalie is the assistant to the CEO of Stark Group and is very trusted. Her status is definitely enough. With her holding the name of Stark Group, it is no problem to book a restaurant. Of course, since Natalie helped, Kai naturally couldn't be a bad person, so he invited her to be his female companion. George was in his 40s, but it was the first time that he was so extravagant that he booked a Michelin restaurant for his family gathering. So of course he had to be more serious, so he asked his relatives and friends to attend in formal attire, just like attending a real cocktail party. A good dinner turned out to be a buffet. But George's family was very happy. It was a high-end restaurant. Although George could barely afford it with his salary, he had a big family to support, and he had mortgages, car loans, insurance, medical care, etc. So this kind of restaurant was basically out of his reach. So he finally got a chance, so of course he had to experience it. It was good, just like entering the upper class in advance. Gwen just got an A-level scholarship from Midtown High School. George announced to all his relatives and friends very proudly. Gwen Stacy, a very beautiful blonde girl, is going to high school this year. Oh, the people around him raised their glasses happily when they heard it, and they were happy for George. This is indeed a great thing. Midtown High School is the best high school in New York, no doubt about it. And the A-level scholarship is the highest level of high school scholarships. The A-level scholarship of Midtown High School is even more amazing. It includes full tuition exemption and a living allowance of up to $12,000 per year. This is what is called going to school to make money. The preferential treatment that the United States gives to top students is unimaginable, especially for excellent top students. If you have been a top student since childhood, You can get A-level scholarships in elementary school, junior high school, college, and university. Conservative estimates show that after you graduate from college, not only will you not spend a penny, you will also save more than $100,000. George's family is a typical middle class. His wife is a housewife and they have 3 children. Other things are easy to say, but the tuition for 3 children is definitely a huge sum. Now that Gwen can be admitted to the best high school in New York and also receive a scholarship, this is definitely a big happy event for George's family. His son's birthday and his daughter's scholarship are definitely double happiness. Kai has no feelings for Midtown High School, so he doesn't quite understand why this group of people are so happy. But Natalie knew, so she quickly signaled for Kai to send a gift. Kai was confused. Did he send a gift before? Kai knew that today was George's son's birthday, so when he came, he prepared a gift, an Iron Man model, a product of the Stark Group, an innovation of the Stark Group in the toy industry, authorized by Tony himself. Although it is just a toy, it has many functions and has been announced. The market response is very enthusiastic. It is waiting to be released after the Stark Industrial Expo, which means that it is not yet available on the market. This kind of gift is definitely worth giving to children. So, why give a gift? Natalie was also speechless about Kai's ignorance. Give a gift to Gwen. Kai woke up from his dream. But he still didn't understand. In his previous life, he just followed the crowd and had a feast. There was no need for so many things. Natalie looked at Kai's ghost look, and it was obvious that he didn't know about this beforehand, so she rolled her eyes at him, and then found an excuse to leave for a while. When she came back, she gave Kai a box. Kai did not think much and handed over the gift box in his hand. Congratulations, Gwen. You have achieved the A-level scholarship achievement in college. Try to get one in college as well. Let's win a Grand Slam. Seeing this, Gwen happily accepted the gift. Gwen was different from other little girls. She was not at all restrained in front of Kai, a stranger. Instead, she accepted the gift very naturally. Thank you, Uncle Wayne. Can I open it? In China, it is very impolite to open the gifts given by elders in front of them. But in the United States, it is the opposite. Basically, they open the gifts on the spot and express their love for the gift and gratitude to the giver. This is the etiquette of local culture. Gwen opened the gift and revealed the Swarovski D-Lite series watch inside. This is a futuristic watch. As an extension of its D-Lite series, the new white style retains all the production and design features of the first D-Lite watch. The watch looks like a bracelet, inlaid with 171 Swarovski cut imitation crystals arranged in a regular dot matrix. Of course, this is not just a decoration, the time is also indicated by these imitation crystals, which change color, glow and flash, and display hours and minutes with shiny blue lines, while the watch's almost imperceptible imitation crystal edging is made of stainless steel. Very beautiful, and very suitable for Wenger's youthful and beautiful age. Wow, Gwen looked at the watch, exclaimed in surprise, and then looked at the watch with shining eyes. But she didn't take it out, but held the box and looked at her father. She knew that this watch was definitely not cheap, so she asked for her parents' consent. This is rare in the United States, because in the eyes of the Americans, since it is a gift to me, it is my business whether to accept it or not, and no one has the right to interfere. There are very few people like Wenger who would ask for their parents' opinions, so sensible. George looked at the watch and suddenly felt a little sad. Damn, I work so hard every day, and half a year's salary is not enough for a watch? Generally speaking, George never buys luxury goods for his children. This is not good. They must develop good consumption habits. But seeing his daughter's eager eyes, George couldn't say no. After all, this watch is nothing to Kai. So he nodded, but he still made up his mind to have a good chat with Gwen later. After all, not everyone is Kai. With the permission of his parents, Gwen was very happy to wear the watch on her hand. Thank you, Uncle Wayne. This is Natalie. Kai didn't understand this at first, but he thought the child was really sensible. He didn't forget who was responsible for it, so he planned to introduce Natalie. Unexpectedly, he was just about to say Aunt Natalie, and was grabbed by Natalie. Kai saw Natalie glaring at him, so he had to change his words quickly. Sister Natalie. Kai himself didn't care at all that Gwen called him uncle. After all, no matter how his age was calculated, Gwen was taking advantage of calling him grandpa. I just don't know why Natalie cares so much. Obviously this woman is 80 years old, Why does she care about this? Yes, Kai discovered Natalie's secret. Since knowing that Natalie was a spy sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., Kai also intentionally or unintentionally tested Natalie. So when he had close contact with her again, he discovered the secret of her body. Although she was not young, her body activity was still maintained at around 20 years old. Kai didn't understand why, but he didn't ask much. After all, he had Diana, who was hundreds of years old, and Catherine, who was over 18 years old, around him. Natalie was just a young person. Just when a group of people were chatting happily, Kai's mobile phone suddenly rang. Kai picked up the phone. It was a text message with a string of numbers on it. That was the code between Kai and Matt. Matt was in trouble. What's wrong? Natalie asked curiously. There's an emergency in the bureau, Kai said seriously. I'm sorry, Natalie, I may not be able to take you home, it doesn't matter. The company arranged a driver for me. I can ask him to pick me up. Natalie just glanced at it and remembered the content of the text message. This is not difficult for a super agent like her. She also needs to decipher these numbers. There must be a secret in it. What's wrong? George also noticed this. There are clues about the missing children, Kai said so. George immediately entered the working state. What clues? Let's go to the police station now. Kai waved his hand. No, you belong here today. Spend time with your family. I will take care of it. You can go to the police station tomorrow morning and talk. After saying that, Kai left without waiting for George's reaction. George stared blankly at Kai, who left in a hurry, hesitated for a moment, and chose to stay. After all, it's not a good thing to always ignore your family. Although Natalie was also very anxious, she didn't want to attract other people's attention, so she could only stay patiently, but she kept wondering in her heart, what was Kai's urgent matter? 7 or 8 people rushed out of a dilapidated warehouse by the Hudson River in New York, all wearing dark red ninja clothes, and were chasing a man in black with knives. The two sides jumped and fought among the flowers and trees by the river. If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely think that these people were playing cosplay or street parkour. Whether it was the 7 or 8 red-clothed ninjas or the man in black, they were agile and had professional fighting skills, especially the man in black, who was besieged by the ninjas. He only used 2 short sticks, and their lethality could not be compared with a ninja's long swords. Even so, he was outnumbered and only fell behind, but he was never taken down by the ninjas. However, his situation was not very good. Although the wounds on his body were not fatal, he was bleeding profusely. If he continued to fight with the ninjas, he would fail sooner or later. And this was also thanks to the good performance of his armor. If it had been in the past, he would have been chopped into meat paste. At this moment, the man in black by the river was trying to keep moving fast and not let the red-clothed ninjas surround him. Alone and with more and more injuries, he might not be able to escape once he was surrounded. But seeing the man in black begin to transform, it seemed that he could not hold on for long. He knew that the old warehouse just now was a trap, but he did not expect that the other party could deceive his ears. He was eager to find someone, but he finally suffered a great loss. The clothes near the wound under his ribs were soaked with blood and became slippery. He knew that he could not hold on any longer. Finally, his hand was a beat slower. A long knife broke through the interception of the short stick and slashed towards his neck. The man in black was shocked and tried to retreat backwards, narrowly avoiding this extremely dangerous knife. But the next moment, a whistling sound came from behind him. A strange sickle swept across his waist and ribs, and there was a long thin iron chain behind the sickle. At the other end of the thin iron chain was a red-clothed ninja who suddenly appeared from a hidden place on the side. The man in black growled, and his body suddenly twisted, bent sideways and rolled out. This action allowed him to escape being hooked by the sickle, but the tip of the sickle still brushed his waist. The man in black groaned, staggered back repeatedly, and couldn't help but cover his waist with one hand. There was a big wound there again, and blood gushed out. The consequences of this injury were extremely serious. He was already covered in wounds, and suddenly felt weak. His legs softened and he fell to the ground. A group of red-clothed ninjas took the opportunity to rush up and surrounded him tightly. However, the other party was not in a hurry to kill him. The man in black struggled to retreat until his back hit a wall. At least he didn't have to face enemies from all sides. At this time, the red-clothed ninjas suddenly dispersed, and a black-clothed ninja came up from behind. "You are an admirable warrior, Mr. Black Mask, or should I call you Daredevil?" There was a strong smell of chicken feet, and the English accent was simply amazing. Matt raised his head, his chest panting violently, just staring at him silently. I've heard of you, you're great. But, don't confuse us with those street thugs, you chose the wrong opponent. I talked to the customer service and the editor, and they said that there was no problem with my book, just some PC system adjustment. It will be restored as soon as possible, but the time is yet to be determined. The editor said it will take a week or two. Oh, what bad luck. My grades were not good to begin with, and now they are going to drop again. Well, it's okay, I have a good attitude. The app is not affected. Dear friends, please give me some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets to comfort me. Chapter 663 The Child is Found. Matt knew that he might have to kneel down today, but he would rather lose the battle than the battle. Even if he died, he didn't want to die in a cowardly way. I have been looking for trouble with you for more than a month, but I am still alive today. Your big talk is not that scary. The ninja with the thin chain sickle was obviously the leader. He walked into the encirclement slowly, and the sickle in his hand slowly turned. The sickle ninja smiled coldly. You are wrong. Today is the first time we really fight. Those people you met before, those things are just consumables. As a respect for the warrior, I will leave you a complete body and bury you in peace. So, Black Mask Sen, go to hell, whoosh. There was a whistling sound, and the sickle strangely appeared next to Matt's neck. Unable to dodge, Matt tried desperately to move his body, but he found that his body could not keep up with the reaction speed. Bang! A crisp sound sounded next to Matt's neck, and then the sickle changed direction and flew out. Matt immediately covered his neck, just a little bit. The sickle was about to cut his aorta, but now, it only cut a little skin, which looked scary, but it would be fine after bleeding for a while. But even so, Matt was still scared. Although Matt has always had a strong tendency to self-destruct, it does not mean that he really wants to die. The black-clothed ninja took back the sickle that was hit. He heard clearly that it was caused by the bullet. Without any hesitation, the black-clothed ninja dodged and hid among his subordinates. The red-clothed ninjas were not afraid of death either. They stood in front of their boss very neatly and surrounded him in the middle. With the ability to shoot back the sickle thrown by the black-clothed ninja with bullets, there is no doubt about the marksmanship of the person coming. Matt breathed a sigh of relief. His support came. Really? Can't you take a rest? You just make trouble for me every day. If you are not tired, I will be tired too, Kai complained while walking out of the darkness with a pistol. When the ninjas saw Kai coming out, they immediately became alert. What a joke. Infiltrating and assassinating is their specialty. But the others were right in front of them, and they didn't notice anything. Isn't that alert? Moreover, in order to deal with Daredevil today, they had more people than just those on the surface. The others were all on the periphery. One was to prevent someone from coming to help Daredevil, and the other was to prevent Daredevil from breaking out. But now the people on the periphery didn't even send back any response. The biggest possibility is, they're all dead. Ahem. There's nothing I can do. The bad guys won't rest. Matt covered his neck and slowly stood up against the wall. Kai pouted. He was speechless about Matt's theory. Because the bad guys don't rest, so you don't rest either. Will the world really be destroyed without you? This excessive sense of responsibility made Kai admire him, but also a little annoyed. He thought that without himself, it wouldn't work. How can you see this as a kind of arrogance in his bones? This inexplicable arrogance will kill him sooner or later. Forget it, that's your own business, you can do it yourself, but you have to know that I can't come to save you every time, so be careful. After Kai finished speaking, he ignored Matt and turned his eyes to the ninjas. He looked at the sickle ninja. What should I call you, Mr. Ninja? Kill him. The sickle ninja did not answer this question, but directly ordered his ninjas. Those ninjas were also tigers. They didn't hesitate when they heard the order, and they drew their swords. Kai has a gun in his hand. Do you have to be so fierce? Really? Are all the bad guys nowadays of this quality? It's getting harder and harder to be a policeman. Kai sighed and pulled out an M500 from his waist. Boom. After a loud gunshot, a ninja was hit in the chest with a big hole, and flew backwards, and it seemed that he would not survive. Then Kai's M1911 in his other hands also sprayed flames. There is such a saying that for masters, when dealing with firearms, guns are faster than 7 steps away. Within 7 steps, knives are faster. Kai didn't know whether it was true or not, because he was cheating, so it was hard to use him as a standard. As for ordinary people, I had never seen that either. Most of those who were faster than the gun were not normal humans. And these ninjas, although much stronger than ordinary people, were still within the scope of normal humans. So, Kai held two guns, moving and shooting at the same time. I have to say that these ninjas really fought hard. Even if they were shot, they rushed towards Kai in an extremely unreasonable way. There was no sound at all during the whole process, just like dead people. If their blood was not warm, Kai really suspected that these guys were vampires and zombies. And then, nothing happened. These guys are indeed a bit weird, but they are just not afraid of pain. They will die if they are supposed to die. In this respect, they are no different from ordinary people. The sickle ninja originally planned to let his men be cannon fodder, consume Kai's bullets, disrupt his rhythm, and then harvest heads himself, but it was useless. His men died all over the ground, but the opponent was at ease throughout the whole process and did not give him a chance to sneak attack. Kai even took the time to shoot a shot, hitting him in the stomach. When all his men were dead, the scythe ninja stopped struggling. He looked at his men in disbelief and asked in an interfering voice, "Who are you?" He knew Kai's face. After all, Kai was so famous. As one of the gangs that made a living in New York, they couldn't help but collect information about Kai, not to mention that their most important plan was carried out in his jurisdiction, so they were very careful in collecting intelligence on Kai. But, this Kai actually killed his elite ninjas with 2 pistols. They had never received any intelligence in this regard, so they were shocked and asked who Kai was. Kai swung his gun and put away his revolver. He looked at the face of the scythe ninja and chuckled. "Now, it seems that I am more qualified to ask this question, Mr. Ninja." The scythe ninja's eyes flashed with a cold light. You, Kai Wayne." Although he didn't know what was going on, the scythe decided to treat him as Kai Wayne. "Now, leave here, we can pretend that nothing happened, otherwise you will regret it. We will launch endless revenge on you. No one around you or I can escape our pursuit." The sickle ninja thought that this was the biggest concession. Although the tone was very bad, for them, it was too kind to give an enemy who killed so many of them a condition of not interfering with each other. Kai raised his eyebrows. "I have seen many bad guys. But this is the first time I have seen someone as confident as you. Or do you really think that it was given by sass when you put on a nightgown?" Sass. The sickle ninja was stunned when he heard Kai suddenly say something in Japanese. "Sasuke? What does it mean?" "Huh? You don't read comics?" Kai was also surprised. That Sasuke is a comic character. As a comic power, Japan has always done a good job in cultural output in this regard. Japanese comics are popular in France and the United States. Although they are not mainstream, they really have many fans. There is a police officer in their police station who is a big fan of Japanese comics. Kai learned about the comic about ninjas from him. Kai is not really an old-fashioned person. When he was in school, he also read Dragon Ball and DRIQ. I remember he was called this name when he was a child, and it seems that this is the name translated in the Hong Kong version. So although he can't say that he particularly likes comics, he can accept them. It's the American comics that Kai doesn't like. But Kai didn't expect that as a Japanese, and a ninja, he actually doesn't read ninja comics. This is simply fake, right? Look at the ninjas in the comics, how handsome other people's running postures are. Like the carnivorous bull dragon, the 2 little hands are waving, and they can keep their body balance in this situation, and they can also run very fast. This is a ninja. What is a ninja? You must have chakra. You must be able to be as fast and violent as a berserker. You must be able to spit fire and discharge electricity. Look at these guys, pretending to be ninjas with a knife, which is not professional at all. Although the sickle ninja has never read the comics, he can probably guess that this is not a good thing. Or does the hand and the society now even ignore the police? The sickle ninja was stunned for a moment, and then he kept silent. Since the other party knew his identity, he had nothing to say. Whoosh! As a foot basin, of course, he couldn't do without the spirit of dying with honor. Since he couldn't win, he would die with the enemy. So the sickle ninja saw the opportunity and threw out his sickle directly, wanting to make a temporary counterattack and die with the enemy. Unfortunately, he thought too much and his strength was too weak. Bang! Kai dodged the flying sickle with his head tilted, and raised the muzzle of the gun at the same time. A blood hole appeared on the forehead of the sickle ninja, and a very strange look appeared in his eyes. At least it didn't look like a temporary confession, and it didn't look like fear. Then his whole body softened and he fell to the ground and didn't move. "Are you sure it's an important test of the hand and the society?" Kai looked at the sewer passage in front of him curiously. Can't the hand choose a better place to stay? Matt tightened the bandages on his body, and walked in the darkness expressionlessly, as if this was not a sewer but Fifth Avenue. After all, blind people do have an advantage over normal people in this environment. When I was tracking those ninjas, I found them coming in and out here several times. Anyway, considering the poor level of the hand, they can't be here to move bricks, right? Then Matt said a little strangely, the hand doesn't seem to be involved in child trafficking? At least when I checked the hand, I didn't find such a thing. Where did you get the information? Are those missing children really related to them? Matt and the hand have had a long-standing feud, so when it comes to his understanding of the hand, there is probably no one in the United States who is better than him. It is precisely because of his understanding that he is surprised. They are involved in drug trafficking, arms trafficking, human trafficking, etc., but it seems that they don't really target child trafficking. Well, as for the source of the information, you don't need to know. Anyway, you just need to know that my information will never be wrong. The two walked in the sewer for nearly 30 minutes and finally found the location of the nest that Matt mentioned. It was an underground space, which seemed to be a modified underground building. The space was very large, dark, and quiet. There was no need to think too much. It must be a villain's base. After all, who would choose such a gloomy place as a nest? Matt had discovered this place before and was chased by those ninjas all the way. I don't know if the ninjas here went to chase Matt, making this place empty without a ghost. With his extraordinary perception, Matt quickly determined that there were people here, but the strange thing was that the breathing and heartbeats of those people were very weak, not like thugs or the like. Soon they found the room, where more than a dozen half-grown children were locked in iron cages with IV tubes inserted into their bodies. The infusion tubes did not inject any liquid into the children, but drew blood from their bodies, collected it into a glass jar, and then flowed into a stone container that looked a bit like a coffin and a bit like a big bottle. Kai's face darkened. This weird scene did not look like a good way. Anyway, Kai did not believe that these people were just drawing blood to sell. Soon, Kai found a child he remembered from the dozen children. This child was one of the missing minors Kai had seen before. Kai and Matt immediately went up to open the iron cage, carefully extracted the infusion tubes from their bodies, and then stopped the bleeding and bandaged them. But strangely, these children seemed to be in a deep coma, but they did not seem to be in danger of life. Look for other children, Kai immediately said to Matt. Matt nodded solemnly. Hundreds of children were missing, and now only a dozen were found. What about the other children? The result was not good. There were about 30 children alive. The others were all in an ice storage, randomly piled up like objects. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, Kai couldn't help but curse. Matt held his short stick tightly in his hand, his cheeks tense. Although he couldn't see the miserable situation clearly, he could feel how many children's bodies were here. At this time, Kai felt that he was too gentle. Those beasts couldn't die so easily. Wait. Just when Kai was annoyed, he suddenly remembered something. That is, his golden finger seemed to be missing something just now. Kai's golden finger has always been there, but Kai rarely pays attention to it. Since this thing has no interactive mechanism, it doesn't matter whether you pay attention to it or not. In addition, he is afraid that his golden finger needs to kill people. If he pays too much attention to that thing, he is really afraid that one day he will be addicted to it. After all, he relies on killing people to increase his strength. Seeing his strength soaring visibly, there will always be a desire to continue. In short, Kai only noticed at this moment that the ninjas he just killed didn't get any benefits. This is not normal. As long as they are killed by Kai, the golden finger will naturally absorb energy. But now, no. This can only mean one thing: those bastards are not dead. What the hell? His head was blown off, but he's not dead yet? Is his brain crooked? Impossible. I'll call the police. You go find the bodies of those ninjas, Kai said to Matt immediately. Matt looked at Kai. They're all dead. I'm sure. He absolutely believed in his senses. No. Things don't seem to be that simple. You leave now, the police will be here soon, and the remaining children must be rushed to the hospital. Although he didn't understand, Matt nodded. Soon patrol cars arrived, and teams of patrol officers rushed in. The children were immediately sent to the hospital. As expected, Matt contacted Kai soon. All the bodies are gone. Fuck. Chapter 664, Hand and Meeting. Tonight, Metropolitan Hospital was busy. More than 40 children were sent here, and their physical conditions were quite bad. After examination, it was found that these children were not simply drawn blood, but there were some strange mixed toxins in their bodies. Although Kai knew some healing skills and was not a novice in medicine, he did not have any superpowers for healing, so professional matters should be left to professionals. Treatment is far more complicated than killing. How to systematically examine and treat patients in all aspects must be better in comprehensive hospitals like Metropolitan Hospital with complete equipment and many doctors. Kai is a policeman, the discoverer of these children, and the director of the 15th Bureau, so he was immediately appointed as the commander-in-chief of this case of missing minors. Of course, in addition to trusting Kai's ability, this was also to find someone to take the blame. There was no way. This incident was worse than the last gunfight between Samantha and Hellhound. No one could stand it. These were minors. No matter which country it was in, any case involving minors would generally receive special attention, let alone such a bad case. The murder of 1 or 2 children is enough to make the public take to the streets and scold the police station. In this case, the police with a lower status are not qualified to take over the case because they cannot suppress the public's questioning. Kai is just right. First of all, he is famous. As an officially recognized superhero, he has a strong credibility. Secondly, his ability is recognized by both the official and the public. Let alone the official, Kai's resume is fake when ordinary people see it. It is too exaggerated. Since his debut, he has killed more than 200 criminals, not to mention the cases he has solved. In terms of fighting criminals, his ability is irrefutable. Not to mention that he has some PY transactions with the media. At least Kai is rarely blackened in the media. It's not that the media doesn't want to blacken him, nor is it because they were forced by Kai to sign the humiliation agreement. These days, the media's moral integrity is lower than that of politicians. Let alone the humiliation agreement was forced by Kai. Even if they reached an agreement with Kai from the bottom of their hearts, they would not hesitate to tear it up. The real reason why the media dare not speak nonsense is very simple. There are too many forces behind Kai. First of all, the White House will definitely support Kai. Although Kai's rescue of the White House was not reported in the news, the White House could not and would not ignore this fact. What's more, the President and the First Lady have a personal relationship with Kai. Secondly, the government will also give Kai enough preferential treatment in public opinion. Kai is just a policeman without superpowers. In the eyes of many officials, he became a superhero only because Tony gave him a war machine. So naturally there is no fear of Kai, he is the face of the Federation. Moreover, various analyses about Kai have long been delivered to the desks of various bigwigs. According to their analysis, Kai is a person with a strong sense of justice, a slight contempt for the existing system, a little violent tendency, a strong moral bottom line, etc. At the same time, Kai's military career also gave him a lot of points. At least in the eyes of those politicians. Kai is the kind of soldier who is easily excited and full of patriotic thoughts. Who should the Federation not give preferential treatment to such people? Give preferential treatment to mysterious and unpredictable people like Batman? Next, it is the capital behind Kai. Stark Group and Wayne Group, these two huge financial groups escort Kai, which is enough to ensure that he will not be used by most people in the federal government. To be honest, if Kai does not have the capital protection behind him, he will be used by people like him. After all, in the eyes of those old politicians, people like Kai who are patriotic and passionate are the easiest to be used. With the phrase "the country needs you," the federal government deceives countless young people every year to devote their youth and their children, and finally their lives. In addition to the above 3 points, there is another factor that no one else has thought of. That is SHIELD. Yes, SHIELD also played a big role in it. Because whether it is SHIELD or Hydra, Kai is a treasure trove. There are too many superheroes behind him, which is full of temptation for SHIELD and Hydra. They have always hoped to win over those superheroes through Kai. Especially Hydra, they are full of covetousness for the 3 female heroes and Batman, not to mention the extremely mysterious god Kai. Hydra has thought about finding and even capturing those superheroes through their own means, but Batman and God Kai are like ghosts, and no one can find them at all. As for the 3 female heroes, Hydra has tried to capture them, but 3 times of capture, not only did not catch a hair, but also lost 3 elite Hydra agents. Not only that, the 3 female heroes also found the base of Hydra, resulting in heavy losses. Although this has fueled Hydra's desire for the 3 female heroes, it also made them understand the horror of the 3 female heroes. It's not that they haven't thought about starting with a true identity of the 3 female heroes and making them surrender through various conspiracies and tricks. Unfortunately, until now, they still haven't been able to get any clues related to the 3 female heroes. Because 2 of the 3 female heroes have magic sides. That thing is not reasonable at all. Every time the 3 female warriors took action, it was impossible to leave any clues. In short, after many failures, Hydra had to change its direction. They planned to start with Kai. Of course, they thought about catching Kai directly and then torturing him, but the above 3 points made them hesitate. Unless they directly exposed their existence and forcibly took action against Kai, otherwise. Fortunately, Nick Fury had been planning to win over Kai. Hydra decided to stay put and let Nick Fury do it. They only needed to sit back and enjoy the success. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra's, right? S.H.I.E.L.D. was thinking of appeasement, hoping to improve its relationship with Kai. You know, he and Tony have always believed that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a cancer. In short, it is precisely because of this that Kai can get preferential treatment from the media, which is also the reason why the top police officers need Kai to stand in front of the stage. Anyway, according to normal thinking, if the case cannot be solved, the commander-in-chief is definitely the one with the greatest responsibility. Because of this, Kai must stay in the hospital. He needs to face the parents of the missing children. Metropolitan Hospital was really busy that night. First of all, he had to face the reporters' questions. Kai really had nothing to say about this. How to say? Such a big case happened, the police have no responsibility? I'm afraid even the police themselves don't agree with this statement. So he could only bite the bullet and accept the bombardment. Fortunately, Pepper was kind enough to give Natalie a leave and let her temporarily become Kai's press officer. And Natalie did not live up to the trust. She was very experienced in dealing with the media. Of course, when Nick saw Natalie appearing on the news and talking freely, his originally dark face became even darker. Damn, a spy actually appeared in the news openly. Natalie's functionality was reduced a lot at once. Anyway, Natalie couldn't use this face to do things in the future. But Nick was also helpless. After all, when Pepper sent Natalie, she would not discuss with him, S.H.I.E.L.D. Did she let Natalie disobey orders? What a joke. Natalie's current identity is Pepper's employee, disobey the boss's order. This is ridiculous. Actually, this is Tony's suggestion. He has always been wary of Natalie's existence. Although he still hasn't discovered Natalie's purpose, it doesn't mean that he will really let it go. So he keeps adding to Natalie's stakes. Just think about it, if Natalie is really just an assistant, would she have such a big face to go to Europe to negotiate on behalf of Stark Group? Do you really think that every assistant is Pepper? But Tony made a mistake, that is, most people in this world don't actually care about the business negotiations of those big companies, and the heat of this negotiation itself is not very high. At least Natalie didn't appear in public throughout the whole process. So there was this time. Aren't you a spy? Well, I will put you in broad daylight. I have to say that this move is indeed very creative, and it makes the other party speechless. Kai sat exhausted on a bench in the corridor of the hospital. He would rather go to the battlefield than face a group of emotionally out-of-control parents. Even if these people throw tantrums, Kai can't do anything. After all, they are their children. It makes sense for parents to be a little radical because of their children. At least in Kai's opinion, it was understandable that those parents were excited. So Kai apologized and bowed throughout the whole process. He could only bear it humbly without any resistance when he was scolded, shoved, and hated. That feeling was simply unbearable. From sending the child to the hospital to a group of parents rushing over, Kai experienced 6 hours equivalent to hell. By the time those people were comforted, it was already daybreak. Of course, this was not the end, the real test had just begun. He needed to go to the police station immediately to face the remaining parents who came to identify the bodies. Those children who were sent to the hospital were fine, although they were not in good condition, but at least they had a chance of recovery. But those parents who went to the police station to identify the bodies, they had really lost hope completely. Kai would not find it strange even if the desperate parents tore down the police station. Kai thought about asking George to come forward and help him take the blame. But after thinking about it, he still came forward himself. After all, their children had experienced something, and Kai, as the commander-in-chief of this case, needed to give them the greatest respect in every aspect. Isn't it just being scolded? You can't scold people to death. Just bear it. It was not until the afternoon that Kai had time to sort out the case with the people in the bureau. The Hand and the Society. Kai slapped the logo of the Hand and the Society on the gangsters in the conference room. They are the masterminds of this case of missing minors. Facing Kai's bloodshot eyes, the police below were silent. Murderers. This is the best annotation of Kai now. I don't care what method you use, tonight, I need information about all the business of the Hand and the Society in New York. Even if you have to sell your ass, you have to get it from me. Kai threw a pile of information on the conference table. These were all information about the Hand and the Society from various intelligence agencies. The Hand and the Society is indeed mysterious, but this is the United States. It would be ridiculous to say that those American intelligence agencies have no information about them. If that were the case, the United States would basically be finished, so Kai did find a lot of relevant information. I don't want to say anything extra. You just need to know that if we can't handle this case, then everyone here, including me, and even the director and deputy director of the General Bureau, will have to get out. So for my sake and for your own jobs, you all have to move this time. Now I declare that everyone in the 15th Bureau, including civilian police officers, all vacations will be cancelled. Everyone is on standby 24 hours a day, and all police officers go to grab houses and get guns. Once there is a situation, I need you to be ready for battle within 3 minutes. In fact, Kai wanted to keep them all in the police station. But after thinking about it, forget it. The American police and the domestic police are completely two different creatures. When he was in the criminal police team before, once he encountered a case, over time, there was no such thing. They all stayed in the police station in groups. Going home was even more impossible. But here in the United States, it is not acceptable to have a little less overtime pay. If the overtime hours are too long, they dare to get angry with you. If this time it is not really related to their own interests and the honor of the police, what Kai just announced would be enough for them to rebel. Yes, as long as they are human, they will have their own bottom line. Those scumbags who have no bottom line are not so easy to meet. Putting aside other things, during the evolution of human beings, caring for cubs is almost engraved in the bones. This even affects the survival and evolution of cats. Why do people like cats? Because cats are like human cubs. For many people, hurting children is definitely a bottom line. The same is true for the police. On that day, all the gangs discovered one thing, that is, the New York police went crazy. Not only Kai's 15th precinct, but also various police stations were dispatched. They were looking for the Hand and the Society everywhere in the streets and alleys. Many gangs were warned to hand over information about the Hand and the Society. Generally speaking, gangs are unlikely to reveal such information to the police. Even hostile gangs will not do so. This is not only a convention, but also because, if you do this today, you know that there is no guarantee that someone will not do the same to you. Gangsters may not be smart enough, but they are definitely not stupid. Just think about this kind of thing and you will know. But this time it was really different. The attitude of the police was very tough. Especially the gangs that were found to be related to the Hand and the Society were directly destroyed on the same day. This made many people see the determination of the police. What did the Hand and the Society do? Because Kai did not announce that the case was related to the Hand and the Society, many people did not immediately connect the missing children with the Hand and the Society. But the Hand and the Society knew it themselves. Zin. You need to give an explanation. Mrs. Ga looked at her accomplice coldly. The Hand and the Society has 5 fingers, each with its own power, and together they are the Hand and the Society. But each finger is extremely independent. For example, Yoshioka's in front of him, he belongs to the Hand and the Society, but not to Mrs. Gao. He is the apprentice of another finger of the Hand and the Society, Murakami, and is considered to be Murakami's spokesperson. So Mrs. Gao can order Zin to do something, but she can't really control him. Zin still has a blank expression. I will take those children back. That's not what I'm talking about. Now all of New York is looking for us. Our business is ruined. Mrs. Gao rarely loses her composure. You know, Mrs. Gao's main business is drugs, and most of the factories are in New York. She is the first to be hit. Business, if it's ruined, it's ruined. That's not important, Zin said coldly. Mrs. Gao looked up at Zin. So, Murakami has found the person we need. Zin hesitated and nodded. Yes, the new generation of Iron Fist will come to New York soon, and hey Kong, We have also found her." After that, he said nothing more and turned away. Mrs. Gull didn't care either, but stood there, thinking about something silently. "Is it going to start?" Iron Fist and Hey Kong, I've really been waiting for a long time." After that, she turned and entered the darkness, as if nothing had happened just now. Chapter 665 Iron Fist. Daniel Rand, whose real name is Daniel Thomas Rand Kay, was born into a wealthy family in New York, the Rand family. When he was 9 years old, he fell off a cliff while climbing with his parents and his father's business partner Harold, resulting in the death of both Danny's parents. Danny was rescued by an archer from Camelot. Danny followed the archer to the location of Legong to learn martial arts. After intensive training, Danny defeated Sho Lao, inherited the title of Iron Fist, and became the 66th Iron Fist. After obtaining the title of Iron Fist, Daniel also obtained the qualification to leave Camelot. As the current Iron Fist, Daniel came to the outside world and had his own mission, which was to take back Camelot's things. This included the hands and the dragon bones that could be stolen and the practice method of Ki. So young Daniel embarked on a journey to chase the hand and the society. In Cambodia, he was assassinated by a mysterious man. During the fight, Daniel was helped by another force. In the end, Daniel escaped the pursuit, and the mysterious people who helped him were all killed. Only one person was saved by Daniel, but he was also dying. Later, Daniel learned from his dying words that the person who killed him was the ninja of the hand and the society, and the person who helped him came from an organization that was irreconcilable with the hand and the society, the Shinshin Society. Through the dying words of the dying Shinshin Society member, Daniel decided to return to New York after more than 10 years. However, Daniel didn't know much. His only clue now was the saber of the Shinshin Society member. This kind of knife is very rare because of its material and forging technology. According to Daniel's investigation, only a private knife forging workshop in New York can forge this kind of knife. Daniel decided to start from this aspect. Of course, before that, he needs to get his property back. As mentioned before, Daniel came from a wealthy family. His family founded the Rand Group. Although this group cannot be compared with those real giants, its market value is more than $300 million. Well, this is the market value of the company where Daniel's family crashed. Now, the market value of the Rand Group has long exceeded $6 billion. As the founder of the group, the Rand family has absolute control over the Rand Group. Although Daniel has been practicing in Kunlun for these years and has not had high material requirements, it is a family business after all, and he needs to take it back anyway. And these days, Daniel has been running around for this matter. It must be said that this is difficult. After all, a person who has been missing for more than 10 years and even considered to have died suddenly jumped out to take back the ownership of the company. No one would be willing. Daniel doesn't like that kind of intrigue, but as his son, he must take back what originally belonged to his family. So Daniel didn't have a good time during this period. But these days, it's not all these unpleasant things. For example, he met some new friends these days. Colleen Wen, this is the girl Daniel is fascinated by. She is an Asian and an excellent female swordsman who runs a dojo alone. Daniel first met her just to spar with her, but the girl was not angry because of Daniel's rudeness, but felt pity for Daniel's downfall and helped Daniel. This made Daniel, who had been pure and abstinent for many years but couldn't suppress his hormones, fall in love with this beautiful female swordsman at once. There is also Joy Mitchum, the daughter of Harold Mitchum, who was a partner of Danny's father and Daniel's uncle. However, Harold Mitchum has passed away, and now the control of the Rand Group has been handed over to Harold Mitchum's children, Joy Mitchum and Ward Mitchum. Joy is very happy about Daniel's return and is happy to let Daniel take back his shares. But her brother Ward doesn't think so. Regardless of whether Daniel is the real Daniel, he doesn't think he needs to return the company to Daniel, because the company's development to the present has nothing to do with Daniel and his Rand family. Why can they take back the company openly without doing anything for more than 10 years? Originally, Ward thought that if Daniel was really Daniel, he would be willing to give up some of his shares, but not too much, just enough for Daniel to be rich for a lifetime. But his sister Joy jumped out and insisted on returning the company to Daniel, which caused Ward's mentality to explode. Damn, this is his own sister. But to be honest, Ward is really good to his sister, so he can't really blame his sister, so Daniel became the object of Ward's hatred. In Ward's view, Daniel is a bastard who deceived his sister. In short, Because of this incident, the Rand group has been very lively recently. Even in Colin's dojo, people are talking about the Rand group. "Hey, Daniel, I heard that Ward is in trouble recently," Claire Temple asked Daniel, who was hitting the wooden man, without paying any attention to Colin's eyes. Daniel ignored her and concentrated on the routine. It was not until after work that Daniel said, "It's not that serious. Ward was just called out by the police to assist in the investigation. That was drug trafficking." "I heard that it was a whole container." Claire widened her eyes and said in disbelief. "Claire, she has some connection with Kai. Remember the last time Kai was robbed at his doorstep? There was an idiot who was Claire's cousin. In the end, Claire asked Matt and Fergie for mercy. In the end, it was Fergie who went to plead for mercy, which made Kai relent. He did not prosecute those idiots, but only threw the mastermind into prison. By the way, Claire's not an ordinary person. He may be the first person after Kai to know that Matt is Daredevil. This involves another bad fate, which I won't go into detail here. To be honest, Matt is a good person. But for the people around him, this guy is equivalent to a weakened version of the Star of Fate. In short, people who have something to do with him will always be involved in some troubles for no reason. Claire was the same. She had been kidnapped, beaten, tortured, and almost died. For this reason, Claire was really a little afraid of getting along with Matt. But Matt had a superpower, which was to make people fly into the fire. Many people were willing to stand with him, even though they knew that staying with him would be a problem. Claire was the same. In order to improve her ability to protect herself, she came to Colin's dojo to learn karate. Of course, more importantly, it was cheap here. Although Claire's salary as a nurse was not low, it was not that high either. I believe Ward would not touch those things. Daniel, Ward and Joey were actually friends when they were young, and they had a very good relationship. In Daniel's impression, the Mitchum family were all honest and trustworthy people. Although Ward had a deep misunderstanding of him now, Daniel was still willing to believe in his character. Besides, such a big group, running to sell drugs? Eating too much? That's hard to say. Claire grew up in a standard black community. Although she didn't grow up crooked, she couldn't like rich white guys. In fact, Claire was not wrong. The Rand group is indeed involved in drug trafficking, and it's not just that. Let's put it this way, the business of the Hand and the Society has the shadow of the Rand group. This matter started 2 days ago, when the police began to crack down on the Hand and the Society. The police turned over so hard that they turned out the Rand group at once. The Rand group's business scope is very wide. They are involved in logistics, ports, manufacturing, and real estate. After receiving the intelligence, the police immediately followed up and found that the Rand group was actually helping the Hand and the Society under the noses of the police. Many of the criminal activities of the Hand and the Society have passed through the Rand group's huge distribution network. Even the last United Construction Company was also controlled by the Rand group. In short, in a word, the Rand group can't get rid of the habit of colluding with the Hand and the Society. Claire was talking, and she thought of Kai. Claire still has a good impression of the director of the 15th Precinct. After taking office, this director has been vigorously cracking down on criminal activities in Hell's Kitchen, and even took the lead in patrolling Hell's Kitchen. It has been said before that the police in the United States follow the gap between the rich and the poor. Where there's money, taxes are high, so naturally the police get more funding, more police can be recruited, and public security will naturally be better. For example, the police force in the Upper East Side of Manhattan is extremely conflicting, and police patrols can often be seen. But the Clinton district not far away, let's not talk about it. Who said that Clinton district is the famous Hell's Kitchen? Kai's practice of vigorously strengthening the police force in Hell's Kitchen is rare in the entire United States. And the effect is very good. In this period of time, the crime rate in Hell's Kitchen has indeed dropped a lot. In addition, Claire's cousin's incident made it difficult for Claire not to have a good impression of Kai. Besides, this is a case that Chief Wayne is personally responsible for. How could it be wrong? For the civilians in Clinton district, Kai's reputation is really very good. Daniel didn't have any special opinion about Claire's trust in a police chief. He has lived in Kunlun for more than 10 years. Overall, he is still a relatively simple young man and has little contact with the darkness of society. So he quickly believed the setting that Kai's a good policeman. There must be some misunderstanding in the middle. Daniel still didn't believe that his good friend would be involved in those things. Rich people. Humph, Claire expressed her opinion directly. Daniel was a little speechless. He said unhappily, "According to you, I am also a bad guy, of course. Even if Daniel can't get back the Rand group, he is still a rich man just relying on the Rand family's inheritance." "You?" Claire glanced at Daniel. "Look at how you look like a rich man now. Have you ever seen a rich man who is so poor that he can't afford to rent a house and has to sleep on the floor in other people's dojo?" Daniel's face turned red after being complained about. Of course, he couldn't really be poor, but Colin, his face was also a little ruddy. "I don't know if it was caused by exercise." "Humph, you have nothing to say." Claire thought she won, but in fact, she had eaten a mouthful of dog food invisibly, and she didn't know it at all. It's good, at least when killing a dog, the dog doesn't feel pain at all. Sometimes, people can't lie too soberly. Daniel was also entangled for a while. Although he didn't believe that Ward would be involved in those things, this matter was indeed a big deal. Adhering to the belief that good people should not be wronged, Daniel felt that he had to do something. "Claire, you know the director Wayne, right?" "Yes," Claire said shamelessly. In fact, they only met once, and Kai might not remember her. "Can I meet him?" "I think there must be a misunderstanding." Daniel's idea was very simple. He felt that he could definitely convince Kai and let him know that the Rand group would never participate in those criminal activities. He didn't think about it. Why should he meet Kai? Just because he is handsome? What's the point of convincing? Just because he thinks Ward is not a bad person, others should believe it? Naive. The American TV series Iron Fist is really ugly. I can't eat it. It's so awkward. The protagonist is a retard. The acting skills of the leading actor. Really, the domestic young actors can beat him 10 streets away. Claire was a little confused here. She was just bragging. "Well, I think it's not good to disturb him because he is so busy. By the way, I have to go to work. Let's talk when I have time." After saying that, he ran away. Daniel looked at his girlfriend Colin in confusion. Didn't she just get off work? Colin smiled and shook her head without saying anything. She just liked her boyfriend's stupid look. Simple. Kai was very upset now, because although he had wiped out the power of the Hand and the Society, those ninjas disappeared as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Kai was really overwhelmed, and he didn't know how to close the case at all. Kai also reported the matter of the Hand and the Society to his superiors. But the superiors seemed to have received some instructions, asking Kai to wipe out the Hand and the Society. That was certain, but there were requirements on how to announce it. They couldn't really announce the truth. The reason was simple: ninjas? The kind that hadn't died yet? How to say this? It was too unreasonable. If the outside world knew about it, they might think that their police department was mentally ill. So the superiors asked Kai to do this thing beautifully, to put it simply, not to announce the truth, but to do it, and to give an explanation to the public. Kai almost cursed at the director with his computer. "There are so many requirements, why don't you come?" Fortunately, at this time, the Rand group was exposed. Just right. He was used as the scapegoat. The higher-ups were a little hesitant. After all, the Rand group was really big, but after thinking about it, they still approved it. After all, there must be a person of weight to take the blame for this matter. The Rand group just happened to be. First of all, the Rand group was not wronged at all. Just the things that have been found out now are already sensational enough. Money laundering, drug trafficking, helping human trafficking, smuggling arms, etc. Even if there is no solid evidence, it is almost the same. Secondly, it is weighty enough. The only problem is, the Rand group has money. He took the current president of the Rand group back to the police station, and a team of more than a dozen well-known lawyers rushed to the police station. Kai was troubled by this group of legal jackwalls. This group of people almost said that Ward Mitchum was a living saint, what a philanthropist, animal protector, environmental supporter, etc. The key is that Kai did not have direct evidence to prove that Ward Mitchum was involved in those things. So Ward Mitchum swaggered away 2 hours after being taken back to the police station. Tisk. Although Kai was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. There is a reason why many police officers don't like to handle cases related to rich people. Most of these guys have a very strong legal team behind them and are very difficult to deal with. Chief, just when Kai was thinking about how to deal with the Rand group, Misty came in. There was a gang shootout in Clinton District just now, and there were many casualties. Huh? Kai looked over with wide eyes. It's already now, and there are still gang members who are so stupid? Are they tired of fighting in his jurisdiction? Misty shrugged and said that she didn't know. Anyway, the Metropolitan Hospital is already busy now. Come on, let's take a look. I want to see who is giving face to us. Do you think we police have too little work recently? Kai took out his pistol from the drawer without saying a word, hung it on his waist and walked out the door. I was upset, so I went to play with these scumbags, just to exercise my body. Chapter 666 Hospital. Why is Fergie here? Kai walked into the hospital. Before he had time to find trouble with those bastards, he saw Fergie standing there in a panic, looking around. Little fatty. What are you doing here? Are you feeling unwell? Kai walked over and patted the little fat man on the shoulder. When Fergie saw Kai, he immediately rushed to the emergency room as if he had seen a savior. It turned out that the two gang members were sent to the emergency room by the police for treatment, but they were met again in the emergency room. These idiots were obviously still injured, but they just wouldn't stop. No one knew who started it. They started to quarrel while lying on the emergency bed. Soon, the quarrels turned into mutual spraying, and then turned into cursing. After the cursing started, they were completely out of control. Now they were about to fight each other with handcuffs. Can't you send more people to maintain order? They're almost tearing down the emergency room, Fergie complained. Where do I have the manpower? Kai said indifferently. These days, in addition to basic patrols, the police have been sent out to encircle the hands and the society. Anyway, the gang members who died in the fight brought it upon themselves. Who has time to care about them? Compared to helping those innocent children to avenge themselves, there is really no need to care too much about these gangsters who fought each other. Even if they were stopped from committing suicide today, they would still die in robberies and fights in the future. But we can't just ignore them. They also have their own rights and interests, not to mention that this will affect the operation of the hospital. Fergie is actually very similar to Matt in his bones, but Fergie is more worldly wise and not as extreme as Matt. However, on some bottom line issues, this guy is not necessarily much better than Matt. He is a very cute person. Okay, what lawyer Fergie said is right. I'm here. It's okay, I'm best at dealing with these little gangsters. Kai smiled and patted Fergie's shoulder, and made a promise with a sunny face. It's here, right? Kai pointed to the door of the ward, and then pushed the door in without waiting for Fergie to say anything, and then immediately locked the door and locked Fergie out. Hey, Kai? What are you going to do? Stay calm. Don't do anything stupid. Kai has been in office for a few months, and Fergie knows his style of doing things well. This guy is definitely a hardliner. You can never think that he will be soft on criminals. But this is still a hospital, a public place. If such a violent incident really happened here, it would be a huge trouble for Kai. And Fergie doesn't agree with this approach from the bottom of his heart. He prefers to use dialogue or law to solve those criminals. This is also the reason why he's willing to study law. If everyone throws the law aside and does what they want, what is the use of the law? Unfortunately, Kai has always believed that the law must be enforced by people. After all, the law is there and anyone can use it. The police can use it, and the criminals can use it even more. In this case, it depends on the individual's means. Bang! 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 In the next few minutes, no one knew what happened in the ward. All they heard was various strange collisions coming from the ward, but no one screamed. After almost a few minutes, Kai walked out of the ward with a refreshed face. Fergie rushed into the ward. He was afraid that Kai would really beat those people up. He didn't know whether he cared about these people or was afraid that Kai would get into trouble. In the ward, those gang members were really honest this time. Kai was a man. He knew how to strike with moderation. These people were fine, but they would definitely suffer. Of course, since Kai dared to do it, it was impossible for him to leave any handle. Facing Fergie's questioning, these gang members said that they fell down. Kai was very friendly and even helped them to the bed. He was so kind. When Fergie came out, Kai was chatting with Claire Temple. What did you do to them? Fergie said with a strange look on his face. Kai looked at Zaya Pang in surprise. Why? Do you want to seek justice for those scumbags? Fergie immediately waved his hands. Although he didn't like Kai's approach, he knew that Kai was a good policeman. But, he still couldn't accept this as if nothing had happened. Kai waved his hands nonchalantly. He didn't really hate Matt and Fatty's naivety. They are thieves. I'm a policeman. They should be afraid of me. I just used a little trick. To be honest, if the police are determined to deal with those gang members, they really don't need too many ways. And the best way to deal with these scum is to not follow the rules. These scum are not afraid of the police who follow the rules. After all, as long as they follow the rules, they can be countered. Kai didn't intend to let Fergie really get in touch with those dirty things. Anyway, it's good for him to be silly now. This world lacks this kind of naivety. By the way, where's Matt? I always see you alone recently. What's wrong? Are you two finally unable to stand the secular eyes, Matt? Fergie was a little disappointed and didn't even notice Kai's joke. He is now dealing with two women every day. How can he have time to care about me? Fergie has been with Matt since they were young. They are used to each other's company. Although they have been in love before, there is no doubt that they spend more time together than with their girlfriends. It is rare that Matt has disappeared like now. If he hadn't heard about Matt from Peggy occasionally and knew that he spent time with Peggy whenever he had time, he would really call the police. Claire and Kai looked at each other and laughed secretly. He looked more like a shrew. The three of them were smoking and chatting at the entrance of the hospital, just like ordinary young people. Claire also smoked. As nurses in the emergency department, they were under a lot of pressure. If there was no way to vent their pressure, few people could stay in this position for a long time. According to Claire, the transfer of emergency department personnel has always been the most frequent in the entire hospital. Chief Wayne, can I call you Kai like Fergie? Claire was a little embarrassed when she first met Kai. After all, her brother actually wanted to rob Kai, a police chief. How stupid does one have to be to do such a thing? Of course, Kai said. Then, I have a favor to ask of you, okay? Otherwise, how can you say that Americans are direct? They just called each other by their names and asked for favors. In the eyes of the reserved Chinese, this seems a bit ignorant of the ways of the world, and it will make people think that you are approaching me with ulterior motives. It was also because Kai had lived in the United States for a while, otherwise he would never accept it. Tell me about it. Although he didn't feel disgusted, Kai decided to be a little cautious. It's like this. Claire told Kai about Daniel's situation and asked Kai to meet with Daniel. She thought Daniel's statement should help to find out the truth. Kai looked at Claire in surprise. Although I don't know where your friend got the confidence to guarantee whether the Rand group is innocent, I can tell you for sure that the Rand group is not innocent. I just don't have evidence to arrest the two siblings of the Mitchum family for the time being, but I am sure that they know and participate in those dirty activities. So, sorry, Claire, I am not interested in meeting Mr. Rand. It must be said that Claire is indeed a very, very good friend. For the naive request of her friend, she asked a person she just met. Therefore, although Kai was reluctant to meet Daniel Rand, he couldn't help but offer a suggestion. You may tell your friend that although the situation of the Rand group is not good, it is indeed an opportunity for him to take back the group. Well, hurry up. After all, I don't know what the Rand group will become by then. When Kai decided to move the Rand group, the jackwalls in New York seemed to have received the news. These people were salivating over this big cake. As long as the police got the evidence, these people would definitely rush in and swallow the Rand group skin and bones without leaving a trace. Ah. So. Serious? Huh? Serious? That word is too light. Have you seen the children we sent here? Claire knew that the children were still not awake. I wonder how many people are worried about these children. Wait. This matter is also related to the Rand group. Kai looked at Claire and said nothing more. Although it is not a big deal if this matter is leaked now, it is not good to say too much, so I will stop here. Fergie was also shocked. You know, he had the honor to witness Kai's embarrassment before. He was really chased and scolded by the media and the victim's family. This matter is really too big. Anyone who participates in this matter may be directly expelled from the media and die socially. Just when Fergie was about to express his opinion, Kai suddenly saw a dark red figure squatting on the roof of a building not far away. Huh? What's wrong? Fergie noticed Kai's exclamation. Nothing. I saw an acquaintance. Kai threw away his cigar and said, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. He left without caring. Only the two of them were left looking at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Zia Hong. Kai came to the roof and found Matt. I got information that the people from the hand will come to snatch these children. Matt hesitated, but still said honestly. Information? What kind of person is Matt? How could Kai not know? He had a shit source of information. He was a street hero, and such high-end things as intelligence networks had nothing to do with him. Who gave you the information? Matt opened his mouth and finally said, in short, this information is absolutely reliable. Kai stared at Matt and finally nodded. Who doesn't have some secrets? But why are they doing this? Kai didn't understand. Is the hand crazy? The previous trafficking and murder had already made their situation a target of public criticism. And now they are coming to the hospital to snatch people? What? Do you think the US government can't do anything to them? Are those children really that important? Matt was silent for a while, then he said, those children are extremely important to the hand and the society. They have the secret of the hand and the society. For the secret, the hand and the society will do anything. Even if it means making enemies with the whole world, although it was a bit far-fetched, Kai still tended to believe Matt. After all, he had no reason to fool him with such a ridiculous reason. Well, I'll go back to the hospital and keep an eye on it. Kai was about to leave, but Matt stopped him. What's wrong? Kai looked at Matt curiously. This time the enemies are those resurrected ninjas, and there are more of them. And that's a hospital. We don't have enough manpower. Kai looked at Matt in surprise again. He even knew all this. Where did he get the information? But Kai still nodded. A friend of mine happens to be in New York. I'll ask him to help. Your friend? Can it work? Maybe we can call more police, Matt said worriedly. No need. You must know my friend. He is enough. After the police sent the children to the hospital, they did not spend too much police force to protect them. Just as Kai just thought, the children had been rescued and were under the public's eyes. What danger could there be? So 40 children, the police only left a dozen policemen to guard them. New York is a big city, and the police force is always tight. It is not easy to do any job these days. But it is also the case that the hand and the society have a chance. A dozen policemen, or patrolmen, are not in the eyes of the hand and the society at all. This organization is different from ordinary gangs. Its true face has never been exposed in the open. After these days of investigation, the legitimate business exposed by the hand and the society always has various complicated equity relationships, and the size is not large. And from some gossip, Kai also learned that the hand and the society has been a force for at least more than 100 years. They should have existed 100 years ago, but there is no evidence to prove it. This kind of crazy organization has lasted for 100 years and has not been destroyed by anyone. They must have a deep foundation. Just like the companies that were found, they are all things floating on the surface. Many of them are just empty shells. Funds will be injected from another shell when needed. It won't be long before these companies that were exposed to complete the task are completely abandoned. This is also the reason why Kai has been troubled. Although they have destroyed a lot of the business of the hand and the society, the problem is that others don't care about those things at all. Their real strength has long been transferred, and Kai has caught them alone. Therefore, there is only one way to find the main body of the hand and the society. That is people. When the people of the hand and the society take action, those shell companies will lose most of their concealment effect. Kai certainly knows these things, but the problem is that he can't find people. But now there is a chance. If those ninjas really appear today, it will undoubtedly be a good thing for Kai. The hand and the society must have the virtual to the real when they act. Whether it is those red-clothed ninjas or the people who command the excavation operation, they must have their core strength in the end to control the outcome of things. Of course, the premise of all this is that Matt's intelligence is accurate. Waiting is boring. Time slowly came to 1 o'clock in the morning. 1 o'clock in the morning in the city that never sleeps, New York, is not deserted. At least there are many people coming and going in the hospital. But it was much quieter than the turbulent crowds during the day. At this time, an ambulance came rushing in and entered the hospital from the front door, and another ambulance entered from the back door at almost the same time. As a large comprehensive hospital, ambulances are very busy even in the early morning. Kai didn't pay much attention, because his attention was attracted by the two teams of black-clad ninjas rushing from both sides of the hospital. Although it is unknown why this group of ninjas no longer wear the flashy red ninja uniforms but changed to traditional black, their movements and steps are the same as the previous hand ninjas. As expected, they are here. Chapter 667 Batman Returns. Kai? Where are your friends? Matt's voice was very urgent, as if he was doing some kind of exercise. If it weren't for the sound of weapons colliding over there, it would be very easy to make people think of something wrong. I can't stand it anymore. Matt rarely gave in before. No matter how many enemies he faced, he would not be afraid or retreat, but now he has helpers. He's here. He just came to New York, and I'm really sorry to ask him to do something. After discovering the ninja, Kai did not rush out immediately, but found Claire and asked her to notify the hospital to evacuate the patients. He himself came to the ward where the children were. Several patrolmen were a little surprised to see their chief. They didn't understand why the chief came here so late. Someone is coming to hold these children hostage. You go and protect the children immediately. Load your pistols. Except for our people, anyone who comes, you just shoot directly, no warning. Kai pulled out the pistol from his ribs and said to the patrolman calmly. When the patrolmen heard the order, they immediately realized that they were in big trouble. Because according to the process of police shooting, they must first identify themselves, and they can only shoot if the other party does not cooperate. Now Kai told them that if they were not police officers, they should be shot immediately. This was a blatant violation of the regulations, but it was also because of this that they could understand that the current situation was definitely not optimistic. Yes, 10 patrolmen immediately rushed to the children's ward in groups of 2. Those children had the same symptoms. At the same time, because the resources of the Metropolitan Hospital were insufficient, they were all concentrated in the large wards. There were 8 children in a ward, and 10 policemen in groups of 2 could just guard a ward. At the gate of the hospital, Matt was struggling to resist those ninjas, but after all, he was only one person and could not stop so many ninjas from invading the hospital. The only consolation was that those ninjas had no interest in ordinary people. Their goal was very clear, that is, those children. I won't let you pass, Matt roared and knocked down a ninja, then rushed to the hospital gate and threw out a ninja who was about to step into the hospital. Those ninjas who were attacked did not make a single move from beginning to end. Even if their bones were broken, they did not care. Instead, they stood up in silence and continued to complete their tasks. Only one ninja holding a sickle stood at the back, watching Matt being knocked down again and again, and getting up again and again. At this moment, suddenly several rays of light flew in the air. Those were parts of the war machine. Those metal parts broke through the windows on the 5th floor of the hospital and flew into the hospital. Then gunshots were heard in the hospital, and even a ninja was thrown out of the window, right next to the sickle ninja. Unfortunately, the sickle sauce was indifferent to this, but waved his hand, and more ninjas ran out of the darkness. Matt's face turned green. He was indeed fearless, but it didn't mean he was a fool. There were at least 60 ninjas. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible to beat them. Although he was panicked, his sense of responsibility made it impossible for him to retreat. Those children must not be handed over to these demons. Matt made up his mind that he must not fall down at least until Kai finished cleaning up the enemies upstairs and came down to support him. Not even death. At this moment, a strange whistling sound broke through the air. The sound was not harsh, but long and low like a pottery flute. The 8 black-clad ninjas on the left were suddenly startled, and the formation dispersed, all looking at the sky on the right. Long-term professional training and the behavior pattern of hiding during the day and going out at night allowed them to see the black shadow approaching rapidly from the air. The huge cape unfolded, showing a clear bat wing shape, and the blood-red lenses on the face flashed, as if scanning the prey. The strange whistling sound came from him. Batman, the onlookers shouted loudly. Batman is a superhero, there is no doubt about that, but unfortunately, this uncle is too mysterious. So mysterious that no one knows when he will appear and why. This is different from another popular hero, Iron Man. After all, in New York, the chance of encountering Iron Man is really not small. Sometimes you may see Iron Man flying through the air when you look up. When Scythe saw Batman, he naturally couldn't be as surprised as the onlookers. On the contrary, the boss felt very bad. Batman, Scythe whispered the name. He had always thought that this number 1 superhero was far away in Los Angeles and his strength was not worth mentioning. Of course, it was one thing to look down on him in one's heart, and it was another thing to meet him now. Kill, ninjas would never give in before completing their mission, even Batman. The scenes of Batman's battles had spread throughout the world through various media, and even these mysterious ninjas knew the great achievements of this superhero. Everyone knew that Batman hated evil, and even though these ninjas were inhumane, they knew that they were definitely bad guys in Batman's eyes, because they killed many people, including many ordinary people. Batman and the Hand were naturally opposed, and there was no possibility of compromise. The Hand would never compromise with just one person, and neither would Batman. In a flash, the two sides were about to collide. The huge bat wings quickly retracted into a cape, and Batman looked at the 2 blades coming towards him and tapped his toes. The two ninjas who were swinging their swords felt that the huge black figure seemed to be rushing in front of them, and they could not help but speed up the swinging speed of their swords. Bang! But just when they thought they had their hands, they saw two dim balls of light on Batman's arms, and then hit their abdomens at a very fast speed before they could hit Batman. Even though they were not afraid of pain at all, they couldn't help but scream after being hit by the two balls of light. That feeling was very strange. After the balls of light hit them, they felt that their whole bodies were wailing, even their skulls were like this, and their internal organs were churning. At that moment, their minds were clearly clear, but their bodies completely lost their ability to move. They were ninjas, and they knew their bodies too well. They despairingly found that all their bones were broken. Broken. The other ninjas didn't feel anything special when they saw the two companions flying out, but soon they found that something was wrong. Batman didn't stop, but instead rushed into the group of ninjas at a faster speed. Snap! Snap! Two crisp sounds rang out, and his right leg bounced twice in the air, kicking the third and fourth ninjas behind him in the ribs. All the ninjas hit by him would fly out in a very exaggerated posture, as if they were thrown into the air like ragdolls, with their bodies and limbs floating. Without waiting for others to see what happened, Batman rushed forward quickly and crashed into the other four ninjas who were waiting in full battle array. Bang! The fifth ninja just raised his knife, and his chest shook, and the hard shoulder armor of the bat armor hit his chest. There was a fine sound of fractures in his chest, and the whole person flew out as if he was hit by a car. At the same time, he raised his hand to grab the sixth ninja and threw him at a ninja who came over. He kicked out, and with a click, the seventh ninja's legs turned into a horizontal 90-degree bend, and rolled on the ground with a plop. At this time, the two ninjas who collided with each other vomited blood, and the number of broken bones in their bodies reached double digits. After all, vibrations can be transmitted. Matt opened his mouth wide, watching Batman fight off with a few ups and downs. Scythe was more shocked than Matt. How could he not know what kind of quality his ninjas were? But the knockdown ninjas were now all lying on the ground in various weird postures, motionless. If they were not still breathing slightly, he would have suspected that they were dead. But Batman's attack just now, in Scythe's opinion, could not cause such damage at all. Don't underestimate his eyesight, he will never be wrong. The other ninjas obviously noticed it too. This weird attack will kill you if you get hit, and will hurt you if you touch it. It's too foul. So they immediately dispersed, and did not rush up again, but walked around Batman cautiously. Those kids, Batman did not act immediately, but stared at them through the cold glowing lenses on his helmet. You really deserve to die, haha. Is Batman going to kill someone? Scythe sneered. Batman never kills people. This setting was circulated on the internet, and Batman himself has never admitted it, but it is true that Batman has never killed anyone. No, I won't kill anyone. Batman shook his head. Scythe laughed disdainfully. He didn't even dare to kill people, so why did he come out to scare children? But immediately, Batman spoke again. But sometimes, death is not the most terrible thing, especially for my enemies. Tisk. Nonsense, Scythe didn't need to do that, because he was fearless. With a light shout, the spinning chain sickle in his hand flew out, like a scorpion tail that chose its prey, hooking towards the opposite Batman. But Batman didn't dodge at all, and rushed directly towards the sickle man. He just casually raised his right hand, flicked his knuckles, and the chain sickle that swept towards his neck was bounced away with a crisp sound. The sickle man didn't panic either, but pulled the chain around and hooked towards Batman's ankle. Batman was actually a little confused about this. Can't this person see the armor on my body? That thing can even resist rockets. What makes you think that broken sickle can cut such thick armor? Despite this, Batman still maintained his own style, so he didn't plan to resist. His feet blurred instantly, and at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye, his toes kicked the sickle, adding a little vibration to it. The sickle that was just close to his ankle flew back at a faster speed and attacked its owner. Scythe had obviously never seen such an unreasonable counterattack, and was shocked and dodged sideways. But the arc drawn by the flying sickle head suddenly became larger and made a sharp turn in the air. Puff! With a plop, the sickle man knelt on one leg weakly, with an unbelievable look on his face, and the sickle was directly inserted into his thigh. That's unscientific. The injuries on his body are actually nothing. Anyway, he can be resurrected. As long as his body is intact, there is no such thing as a fatal injury for him. But the previous blow really exceeded his imagination. That can't be the effect that martial arts can achieve. The chain of the sickle is still in his hand? He just tried to use the chain to change the trajectory of the sickle, but it didn't work. That was the weapon he had used all his life. He knew the sickle very well and could use it as if it were his own arm. But just now, what the hell was going on? The surrounding ninjas saw this and immediately rushed up. They wanted to rescue the sickle man. At this time, the explosions upstairs became louder and louder. Obviously, it was not just the ninjas who sneaked into the hospital. Batman! At this time, Claire ran out of the hospital and shouted to Batman, someone, sneak into the hospital through the ambulance. They held the patient hostage. Director Kai is being threatened by them now and dare not fight back. Claire was already crying at this moment, because Kai was being fired upon by a group of armed men. Although he was wearing armor, many emotional doctors and patients were crying, because Kai did not dare to fight back because of them. I know, Batman's voice was still calm. I will be done here soon. Batman looked at Xia Hong and said, You? Yes, you. Come here. Matt was a little confused, but he still limped over. Well, you know I won't kill anyone. By the way, do you know that? Batman asked. Suddenly, Matt felt that this Batman was more lively than he had imagined. Matt nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, Daredevil. Batman took out a stack of bat darts from his waist and handed them to Matt. You should be fine. After that, he left Matt alone and just disappeared. Matt was confused when he stayed there. What was going on? Running away in the face of danger? The ninjas saw that Batman was going to run away. How could this be possible? So they rushed up. Matt panicked and didn't know what to do, but he couldn't just watch these ninjas go to the hospital. Kai was obviously tripped by the hostages. If these ninjas came again, Kai would definitely not be able to withstand it. He looked at the darts in his hand. Although he didn't understand what these things were for, it was better to have them than nothing. So he threw all the darts out. Because of his master, Matt was also very good at darts. But the next scene made him feel that he had learned darts in vain. As soon as those darts were thrown, they were like a flock of birds entering the forest. A group of bat darts cut through the air with a sound of breaking wind, and as if they had their own consciousness, they circled in the air and rushed towards the ninjas. With Matt's fearlessness of death, his hair stood on end. The bat darts were spinning in the air, and there was a small blue light dot on the darts, and the speed was getting faster and faster. The ninjas also felt that something was wrong, but it was too late. When a bat dart rushed into their formation, they had no chance. Standing not far away, Matt heard a series of explosions at close range. There were two sporadic metal collision sounds, but it was the two ninjas who were lucky enough to use their knives to block the bat darts shot at them. Unfortunately, this only accelerated their defeat. Just as they blocked, Batman's blue light immediately turned red, and then, boom. The power of these darts, how to say it, it was obviously controlled deliberately. The explosion range was not large, but the power was not small. Anyway, basically all the ninjas who were hit nailed, including the sickle man. The remaining darts circled a few times, and after finding no enemies, they rushed into the sky. Boom boom boom. They exploded like fireworks. Matt listened to all this in a daze, feeling how fucking low he was. Look at others, then look at myself. I'm so envious. When will the poor bastard stand up again? Important things must be repeated. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668 Slower Than the Police. Matt looked at his equipment and fell into self-doubt, but then he thought, no, damn, all of this was given to me by Kai. So he became even more depressed. I really want to go home. Superheroes and the like. It's really a game for the rich, right? Fortunately, the sound of fighting in the hospital woke up Matt, who was in a state of loss, in time. He was shocked and realized that the two teams of ninjas on the left and right were just a means for the Shukai to divert other people's attention so that they could raid the hospital building. Those kids. When Matt thought of this, he was furious. He stepped forward quickly, kicked the ninjas who were lucky enough not to kneel down, kicked them all in the head, and then ran quickly to the ICU at the back of the hospital. When Matt hurried to the ICU, a fierce battle had already taken place there. Half of those ninjas had already fallen to the street. There was no way. No matter how powerful these ninjas were, they were just flesh and blood. The firepower of the war machine could fully support a small war. In the environment of the hospital corridor, the space for those ninjas to hide was originally small, so they naturally couldn't withstand Kai's attack. This is also the reason why Kai has always disliked war machines. They are all automated and there is no thrill of fighting. The ninjas and the robbers of the hand and the society seem to have heard Kai's complaints, and they quickly raised the difficulty of the game to hell. These guys began to hold the patients and doctors in the hospital hostage, threatening Kai to stop shooting and hand over the children. It's true that this really works. No matter what Kai is like, he can't just watch these people hurt the hostages, right? Fortunately, Kai was lucky enough to call for helpers in advance, otherwise it would be a bit difficult today. So facing the threats of those people, Kai was not panicked, but still pretended to be excited and confronted those terrorists. Speaking of which, Kai and terrorists are really predestined. All the gangs who confront him will eventually become terrorists inexplicably. They have attacked the hospital and held hostages, so they are not considered terrorists? Of course, he acted in full. Just when those terrorists were about to get impatient, Kai pretended to give in and was willing to disarm. Those terrorists also had no martial ethics. When they saw Kai put away his weapons, they immediately aimed at Kai and concentrated their fire. Kai had no choice but to resist the attack. Seeing that Kai did not fight back, the terrorists immediately became excited. This trick was really effective. So a group of people held hostages and shot at Kai while moving forward, trying to get closer to the children's ward. But at this moment, there was a sound of air breaking in the air. The ninjas felt something was wrong at the first time. This sound was too familiar. That was a compulsory course for ninjas. Hidden weapons. Buzz. A terrorist who was walking behind and holding a hostage suddenly felt something stung on his neck. The guy reflexively touched the place where he was stung, and he found a small bat-shaped dart, which was very small, thin and light. He opened his mouth to say something, but the next second his eyes rolled up and he fell to the ground with a clang. The hostage he held was startled, and he was also startled when he saw the bad guy holding him suddenly fall down. The people around were immediately attracted, and their first reaction was to look at the hostage. This scared the hostage. No, not me, him. I don't know what's going on. Buzz 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 buzz. Before they could speak, a burst of air-breaking sound came. Then those people were hit one after another, just like dominoes falling one after another. In an instant, the whole hospital fell into a strange and eerie silence. Everyone could see that these people were shot by darts and then fell. It was also common sense that there were poisonous things on the darts. There was nothing to say, but how did these darts hit so many people at the same time, and they were accurate, without any misses or errors? Tisk, too slow, Kai said unhappily. Men always like to save face. Kai is not a saint, so he is naturally not immune to this. What made him even more unhappy was that he was the one who stole his limelight. I don't know the way. A tall black figure wearing a black cloak walked out. Everyone stood against the wall at the first time and made way for him. After all, this appearance was too shocking. Although it was not a world-shattering scene, it was this kind of silence that made people feel that the hair on the back of their necks stood up. It was like lifting a heavy weight with ease, and hearing thunder in silence, which probably means this. Batman. Someone immediately recognized this first superhero. Many people were even quite excited. After all, although the Battle of Los Angeles caused Los Angeles to suffer tens of billions of losses, it was precisely because of such a big scene that Los Angeles' reputation suddenly overwhelmed big cities such as New York. Now Los Angeles is almost becoming a pilgrimage site for superhero fans. Batman, Flash, Wonder Woman, Angel Witch, Batwoman, etc., Iron Man. This makes Los Angeles people boast, and they especially like to say that Los Angeles is a superhero city when they brag. New York and Los Angeles have always been at odds. After all, one is on the East Coast and the other is on the West Coast, one is first and the other is second, and their economies are both good, so how can they look at each other happily? So, during this period, New Yorkers have been a little frustrated by Los Angeles. New York does have superheroes. For example, Black Mask. Wait, who else? No more. So miserable. Moreover, Black Mask is very low. People in New York are too embarrassed to call him a superhero. They always just say he's a vigilante, and he's not well known. After all, He has been operating in Hell's Kitchen, and he is rarely seen in other districts. So New York can only envy and hate Los Angeles boasting, but can't say anything. Later, it was a little better. After all, Iron Man moved to New York, and then Kai was transferred here. This made Los Angeles very unhappy for a while, thinking that this was the trick of New Yorkers. It's nothing for Iron Man to move, he is a rich man, they can't do anything about it. But what about Kai? He is the deputy director of the West District Police Station in Los Angeles, but he was transferred to New York for no reason. This must be a mistake behind the scenes. And now, Batman has also appeared in New York. Haha, let's see what those Los Angeles people say. Some New Yorkers are secretly happy. Batman didn't care about what those people were thinking, but looked at those ninjas, and his meaning was very clear. The ninjas did not disappoint. Only the leader raised the samurai sword in his hand, slowly laid it flat, and pointed it at Batman. The ninjas immediately split into two groups. One group held the hostages and continued to approach Kai, while the other group of black-clad ninjas threw away their own cognition and filed out. Before these ninjas drew their samurai swords, dense shuriken flew over first. Batman grabbed the cape with one hand, and after a burst of electric sound, the cape suddenly opened into a huge bat wing, facing the shuriken. With a light sound of ding ding ding, all the shurikens shot at him were knocked away. It can be seen that Batman is taking care of the people around him. Then Batman dodged, like a cheetah, stretched his body, and pounced on the two ninjas in front. Pushing away the two samurai swords that were chopped, he grabbed their hands and pulled them down, and the handles of the ninjas fell to the ground. At this time, the swords of the two ninjas behind him had reached his head. Batman immediately squatted down and threw the ninja in his hand to the ground fiercely. Bang! The heads of the two ninjas collided closely with the ground. With this force, Batman clenched his fists, and the batarangs on his armor popped out with a bang. Those sharp batarangs passed along the two calves beside him. The calves of the two people on the left and right immediately ran away. Batman flew up and kicked the chests of the two ninjas behind him with two flying kicks. Crack! The clear sound of bone cracking made many people shrink back. It was too fierce. This is not over yet. Just when Batman was about to fall, he stepped on the wall next to him, and this time he used the force to let Batman continue to fly. Buzz! The two batarangs on Batman's armor were thrown out, and the sharp batarangs immediately worked, cutting off the thighs of the two ninjas. As easy as cutting butter. At this time, Batman stepped on the wall again. This time, he accelerated instead of flying. Batman used his body as a weapon and rushed towards the last four ninjas. Crack! The two ninjas standing in front were knocked away without any suspense. Batman grabbed the heads of the last two ninjas with his powerful kinetic energy and slammed them against the walls on both sides. Bang! There is no doubt that the two guys also fell to the street. No one died in the whole process, but it also ensured that every ninja lost his combat effectiveness. This series of ups and downs seemed troublesome, but in fact, they were completed in a very short time. Some people were absent and missed a large part of the plot. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, someone would definitely applaud for this. It was so damn cool. When Batman stood still, the only ninja standing in front of him was the leading ninja. Even the fearless ninjas of the hand would not like the fact that everyone was KO'd in just a dozen seconds. They are elite ninjas trained for more than 10 years, not toilet paper that can be torn and thrown away at will. It's okay for all of them to die, but at least they should die meaningfully, instead of being chopped down like firewood. The ninja leader finally spoke. Who are you? This question made Batman and the others feel a little ridiculous. Damn, you don't even know Batman? Batman obviously didn't have the interest to introduce himself, that would be too low. The ninja leader continued, if you step aside, you can make a condition to us. Whether it's money or anything else. I can give it to you, he is not those subordinates, he has enough autonomy to make this promise. Otherwise, he would not be the one to carry out the task of snatching the child, which shows that his status is definitely higher than that of the sickle man outside, or at least equal. Is Batman the kind of person who can be bribed? At least there is no such a thing in Kai's design. But this sneer was thought by the ninja leader that he finally got a little reaction, and immediately continued, how much do you want? How about 1 million? Batman suddenly took a step back. When the ninja leader saw this, he thought his bribery strategy worked. What? That's it? But soon the ninja leader felt a huge pressure from behind him. Before he could turn around, His neck tightened, his feet left the ground, and he was lifted up. A deep voice sounded in the ninja leader's ear. "Boy, you are having a lot of fun. Do you want your dad to play with you? How could it be?" The ninja immediately thought of the policeman in the mecha over there. Isn't there a hostage? How could the policeman? Before he could finish thinking, the wall on the side of the passage was approaching rapidly in his eyes. Just before he was about to hide it, he found that a policeman walked out of the mecha. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ninja leader's face flattened a little. Then he fainted gorgeously. The reason why his head was not crushed by Kai was entirely because he needed a living person of sufficient weight. Everyone could see that this guy was a commander. Kai still had a lot of questions to ask him, so he naturally wouldn't kill him so easily. As for those ninjas holding hostages, they were not so lucky. Each of those ninjas had a bloody hole on his head. It turned out that Kai simply jumped out of the mecha when the ninjas approached, then pulled out his double guns and shot them with a series of bullets. The hostages were all scared. They felt that the bullets were about to fly over their faces. They were just a little bit away from being shot on the head instead of the ninjas, so even though the ninjas had fallen, they still didn't dare to make any moves. They were scared. Batman looked at the fallen ninjas, said nothing, just nodded, and then turned around and planned to leave. By the way, he also broke the limbs of the ninjas who were not dead, so as to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Just when Batman finished all this and was about to leave, Matt rushed in, but when he saw the scene, he knew he couldn't catch up. "Let's go." Batman grabbed one of Matt's hands and jumped out of the broken window next to him. The crowd exclaimed unconsciously. "This is the 5th floor. It's definitely not low." But soon, they saw from the window that a pair of huge bat wings spread out in the air, and after a few circles, Batman disappeared into the night sky with a black mask. Many people took their mobile phones to record this historic scene. On the contrary, Kai, the man who turned the tide, was ignored. Damn, officially certified superheroes are discriminated against. But it doesn't matter, anyway, things are finally moving in a good direction. Hand and meeting. Huh. Let's see whether you can die this time. More than 10 minutes later, the first batch of patrol police finally arrived. This efficiency. Kai was too embarrassed to say. Forget it, it's a big city, it's inevitable. But soon, Kai's mood was much better. And everything had to be compared. Look, the police came for 5 or 6 minutes, and the guys from S.H.I.E.L.D. finally arrived. But this time it was not Phil, but someone Kai had never seen before. A bald head, looked a bit Indian. By the way, is the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. so exhausting? Phil is the same, and this guy is the same. FBI, Special Investigator Sitwell. The bald man likes to laugh just like Phil, but his skills are much worse than Phil's, with a fake smile on his face. "We take over here now. I hope the police can hand over all the evidence and criminals to me." FBI, Kai sneered disdainfully. "Come on, say it again, and see if I dare to arrest you." "Boy, do you know that I have arrested your director before, so don't do this in front of me." Sitwell obviously knew how unscrupulous the man in front of him was. "This is the procedure, and we don't want to. But, okay. This matter belongs to the jurisdiction of our S.H.I.E.L.D., so according to the rules." "Rules? What rules?" "Damn, I investigated for a long time and was exhausted, and now you come out and say that this case belongs to you? Why? Because you are handsome. How could this case be given to you? After all, with these guys, Kai is confident that he can close the case. They gave it to you. What about my case?" Sitwell was not used to Kai's style. In the past, when did S.H.I.E.L.D. care about this? So Sitwell was a little impatient. "That's your police business, and has nothing to do with us at S.H.I.E.L.D., huh?" Kai was so angry that he laughed. "What kind of logic is this? You took everything away, so how can I close the case? You mean, you take the credit and I take the blame?" Recommendation votes. Recommendation votes. Recommendation votes. Call 3 times a day. Chapter 669 Transaction. The fact is this fact, but no one will say it, and it is said in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sitwell was a little embarrassed. He felt that he was not wrong. Isn't it the job of the police to solve the case and appease the people? Since it is your job, you just need to do it well. What does it have to do with our S.H.I.E.L.D.? However, facing Kai, who is notoriously difficult to deal with in the bureau, Sitwell thought it would be better not to continue to entangle. "Please cooperate." Sitwell felt that he was polite enough. Unfortunately, he underestimated Kai's character. Sitwell looked at Kai strangely. pulled out a pistol from his ribs, loaded it, and then pointed it at his forehead. "Police, raise your hands." Sitwell was stunned. "What's going on? What's going on?" Of course, Kai was too lazy to argue with these idiots. "Or are you going to arrest them?" Kai said coldly. Following Kai's actions, the surrounding police, although they didn't understand what was going on, also drew their guns and pointed them at the FBI, who suddenly ran out. George was communicating with reporters. After all, such a big event was impossible for the media to miss. Seeing the tension here, they immediately rushed over. The New York police and the FBI were fighting. This was definitely the biggest melon of the century. Once these reporters spread the news, all the spectators would be happy tomorrow. "Director, what's going on? Stop it. The reporters are still over there." "No. They are not the FBI, they are fake. I seriously suspect that they are in the same group with those Japanese." Anyway, Kai didn't like the foot basin chicken, so he just found some fun for the foot basin chicken. The foot basin chicken was making trouble at his father's house. Isn't this news very explosive? I believe those media will like it very much. Besides, Kai was not wrong. Aren't ninjas from Japan? There are pictures in the comics, and they can't fool me. What? George immediately became alert. Sitwell's hands were all down. Seeing that the reporter over there had rushed over like a mad dog, he dared not resist. Their shield did not have the power to enforce the law in public. If they opened fire here, the FBI would never take the blame. They would be embarrassed then. "Don't joke, Chief Wayne, don't you know who we are?" Sitwell tried to ease the situation. But Kai was not so easy to deal with. "Who the hell is kidding you? Put your hands up, don't make me say it for the third time. Everyone, pay attention, these people are very likely to be accomplices of the Japanese, extremely dangerous, and armed. I'll count to 1, 2, 3. If they don't surrender, just shoot." The voice of this sentence was very loud. When the reporters heard this, they immediately stopped squeezing here and quickly retreated to the safety line. What a joke, they are just reporters, not intending to be martyrs. Click. It was the sound of a gun being loaded. Almost in an instant, all the police pointed their guns at those fake FBI. Sitwell's face immediately darkened. "You should know the consequences of doing this, Kai Wayne." "Consequences? What kind of bullshit consequences? Who would bother me for an organization like yours that doesn't even exist? Who? As long as you can name one person now, I'll let you go." Kai was not afraid at all. If this guy dares to say it, Kai will immediately issue an arrest warrant. Forget about congressmen, officials and the like. Do they dare to admit that they support SHIELD? No. Absolutely not. Because in theory, SHIELD is not a US government agency at all, and SHIELD is not on the public eye at all. There is no such agency on the federal website. Well, since you support SHIELD, then explain why there is such an unknown agency in the United States? Those anti-democratic people can scold them to death. The United States is a democratic country. How can there be an agency that the people are completely unaware of? That is using taxpayers' money. And you don't allow taxpayers to know the existence of this agency? This is so fucking undemocratic. So, Kai is really fearless. Sitwell obviously didn't think he would meet such a person. "Aren't you going to take away the witnesses and evidence and let me take the blame? You wish. Today you will have a taste of taking the blame. If you have the guts, resist." Whoosh. Two steel armors appeared in the sky, one is Iron Man and the other is War Machine. "Hey. Kai, is this the murderer you mentioned?" Tony knew that it was SHIELD, and it was because he knew that Tony came here, otherwise he would never come out to flatter Batman. Iron Man is still very arrogant. He will never come out to show his presence in the cases that Batman has solved. But it's another matter when it comes to SHIELD. Yes, they pretended to be the FBI and wanted to take away those children and ninjas, Kai responded loudly. This was intentional, just to let others hear it. Sitwell didn't dare to resist now. If he resisted, he would put the blame on his own head. "We surrender, justice defeated evil, how great." Many reporters applauded, so capable. Many reporters even thought of the headlines for tomorrow morning. Just waiting for the news to sell well. Sitwell put down his gun in frustration, and was stuffed into a police car and taken back to the 15th precinct. As soon as Kai returned to the police station, he was scolded by the phone above. There was no way. The mystery of SHIELD was only aimed at civilians, and the top management knew what SHIELD was. "Don't worry, Chief. What about SHIELD? If they have the guts, Just stand up and say that I wronged them. I am now accusing them of being the mastermind behind all this. They are a bunch of bastards. They plan to take away all the witnesses and evidence right away, and then leave the cleanup to us. Why? I was about to solve the case. Just because of their words, our New York police should take the blame? It's none of their business if the case can't be solved, but we have to be scolded. Why? What? The higher-ups asked us to release them? Who? Let him tell me, or he come out and admit that he is the mastermind behind the disappearance and murder of those children. If he doesn't have that ability, just find a deserted place and stay there honestly. It's easy for him to talk without any pain in his waist. Tell me who is calling you. I will contact the media now and tell them that it was this person who asked me to release the main suspect. Forget it, I won't ask who it is. I will call the media now and tell them that someone is using power to threaten our police and interfere with our investigation, and is protecting the criminals. I'm not impulsive, not at all. Okay, I won't involve you, then you tell me who told you to tell me to release the person, is that okay? Then the phone was hung up. Kai put down the phone with a bored look on his face. How is it? How does S.H.I.E.L.D. plan to settle this matter? Do you come out and admit that you did this case so that I can close the case, or do I just put the blame on you and let you passively accept it? Phil smiled bitterly when he saw Kai, and in his heart he really scolded Sitwell. What can he do to Kai? No. The reason has been mentioned before, so I won't repeat it. So he can only blame his colleagues for not knowing how to do things. Is Kai an ordinary person? He actually used the same tricks as before to treat him? Isn't that uncomfortable? This guy has even arrested their director. What's the point of being arrogant as a level 6 agent? Phil was originally on another mission, so Sitwell was asked to handle this case, but he messed it up. Sitwell is not an ordinary person either. Although he is only a level 6 agent, his confidentiality level is actually much higher than that of Phil, an 8th-level agent. He is the former director's confidant. Although he is destined to be marginalized after Nick takes office, he also represents a faction. That's why he can act as the agent of the New York S.H.I.E.L.D. branch. So Phil can't give up on him. Wayne, we don't need to be so antagonistic. What we do is completely in line with the rules. It's your rules, not mine, and the federal government doesn't recognize the so-called rules. S.H.I.E.L.D. does have a set of so-called rules for law enforcement in the United States, but this set of rules has never been clearly stated. The federal government has no regulations or laws to support the so-called rules of S.H.I.E.L.D., so as long as Kai grasps this point, he is basically fearless. Of course, ordinary people don't have the ability to play like this. Kai's special identity destined him to have extraordinary privileges. The federal government itself is a privileged class government, and Kai's actions are also in line with the rules. Kai, your enemy is the hand and the society, not our S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil was also helpless. He didn't know that things would develop into what they are now. That's none of my business. I only know that you've hindered me, so you must compensate me. Kai didn't bother to care about that. He just wanted to solve the case and disgust S.H.I.E.L.D. That's right, it's impossible to really put the blame on S.H.I.E.L.D. There are too many interests involved, and Kai doesn't have that ability. But it's no problem for Kai to disgust S.H.I.E.L.D. Hindering, Phil was speechless. They wanted to hinder, but did they succeed? What do you want? Intelligence? Kai was desperate. Phil looked at Kai and finally nodded. What about those people? Phil was talking about the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrested by Kai. You're stupid, let someone take the blame. How many people have you arrested? Use as many people from the hand and the society to take the blame. So many children are missing. If no one cooperates with the hand and the society, can they succeed? And not be discovered? Go and check. If you find someone, use it to take the blame for your people. The hand and the society can do such a big thing, and there is no news at all on the official website. If you say that no one cooperates, no one will believe it. There are definitely people working for the hand in the New York City government and law enforcement agencies. Kai can't find these people for a while, and it's not easy to take action even if he finds them, but S.H.I.E.L.D. can. They have intelligence and background. The key is that they are not afraid of retaliation. What a perfect thug. In fact, before S.H.I.E.L.D. jumped out, Kai originally planned to do it himself. Although many ninjas died in the hospital this time, there are still 20 to 30 ninjas alive, although they are all disabled. These people are all alive. Even if you can't get anything out of these ninjas, the number of 20 to 30 people can't be covered up. In this case, If the hand wants to cover up the facts, it must use enough power. The greater the cover-up, the more the power of the hand will be exposed. If this fact is not covered up, the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI will bite them. After all, more than 40 ninjas rushed into the hospital, which looked like the method of the Kongbu attack, and the method was cruel. The Kongbu attack is under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Security, and the FBI also has the right to investigate serious criminal offenses. This is an open conspiracy. In short, Kai planned to wait for the hand and the council to exert their power, and then follow the clues to find out the truth. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has jumped out, Kai will naturally take advantage of it. He doesn't have to do anything himself, and he can just sit back and reap the benefits. How great. This will cause panic. Phil is obviously reluctant to intervene in New York's own affairs. That's taboo. S.H.I.E.L.D. has too much power, and if it interferes in local affairs, the masters on Capitol Hill will not allow this to happen. Haha, is it interesting to say that? Kai sneered and said, I don't believe that you S.H.I.E.L.D. don't know anything about the hand and the council. But in advance, you S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't care about it. Do you think it's normal? I'm giving you S.H.I.E.L.D. a chance to throw the problem to those who have problems. It's good for you, it's good for me, and everyone is happy. So you don't lose at all. Phil's face turned pale. Yes, Phil also found the problem. Undead ninja. A large number of children are missing. Such a big case is completely within the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. But S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know anything about it, and then the police made a breakthrough, and S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately took over the case. If there is no problem with this connection, there must be something fishy. So Kai's deal is feasible, and as for Capitol Hill, compared with fighting the traitor, it's nothing. Deal. Kai smiled and stretched out his hand, saying very confidently that he didn't think Phil would refuse. Phil smiled bitterly, shook his head and said, deal. As a sign of sincerity, Kai agreed to release Sitwell, and Phil walked out of the police station with a dark face. Sitwell and Phil are actually from the same period, and the two have a good personal relationship. Seeing that Phil was able to get himself out, he wondered whether he should let Phil bring his people out as well. Our people, don't think about it, this matter is not so easy to turn over. I have reminded you a long time ago that you must be careful when dealing with Kai. Why did it still go wrong? Phil couldn't help questioning his colleague. Sitwell smiled bitterly and said, I'm just used to it. Didn't we handle cases like that before? Forget it, we really won't do it anymore. Phil was speechless. He didn't doubt Sitwell's words much. After all, how S.H.I.E.L.D. does things, how could he not know? No way. Even if the director comes, there's nothing we can do. S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly has the ability to suppress the matter. As long as S.H.I.E.L.D. is willing, they can even suppress Kai. It's just a matter of how much it will cost. But it is precisely because of this problem that S.H.I.E.L.D. is unwilling to do so. After all, for Kai alone, the interests of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. will be lost. It's not worth it. I will report what happened today. You be prepared. It's better to contact Director Pierce, Phil reminded. Sitwell nodded. He knew it when he was arrested. In fact, he didn't care at all. Because he's Hydra. Pierce is his immediate superior. His position in S.H.I.E.L.D. is insignificant. Anyway, even if he is demoted, he will be promoted back soon. What he really cares about is contact with Kai. That's right, Hydra has also started to contact Kai. They want to know what the relationship is between Kai and those superheroes. Of course, the first contact doesn't seem to be very effective. But it doesn't matter, this is not a short-term task, it's good to have contact, and then we can take it slowly. Repeat 3 times a day. Chapter 670 Emotional Entanglement Between Young Men and Women. After returning to the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., Phil immediately contacted Nick Fury. That's the thing. Anyway, Nick Fury's face didn't change, as if everything was under control. You're doing well, keep going. As for Congress and the government, I'll say hello. Then about our internal problems, Phil didn't really care about the troubles with the government and Congress. At most, they would make it difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. in terms of funding. That's nothing. S.H.I.E.L.D. has a way to deal with it. The real problem is the problems that have arisen within S.H.I.E.L.D. This is the biggest problem in Phil's opinion. No, that's not a problem at all. Nick Fury was very calm. He was not pretending, but he really thought so. What is S.H.I.E.L.D.? To put it bluntly, it is an intelligence agency that was transferred from a civilian organization. Since its inception, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been mixed with various forces. Nick Fury never thought that S.H.I.E.L.D. would be an organization with united will and everyone for me. That kind of organization only exists in legends. As the saying goes, there is no party outside the party, and there are emperors thinking. There are no factions inside the party, and there are all kinds of strange things. Nick is very clear about this, but since he found out that there was a force inside S.H.I.E.L.D. that he didn't know about, he felt something was wrong. He felt something was wrong not because there was such a force, but because he didn't know there was such a force before. Who does this force represent? What is their purpose? How strong are they inside S.H.I.E.L.D.? Who else serves this force? He doesn't know anything about these. Intelligence workers are most afraid of the unknown, because they can't counter it, and because they are unknown, they can't judge it. Nick Fury has always been anxious. But now, no. Because Nick Fury has seen their flaws. In fact, Nick Fury had already noticed the distribution of New York, and even followed the clues to find out who the force behind it was. Secret Society. Nick Fury didn't know when this secret society started. He only knew that the members of the secret society were spread across all areas of the state machine. The secret society includes many senior government officials, and they have people in the three branches of the executive, legislative and judicial branches. In fact, if it weren't for the New York Ninja incident, Nick Fury would probably not have known for a long time that there was such a secret organization hidden in the US government. Knowing the enemy, Nick Fury naturally needed to know the purpose of these people. Soon, Nick found the secret he wanted from the ninja. Immortality, or the secret of resurrection. The people of the secret society wanted to know the secret of these ninjas' immortality. They wanted to pursue eternal life. There is nothing wrong with this. In fact, after learning that the ninjas could be resurrected, he was tempted. But these scumbags should never have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Actually, it doesn't matter if they infiltrated. As mentioned earlier, Nick was mentally prepared. The key is that you have been hiding it all the time. If it weren't for this incident, Nick might never find this secret organization in his life. This is damned. Then Phil understood that his director probably had an idea in his mind. As for how he knew it before him. Anyway, Phil didn't dare to ask. Don't do anything, pretend you don't know for now. By the way, follow the deal with Kai. Nick certainly wanted to attack the secret society, but unfortunately, the secret society was too mysterious. They were all government personnel, and they hid themselves too cleverly. Many of them might have been superiors and subordinates. Even if Nick was very powerful, he couldn't find all the members of the secret society immediately. So Nick needed time. At the same time, the identities of these people were their best protection. It was very difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. to move against them. After all, to put it bluntly, S.H.I.E.L.D. was a dog raised by the US government. If this dog suddenly ran out and turned against its owner, what would you think of the US government? So it was very difficult to deal with them. At least S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't stand in the front and attack these people. Of course, it was not completely impossible. But this required a careful plan. I understand. At the same time, on the other side, the bald man Sitwell was also reporting. The person reporting to was his old boss, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce. The plan was successful. Well done, Sitwell. Pierce was very satisfied with his subordinates. Thank you for the compliment. Sitwell is not as incompetent as he appears. Doesn't he know how difficult Kai is? Of course he knows. Since he knows how difficult Kai is, why would he be a villain? The answer is that he is needed to detonate the secret society's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra and the secret society are very similar in every way. But this does not mean that Hydra likes the secret society. On the contrary, they are mortal enemies in the same industry. The existence of the secret society is undoubtedly a threat to Hydra. In fact, when Hydra discovered the secret society, it was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. There is actually a secret organization that has secretly developed to such a scale under the nose of Hydra. In recent years, Hydra has always focused on S.H.I.E.L.D. It cannot be said that it has not made efforts at the government level, but it has definitely not invested too many resources. After all, Hydra is a militant faction. Their ultimate plan has always been to seize the world by force. Politically, that's it. But no one expected that if you don't occupy the market, someone will naturally occupy it. The existence of the secret society really gave Hydra a warning. They even began to reversely infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. This is intolerable. If the secret society continues to develop, Hydra will have to worry about its base. But Hydra also has the same concerns as Nick. Don't underestimate the US government. The power they have is much stronger than Hydra. If they deal with important figures in the government on a large scale, it will not be worth a loss for Hydra. At this time, Nick began to doubt the inside of SYNOPSIS. Pierce also expected this. After all, he pushed Nick to the position. He naturally knew what kind of person Nick was. So there was a plan in place. But plans can't keep up with changes. At this time, the secret society jumped out. Pierce was so amused that he almost died. It was a chance from heaven. The decision is up to you, the secret society. Then Nick faced the secret society. Pierce admired himself, and also felt that the secret society was selfless. So there was the New York incident. Recently, our people in New York and Washington have all entered a dormant period. Don't let them make any abnormal moves. Just wait for Nick Fury to take action, understood? Then let's take a good look at how capable Nick is. Pierce had never made a plan to deal with the secret society. He completely threw the matter to Nick. So, it's really cool to be a secret villain. You don't have to do anything and you can let others eliminate your enemies. Pierce loves this feeling. The missing children case has been solved. George held a press conference on behalf of the New York Police Department. So that day, the media around the world ate a supermelon. A super criminal group composed of Japanese gangs, multinational groups, New York government officials, New York law enforcement officials, and so on. Yes, the Rand Group did not escape the sanctions of the law. The president of the Rand Group, Ward Mitchum, has been arrested and brought to justice. At the same time, the court banned Ward Mitchum from being eligible for bail, which means that the billionaire must wait for trial in prison. Originally, Ward Mitchum's sister, Joey Mitchum, was also arrested by the police, but Daniel somehow got in touch with Matt and the others, and made Matt and Fergie become Joey's attorneys. Although Ward was a bad guy, he had nothing to say about his sister. When he learned from the lawyer that his sister was arrested, he immediately took all the responsibility on himself to keep his sister innocent. In fact, Joey really had nothing to do with those things. So Kai gave Matt a face and released Joey directly. Although Joey didn't like his brother's way of doing business, he was his brother after all, and he started to rescue his brother when he came out. Unfortunately, Matt and Fergie refused the commission very straightforwardly. Because they couldn't go against their conscience. The impact of this case on society was really bad. What the Hand did was really disgusting. Not only did they capture a group of underage children, but they also drew their blood for that weird sacrifice. The most important thing is that so many children died. According to the photos leaked by the police, the photos of the bodies of those children piled in the cold storage caused an uproar in public opinion. I don't know how many social groups began to protest outside the city government, the police station and the Rand Group. No one can forgive these people. What's more, the Rand Group is also involved in corruption, money for power transactions, human trafficking, etc., which is simply infuriating. There is no way to clean it up. There is no way to fight this lawsuit. With the involvement of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence capabilities, the Rand Group's little things can't be hidden at all. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is ironclad evidence. Matt and Fergie, typical righteous young people, can pinch their noses to get Joey out because she is innocent. How could they really run for a scum like Ward? But Joey doesn't think so. She always thinks her brother is a good person and innocent. For this reason, she had a big quarrel with Daniel at the door of the police station, and finally slapped Daniel in the face and ran away. She has to save her brother by herself. This girl is interesting. When Daniel was weak and helpless in front of Ward, she stood firmly beside Daniel and opposed her brother. She even ran to her brother's safe to steal documents, trying to help Daniel get the company back. As a result, after his brother fell into trouble, this girl's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. She stood firmly on her brother's side, thinking that Daniel didn't help her because he wanted to seize the company. Damn. This logic is also out of this world. Anyway, whoever is weaker is right. Daniel was confused and watched Joey leave angrily. It was not good to chase him, and it was not good not to chase him. Hurry up and chase him. Fergie stood aside and felt anxious for Daniel. Now is the most vulnerable time for girls. You were unwilling to help just now, which has made the girl heartbroken. Now she ran away. If you don't chase her, you will be completely finished. What? So serious. Daniel spent most of his first half of his life in Camelot. The people there are pure and unselfish. If it weren't for population reproduction, they would not bother to talk about love between men and women. Even so, both men and women are very peaceful, and there is no intense emotional conflict. Naturally, Daniel's understanding of dating is still at the level of an 8-year-old. So he didn't hear that Fergie had misunderstood. He thought his friendship with Joey was going to end. That wouldn't do. He didn't have any friends in the first place. Trust me. I'm a professional, Fergie promised with a serious face. Are you kidding? Fergie, was a ghost who killed 100 people in college. He was called Ghost Fergie. Oh, although he didn't understand, he felt that it was very powerful, so Daniel rushed out. At this time, Claire also came. Matt and Fergie were introduced to Daniel by Claire. What's wrong with Daniel? He chased his girlfriend, Fergie said. Then he saw the Asian girl Colin wing next to Claire. This girl is so beautiful. Fergie's eyes lit up. Carlisle was stunned. She turned her head to look at Colin and opened her mouth to say something. But Colin's face had become extremely black, and he turned around and left without saying a word. What is going on? Claire asked anxiously. Matt saw the clue now. That Joey isn't Daniel's girlfriend. No. Colin is. Claire didn't understand why he asked this. Wait? Joey isn't Daniel's girlfriend. Fergie was shocked. Yes, they were childhood friends. Claire and Daniel practiced boxing in the same dojo, and she knew a lot about Daniel. She had also met Joey, but she didn't like rich ladies like Joey. Fuck, Fergie cursed. You're Daniel, what's his character? Then Matt told Claire what had just happened. Claire slapped her forehead and was speechless to Fergie. To be honest, Daniel was a very simple guy. He didn't have any guard against people, so Claire knew almost everything about Daniel, such as the mess between the Hand and the Society and Camelot. At the same time, she also knew that Daniel really didn't understand the ways of the world. He and Colin had been in love until now, and they had never even held hands. They were as simple as a 6th grader. Daniel, he has never been in a relationship, he misunderstood. Colin also misunderstood. Fergie, you are in trouble, huh? Are there still people in their 20s who have never been in a relationship? Too rare, right? No, that Joey obviously likes Daniel. I swear I am not wrong. Matt, you should know my level. Fergie felt that his profession was insulted. Although he didn't know why a lawyer like him would take love as his profession. Matt still nodded. After all, he witnessed the whole process of Fergie's transformation from a fat boy who was ignored in high school to a gorgeous transformation in college and the ghost Fergie. Oh, Claire didn't notice it before, but now think about it, the scene of seeing Joey going to the dojo several times, it's true. Claire wants to find Colin now and tell her sisters that someone wants to steal her boyfriend. And it was Fergie who gave her the opportunity. But at this moment, Kai came out. Seeing the expressions of the three people, he asked curiously, what are you three doing? Standing in front of the police station pretending to be a statue? No, we are witnessing the fickleness of love, Fatty F said. What a mess. Kai didn't bother to pay attention to him. He was now leading people to do things. Seeing a team of policemen following Kai into the car, it was obvious that they had a mission. Matt hurriedly asked, Chief Wayne, what are you doing? We have discovered another den of the Hand and Society. Let's go arrest them now. Where? The Wynn family dojo, a dojo that teaches taekwondo. What? 3 Matt and the other 2 shouted in tacit understanding. Chapter 671, Dead. Colin returned to the dojo in a depressed mood. Compared with Daniel, Colin's life experience is not much. She once had a happy family. Her father, Lee Wen, is a professor of Asian history at Columbia University in New York City. Her mother is a Japanese woman, but her parents died when she was very young. She was raised by her grandfather. After her grandfather died, she inherited his dojo. She has lived around this dojo all her life. This also led to her small circle of life. Perhaps it was the mutual attraction between 2 simple people that caused her to fall in love with Daniel soon after she met him. It was also because of this that she found it more difficult to accept that Daniel had any involvement with other women. Whenever Colin had something bothering her, she would practice swordplay. This was the method her master told her. In the past, this method was very useful. But this time, Colin's surging emotions still could not calm down. Colin thought that it was because she was not strong enough. She held the knife with both hands, took 2 deep breaths, and planned to start training again. Bang! The door was violently kicked open. Out of the instinct of a warrior, Colin immediately pointed the knife at the door. But unlike what she thought, the people who broke in were not the gangsters from Hell's Kitchen or other bad people, but the police. Fully armed police. NYPD. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Colin was stunned. To be honest, this was the first time she had seen the police come into her house in more than 10 years. In the past, the police would not come to Hell's Kitchen casually. Colin immediately suspected that these people were black police. You can't expect the people in Hell's Kitchen to have any good feelings towards the police. But seeing that the other party was fully armed, Colin felt that it was not necessary. Even if they wanted to ask for bribes, there was no need to make such a big scene. Put your hands up, put down your weapons, or we will shoot. A group of fully armed police pointed their guns at a girl. This scene was still quite confusing. Colin still dropped a Japanese sword in her hand. The situation was obvious. Even if she could fight, she could not be the opponent of so many policemen. Soon Colin was handcuffed. When Colin was brought out, she saw her friend Claire and the two lawyers arguing with the police. Claire soon noticed her, and then she rushed up to save herself from the police. The police obviously knew Claire, so they just stopped her and didn't do anything else. Kai was very angry now. He could understand that people in Hell's Kitchen didn't like the police, but didn't he, a good policeman, have any credibility? Kai thought he had done a pretty good job after taking over as the director of the 15th Bureau. Whether she was wronged or not is not for me or you to say, but for the evidence. I hope you can calm down and don't make it difficult for me. Matt and Fergie also immediately went up to hold Claire. They are all Claire's friends, and they are not familiar with Colin. Claire is a person with a natural warm heart. As long as she is her friend, she knows what she is like. So they can only quickly persuade her to calm down. After all, according to the law, whether Colin is guilty or not, Claire's actions are definitely a crime. Obstructing law enforcement can be a minor or major crime. Colin felt that he was innocent, so he helped to persuade. Claire calmed down. But just when things calmed down, trouble came again. Just when the situation was under control and Kai was about to take people away, a man suddenly rushed out and punched the policemen around Colin, knocking them away. Kai was shocked. When did the NYPD's deterrence become so weak? He was planning to rob people in front of the police in broad daylight? He didn't take the police seriously, did he? Crash. Dozens of guns were pointed at the man at the scene. The man protected Colin behind him and was not afraid of dozens of guns. Daniel. You are crazy, Claire screamed. Daniel saw Claire and looked at the police around him, but his face was still firm. I am here, no one can hurt Colin. Kai ignored the idiot and walked quickly to the two policemen who were knocked away. Fuck. Both policemen had broken ribs. Other injuries were not clear, but they were definitely seriously injured. Seeing this, Kai also got angry. What the hell is going on? Kai pulled out his gun and pointed it at Daniel. I give you 3 seconds. Surrender or die. Kai really wanted to kill him. Colin grabbed Daniel. Daniel, don't. Kunlun's 66th Iron Fist. Please teach me. Seeing a foreigner inexplicably using the fist-holding salute on him, Kai was immediately confused. What a mess. Kunlun, why don't you practice immortality? Deep well ice. Bang. Kai fired directly. Daniel dodged the bullet with a flick of his head. This guy really dodged the bullet. Then he took a starting stance and went straight for Kai with both fists. Unfortunately, showing off martial arts in front of Kai. I thought too much? Kai slid forward and inserted himself between Daniel's steps, then slightly turned his body and leaned over fiercely. Bang! Then Daniel flew out. Daniel, who fell to the ground, was just about to jump up and continue fighting, but immediately. Bang! He was shot in the thigh and couldn't get up. Daniel could actually use ki to treat himself, but the effect of this thing is not that fast. After all, there are dozens of guns pointing at him. No matter how he treats himself, it can't catch up with the speed of the other party's bullets. So Daniel was arrested. The charges were obstruction of justice, assault on police, arrest, and attempted murder. Claire almost went crazy. What happened? Her two friends were arrested. At Claire's request, Matt and Fergie had no choice but to become Colin and Daniel's lawyers. In fact, Matt and Fergie were also very distressed. They didn't know what Colin's situation was, but Daniel really couldn't be washed. He couldn't wash it at all. Now the two policemen are still in surgery. If they die, that would be a lot of fun. But Claire's request, let's take it one step at a time. After Colin was taken to the police station, Kay personally interrogated her. As her lawyers, Matt and Fergie were qualified to be on the side. Kay was also very happy and threw out a stack of photos. "You should know these people, Miss Wen." Colin frowned as he took the photos, and then his face became more and more serious. They're all my former students." "Well, admit it, then it's easy." Kai nodded. "Then take a look at this." Kai threw out another stack of photos. All of them were photos of the captured ninjas. These ninjas had traces of surgery. Each of them had a huge Y-shaped scar on their chest and abdomen, which was obviously opened through surgery. How is this possible? Colin was shaking all over. Finally, he threw away the photos and shrank back desperately. It seemed that he had seen something terrible. "It seems that you have recognized that these ninjas are all your students, or they have studied and lived in your dojo." Kai did not care about Colin's expression, but said coldly, "Now you know why we want to arrest you? These children all disappeared after studying in your dojo, and now they appear, but they are a group of irrational killing machines. They are also the murderers of the missing children a few days ago." Kai looked at Matt and Fergie. "We have reason to suspect that this Ms. Wen is recruiting, training and even abducting a group of minors as killers." "Matt, do you still want to defend her?" Fergie opened his mouth and looked at Colin, then shook his head suddenly. But Matt stood up. "Director Wayne, I believe my client." Matt could hear from the sound of Colin's blood and heartbeat that Colin really didn't know. Her emotions cannot be faked. Shock, fear, regret and even escape, he heard them clearly. "Matt," Fergie was very angry. "This bitch is training killers," Kai said lightly. "Not only that. These ninjas are very young, they are all homeless children on the street, at least before they disappeared, they were all minors." No. I didn't. I just wanted to help them. I really didn't." Colin came back to her senses, and she screamed like crazy. Kai ignored her and took out a bunch of information. "I know, you gave them free food and accommodation, helped them study, taught them martial arts, and then sent them away. Now they have all become killers without self-awareness and emotions. If this is also considered help, those ninjas were arrested, although they didn't say anything, but this does not mean that the police have no way. Because they themselves are the best evidence, as long as they have their appearance and DNA, it is not difficult to find their information." Following these, the police quickly found Colin. Those children are homeless children in Hell's Kitchen and surrounding areas. This kind of thing is very common in the United States. Unreliable parents are everywhere, and there are even more in the United States that emphasizes freedom. Freedom is a good excuse. Many people don't want to take responsibility, so they like to use this as an excuse. There are really problems with American education. They emphasize the individual, the self, and freedom, but they don't like to talk about responsibility, as if anything that prevents you from doing whatever you want is dregs and the enemy of freedom. Long live freedom, it can easily turn into long live self. Those parents only care about their own pleasure, and don't care about the byproducts after the pleasure, and soon throw them to welfare institutions. But welfare institutions, those things are unreliable all over the world. So those children can easily become homeless vagrants. Colin took them in, which is a good thing, if it weren't for the things that happen later. "Maybe there is a misunderstanding here," Matt said. "Misunderstanding?" Kai looked at Matt in surprise. "Is this what you studied in law school? Then you must have been cheated and your tuition fees were wasted. The law is the law, Matt, don't be emotional. Also, although she is beautiful, you can't see her, so it doesn't matter. You have two girlfriends. I don't care whether she knows or not, Matt." Kai looked at Colin coldly. "To be honest, I would rather shoot her to death. She is guilty. Whether she knows or not, she used those children and strangled them. Turning them into tools is more hateful than killing them. Why can she escape punishment because of a sentence of ignorance? Matt, tell me. Is this all you learned in law?" Matt opened his mouth and looked at Colin, who looked ashen. He had nothing to say. "Persuade your client to tell everything she knows. Maybe the judge will consider reducing her sentence." After speaking, Kai stood up and left. "Why do you treat Colin like that? You beasts, executioners. Colin is a very good girl. You can't arrest her." Daniel has been very emotional since he was arrested. Joey and the lawyer she brought with her could not calm him down. George, who was in charge of interrogating him, was also helpless. At this time, Kai came in, patted George, and asked him to go out and rest first. "It seems that you like that woman very much. Like a bitch whose job is to train children to be killers? Brother, I have to say that your vision is very ordinary. Danny endured the pain in his body. His injuries were actually almost the same, at least they were not bleeding, but the pain was still the same. Daniel waved his hands and shouted emotionally, "Why do you say that about Colin? She is a good person, she has been helping others, help." Kai immediately said, "Can you tell me in detail?" "Of course. Colin has been helping those homeless people. She sends them clothes and food. She also takes in those children. Help them get on the right track, give them food, help them study, and make them useful people." Daniel likes Colin because of her kindness. Well, that's it. At least that's what Daniel thinks. As for whether it's true or not, it's a matter of opinion. Kai shook his head impatiently and said, "Help? How?" "Gather the children in difficult situations, feed them, and then hold a draft for assassins." "What are you talking about?" Daniel said. "You are talking nonsense." Kai was too lazy to explain. "Don't worry about your girlfriend first, worry about yourself." Kai looked at Joey and the lawyer. "You should know the crime he was charged with, right?" "I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, there is a video on the law enforcement recorder and the evidence is conclusive. Let's go to court directly. And he is not allowed to bail because he is too dangerous. This idiot beat my two brothers into the hospital at once, and they are still being rescued." "I didn't mean it. You arrested Colin first." Shut up. You bastard. We are the police. We have evidence to arrest her. But why do you, an idiot, hurt people? Just because you think that bitch is innocent? So we police are bad guys? Fuck off. Who the hell gave you the power? Is it your Rand group that is about to be bankrupt and liquidated? Listen, kid, I will keep you in jail for the rest of your life." After that, Kai slammed the door and left. What's the matter with the recommendation votes? Why are there so many fewer suddenly? Please recommend votes. Roll over. Chapter 672 Black Sky and Beast. Actually, Kai was not really angry. After a short interrogation, Kai finally realized that these two young people were the legendary naive people. However, Kai did not intend to let them go. One thing is one thing, and they should be punished for their mistakes. It is not possible to say that they can turn a blind eye to their actions just because they are naive. Especially Colin. Kai did not think that letting her go would have any positive significance for society. After all, this woman is really stupid. Even if she really knew nothing, did she never doubt why the children she sent away disappeared from then on? And those children did not learn anything from her except fighting skills, and then sent them to an organization that she herself did not know the details of. What can they do? Be a security guard? Or send them to join the army? She never doubted these. This is simply. To say that such people are simple is to beautify. To say that they are stupid is not an exaggeration. Such people, if placed in society, will definitely harm others and themselves, and it is better to send them to prison. Matt then approached Kai, hoping that Kai could give Colin and Daniel a chance. They are all good people, they just went astray. You should give them a chance. Let them do something more meaningful. Matt tried to persuade Kai. Because he knew very well that in the 15th Bureau, Kai's word was final. If Kai decided not to prosecute them, then they would be safe. After all, you even let the Punisher go, why can't you give them a chance? They may become a force to fight criminals. Kai looked at Matt with wide eyes, and he came to a conclusion. Matt, although I never joke about your eyes, I am now sure that your eyes are really blind, Kai said unhappily. Maybe they are good people, I don't intend to deny this, but I beg you to look at what they did. Why did I let the Punisher go? Is it because he is a force to fight crime? No. I let him go because I know that he always knows what he is doing. Kai leaned back in his office chair and lit a cigar. But look at these two people, they didn't know what they were doing from beginning to end. That Colin gave a group of children to the hand in society, and turned them into killing machines without emotions and self-awareness, but she thought she was doing a good thing. That Daniel, when he saw the police arresting Colin, the first thing he did was not to find out what Colin had done, but to attack the police without hesitation. Haha, you said that the Punisher killed people, but have you ever heard of the Punisher killing a policeman? But that idiot, he almost killed 2 policemen. He never took the lives of the police seriously, but did things based on his own emotions, and this kind of emotion could not distinguish right from wrong. By the way, that Daniel, what else did he say? He came from Camelot? Don't be funny. Do you think I don't understand Chinese culture? Kunlun is where gods live. Even if it really exists, how could a foreigner be allowed to go there? Also, I don't believe that people from Kunlun are so weak. Speaking of Kunlun, Kai wanted to complain. This foreigner really knows how to make up stories. Kai looked at Matt curiously. I remember your principle has always been very clear, that is, no one can be above the law. Why did you plead for these two people this time? This is not like you, Matt. Matt was silent for a while, and then said, I think they can help me deal with the hand and the society. Kai frowned and looked at Matt. Matt would deal with the hand and the society. Kai thought there was nothing wrong with that. This guy was simply a living saint. It was natural for him to fight the hand and the society. But Matt's current performance was a little too positive. Matt, you're acting a little strange. What's wrong? In Kai's impression, Matt was a saint to put it nicely, and pedantic to put it bluntly. He was very principled. For example, the last time Kai let the Punisher go, Matt didn't go to him for a long time, and he didn't even use the medical cabin. Kai didn't have anything to regret about this. After all, different values can't be integrated. It's nothing. Kai didn't have any opinions about Matt for such a trivial matter. But now this guy actually let Kai go easy on him for the sake of two criminals. Matt was silent for a while, but in the end he didn't say anything. I hope you'll consider it. Matt ran away after saying that. Matt returned home with a heavy heart, and just as he opened the door, he felt someone in the room. Have you seen the descendant of Kunlun? It was a thin old man wearing sunglasses, holding a shiny black round stick in his hand, like a guide stick, but a little thicker than an ordinary guide stick. Well, but he is in trouble now. Matt was not very friendly to the old man, and his voice was full of resistance and alienation. What trouble? Why don't you help him solve it? He is very important to us. He is our opponent and an important ally. The old man obviously cares about Daniel. We need the power of the Iron Fist. Solve? How to solve it? He attacked the police. Matt's feelings about this old man are very complicated. This man who used to be like his father taught him everything he knows now, but unfortunately, they are different after all. Aren't you a lawyer? The old man didn't care about Matt's defensiveness and alienation at all. It's useless. The evidence is irrefutable. I remember you know the police chief. It's Kai who must be held accountable. Then kill him, the old man said without hesitation, in order to fight the hand. We need the Iron Fist. And the hand is also pursuing the Iron Fist. We must get ahead of them. Enough. Stick man. Why are you always so indifferent to other people's lives? What's the difference between you and the hand? Matt yelled. Stick man, Matt's mentor. He is also one of the people who has the greatest influence on Matt. He is a martial arts master and good at using sticks. Like Daredevil, he is also blind. When Matt's father was killed by the gang, he met Stick Man. Stick Man saw the same characteristics in Matt as himself, so he approached Matt and became Matt's master. It was also from that time that Matt was raised by Stick Man, who taught Matt martial arts. He not only gave Matt fighting skills, but also developed his senses, so that although Matt was blind, he felt much more sensitive than ordinary people. The Stick Man taught Matt to master his abilities, but when Matt began to see him as a father, the Stick Man left because he thought it was a weakness. For Matt, and for himself. Because the Stick Man found that he could no longer see Matt as a child who could be used. This was contrary to his original intention. And he also found that Matt was too kind. The Stick Man's career was precisely to abandon this kindness. He understood that if Matt continued to stay with him, it would kill Matt. So the Stick Man resolutely left him when Matt was a teenager. Until he found that Matt also began to fight against the hand and the society. So he appeared again. Unfortunately, although the two clearly cared about each other, the Stick Man's character was upright and arrogant, while Matt's character was kind and stubborn, so the relationship between the two has always been so awkward. As for why the Stick Man cares so much about the hand and the society. This starts with another identity of the Stick Man. The Shinshin Society, a ninja organization dedicated to fighting against the hand and the society. The feud between this organization and the hand and the society dates back hundreds of years. Legend has it that during the Japanese Warring States period, the hand and the society appeared in Japan. Their 5 leaders became daimyo and reigned in terror in Japan at that time, until one day, they attacked a village that dared to disobey their orders and killed everyone in the village. Only one child, named Stone, survived. He vowed to take revenge and overthrow the hand and the society. So the child joined the hand and the society and became a ninja of the hand and the society. He was extremely talented and quickly learned all the skills of ninja. At the same time, he also began to secretly develop an organization to resist the Hand and the Society, which was the predecessor of the Shinjin Society. Until one day, Stone became the most powerful ninja master of the Hand and the Society. The rule of the 5 fingers of the Hand and the Society was long enough. Stone thought that the 5 fingers were old and weak, and his chance had come. Then he led his ninja subordinates to fight against the Hand and the Society. The result was a complete defeat. Stone and his subordinates were killed and there were few left. Only a few people escaped with a seriously injured Stone. But this battle was not in vain. At least Shitao knew the biggest secret of the Hand and the Society. It was also because of this that Shitao knew that defeating the Hand and the Society was not something he or even a generation could accomplish. He began to hide in the dark, recruiting people who were harmed by the Hand and the Society, and training them to fight against the Hand and the Society. After that, this organization developed into the True Pure Society. The two organizations have been fighting each other for hundreds of years. Because the True Pure Society has always been at a disadvantage, this has also led to the True Pure Society's methods and ideas becoming more and more extreme. They regard defeating the True Pure Society as their first goal, and they can do anything for this. Although they are not like gangsters, their style is similar to that of terrorists. In short, they are very unpleasant. The myth is over and it returns to reality. For the stick man, fighting against the Hand and the Society is his goal, so he doesn't mind killing some unimportant people for this. Well, Kai is that kind of unimportant person. However, seeing Matt so angry, the stick man did not continue to force him. You must know, Matt. The Hand and the Society are much more terrifying than you think. What's more, they are about to get the Black Sky. Once the Black Sky falls into their hands, not only us, but the whole world will fall into darkness because of them. So this is why you want to kill Erica, Matt roared as if he was stepping on the electric switch. As soon as Erica's name appeared, the old man with the stick fell silent. His expression became gloomy. Erica is Matt's ex-girlfriend. She came to see Matt some time ago. But this girl has never dared to stay with Matt for a long time, because Matt and Kai are friends. Erica still remembers the experience of being hunted by Kai in Los Angeles. Erica, another apprentice of the old man with the stick. Erica was an orphan when she was a child, and then she was spotted and adopted by the old man with the stick. Erica has extremely high talent, even stronger than Matt. After leaving Matt, the old man with the stick devoted all his experience to the training of Erica. Unfortunately, Erica's heart was full of anger and darkness. The people of the Gunso and the Henshin Society felt that they had done something wrong, and they were afraid that they had cultivated a monster. So the Henshin Society and the Gunso decided to send Erica away. However, the Henshin Society did not treat Erica badly. They let a Greek ambassador adopt her to ensure her healthy growth. However, sometimes fate is so fucked up. At the age of 19, Erica and her parents came to New York, USA, and met Matt. It was also in that year that her parents were killed. Erica left New York and Matt with a heart full of anger and hatred. No one knows what happened afterwards. It is only known that when she returned to New York again, she had become Kingpin's killer. Then, she met the Hand and the Society in Los Angeles. At that time, she was a partner of the Hand and the Society. But soon this relationship changed. The Hand and the Society began to attack her. At first, it was okay, because her boss Kingpin was still there, and the Hand and the Society was more restrained, but soon Kingpin disappeared, she lost her umbrella, and the threat of the Hand and the Society was getting closer and closer, and she thought of Matt. However, she was unlucky and met the Stick Man. For some reason, the Stick Man made the same choice as the Hand and the Society. He sent people to assassinate Erica. Although he failed, it also led to the breakdown of their relationship. Yes, the Stick Man bit his back teeth and said, "She was a mistake. A mistake I made. I shouldn't have trained her back then." So, what is going on? Matt roared irritably. She is Black Sky. To be precise, she is the shell of Black Sky. Black Sky, Black Sky, what exactly is Black Sky? Matt was still puzzled. He could hear that the Stick Man was extremely wary of the so-called Black Sky, even terrified. The Stick Man hesitated, but decided to tell Matt. He hoped that Matt could understand the danger and not be naive anymore. Black Sky is the container of the beast, an extremely powerful weapon. This is one of the secrets of the Hand. The Hand will use some kind of ritual to inject the evil god from the void, or another dimension. Anyway, It's probably like this, and we don't know the details. Anyway, the hand can inject the beast into the container, and the subsequent product is black sky. It has only appeared once or twice in history, but every time it appears, it will cause an unparalleled disaster. For hundreds of years, we in the True Pure Society have been trying to prevent the birth of black sky, and every time we have to pay an unimaginable price, and this time is no exception. Matt. Erica must die. Important things must be said 3 times. Chapter 673 Copyright Fees. Erica was chosen by the Hand and the Society and became Black Sky, which was also unexpected by the stick old man. This is really. It can only be blamed on the damn fate. Enough. Matt did not believe these so-called legends at all, or did not want to believe them. If you still want me to help you deal with the Hand and the Society, don't drag other people into it, Matt. Erica must. I said enough. Matt grabbed the water cup on the table and threw it hard on the ground, interrupting the stick old man's words. The room fell into silence. The stick old man and Matt did not speak. The 2 blind men looked at each other. From their expressions, it can be seen that neither of them had the intention to change their minds. About 3 minutes later, the stick old man sighed. Matt, you are too naive. After that, the stick old man stood up with his guide stick. He walked to the door step by step. You don't have much time. If I will complete the mission in my own way. Matt turned his head to look at the stick old man, but the stick old man had already disappeared from there. He knew that was the last chance given to him by the stick man to find Erica and defeat the Hand and Society. Otherwise, the True Pure Society would definitely kill Erica. Oh, and Daniel. Although Matt didn't understand the significance of the Iron Fist, from what the stick man meant, the Iron Fist was the key to dealing with the Hand and Society. It seemed that the stick man had given in, but the pressure on Matt was not relieved at all. Each of these things weighed on Matt like a mountain. Whether it was finding Erica or convincing the police to let Daniel go, it was not an easy task. Even finding Erica, the simplest thing, Matt had no confidence in it. Tired, Matt threw himself on the sofa. He felt so tired. After a while, Matt jumped up from the sofa. He couldn't rest yet. Time was running out. He didn't have time to complain. He had to find a way. Although the Hand and Society had fallen into silence, Matt had a strong sense of worry. He felt that it was the calm before the storm. They must be planning something. At this time, Matt felt a strong sense of loneliness. It was too tiring to be alone. One person? Matt felt as if he had grasped something. He really couldn't fight the Hand and the Society alone, but what if he went to find some allies? Matt immediately cheered up. The Hand and the Society alone were not strong enough, so why not seek help? For example, Batman. Batman has been very popular recently. New York has offered unreserved enthusiasm to the superhero who transferred to New York. Various media have been promoting Batman's arrival in New York. It's as if Batman is an NBA superstar transfer. Even the New York Knicks came out to take advantage of the popularity. This NBA club actually immediately launched a Batman co-branded jersey. After launching the co-branded jersey that day, the Knicks were immediately sued for infringing on their portrait rights. Of course, Batman couldn't be so bored to go to court. It was Batman's fans who actually initiated this lawsuit. The Knicks got what they wanted and immediately got the popularity. The Knicks held a press conference before the game that night, declaring that fans' behavior should not be elevated to idols. Of course, the Knicks were not completely shameless. They said that the Knicks were willing to pay the corresponding fees for the use of image rights, and were even willing to offer a big contract and reach an agreement with Batman, provided that Batman was willing to talk to them. Although this move was very rogue, it must be said that this move made many businesses see business opportunities. Yes, Batman is such a good publicity gimmick, why didn't they think of it? If there is a lot of traffic, it is much better than those stars. The key is that it doesn't cost money. So overnight, all kinds of products linked to Batman were put on the shelves, as if New York had become Batman's city overnight. Batman's fans were helpless and furious. They felt offended, but Batman himself was indifferent to it, and they had no choice. They don't own Batman's image rights. They can only watch. Well, it's not just watching, of course they have to buy. This is actually nothing. There is something even more shameless. Someone actually registered the Batman logo and the name Batman, and declared that he had the naming rights and trademarks of Batman. In other words, if Batman wants to use this name or logo, he must pay him. As a result, this guy was besieged by a group of Batman fans that day. Fortunately, these fans knew that Batman was a righteous superhero, so they didn't go too far. They just surrounded him and shouted, "Shame." Well, the ice and fire stalk was actually played out in advance. This made the guy extremely embarrassed, but he still didn't think he was wrong. He just felt that he had discovered a business opportunity. Not only that, he was so angry that he registered all the trademarks of the Chicago 3 heroines, The Flash, and Hannibal in one go. He didn't register the trademarks of Iron Man and Iron Patriot. After all, those two have always shown their true faces. Besides, those two are not easy to mess with. This time, this guy became the enemy of all superhero fans. Then the next day, someone launched a signature on the White House official website, asking the White House to make a ruling on the matter. 2 hours later, the number of signatures exceeded 100,000. On the second day, more than 1 million people signed. The White House had to pay attention to this and began to negotiate. In the evening, the White House spokesman talked about this issue at a regular press conference and said that the president had discussed with a federal judge to see if the matter could be resolved from a legal perspective. It is said that the 9 federal judges also had different opinions on this. For this reason, the 9 justices rarely debated and voted for such a small matter. The consequence of this news was that on the third day, the number of signatures on the White House official website did not decrease but increased, breaking through 6 million at once, and was still increasing at a high speed. At this time, the popularity of several superheroes suddenly exploded. Many people who didn't pay much attention to these things also consciously or unconsciously participated in it, and it really became a hot topic for the whole people. On the 4th day, the number of signatures exceeded 12 million, and the influence spread again. The herd mentality began to play a role. Many people who didn't care about this topic at all were inexplicably involved. In the afternoon, the White House official website officially crashed. For this reason, the White House had to announce the official suspension of the signature, and said that the president had felt the surge of public opinion. And he was urging the federal judges to give an explanation. Originally, according to the efficiency of the U.S. judicial system, such a thing would not be possible to reach a conclusion in a few months. The efficiency of the U.S. judicial system has always been worrying. It is normal for them to try a very ordinary murder case for several years. You can say that they are responsible for the case, but it is an indisputable fact that such an efficiency wastes resources. But in this matter, the 9 powerful justices were surprisingly efficient and gave an accurate statement on the 6th day. The name of superhero is itself a convention. Before the parties make any response, these things should belong to everyone, so the brothers' magical operation was declared invalid. This is an unconventional precedent, and even violates the U.S. Constitution to some extent. But surprisingly, no one brought this up. After all, if you really count it strictly, these superheroes are all illegal. Of course, this may also be a concession to capital, because on the day the federal judge announced this decision, countless large companies began to use the name of superheroes unscrupulously, and various derivatives emerged one after another. Even Hollywood got involved, and many film companies decided to start shooting superhero movies. Kai couldn't describe his feelings when he saw the news. So he felt that things were a little out of control, so he went directly to Stark. The two of them discussed it and authorized a Stark group in the name of all superheroes. In the future, the copyright of superheroes will be handed over to the Stark group for operation. After that, Natalie and Pepper held a press conference to announce that the Stark group had obtained the authorization of the superheroes. In the future, all copyright issues related to superheroes will be the responsibility of the Stark group. Well, strictly speaking, this is still illegal and invalid. Because no superhero will really leave his real name on the authorization document. But this kind of thing, right, it's not normal. So in order to avoid some trouble, the Stark group announced that they would not pursue all copyright infringements before the moment they held the press conference. But then you have to pay a certain copyright fee. This copyright fee needs to be negotiated with a copyright company specially established by the Stark group. At the same time, the Stark group guarantees that all relevant income will be collected into a special fund, which will be used for charity in all cities where superheroes are located. Regarding the charity fund, the financial department of the Stark group has begun preparations and will be launched next month. The content of this charity foundation is very large, including relief and employment training for the poor, protection and education for minors, subsidies and assistance to the police, construction and investment in poor areas, etc. In this way, this trend gradually receded. But it is precisely because of this that the names of Batman and others are really popular all over the world. However, this also caused some trouble for Matt, because he had no idea where to start looking for Batman. Matt actually has a simpler way, which is to find Kai directly. Now basically everyone who should know knows that Kai is connected with Batman. As for how they are connected, no one knows. Anyway, Hydra and SHIELD didn't find out. But since the Punisher incident last time, Matt and Kai have parted ways. It's not that they have no friends anymore, but regarding the vigilante thing, Matt doesn't think he and Kai have a basis for cooperation. He and the Punisher are the same kind of people. On the contrary, Batman is very much to his liking, because Batman adheres to the principle of not killing. Even those ninjas with a hand in the club, Batman still didn't kill anyone. This is something Matt himself didn't expect. Thinking of what those ninjas did, Matt couldn't help but kill a few ninjas, because those guys are all monsters. They can't be considered human at all. But Batman just didn't kill anyone. In the eyes of others, this is a fool's behavior. But in Matt's eyes, this is simply an idol. But the problem is that he really can't find Batman. In fact, no one in this world can find Batman. Except Kai. But what a coincidence. Aren't those things going on recently very lively? Kai thinks that Batman should go out more often. Damn, those people just see that Batman rarely goes out, so they make fun of the name of Batman. Really? So Kai thinks that he should let his clone go out more often to at least calm those idiots down. Kai didn't think the clone power was useful at first. At most, it was just a cover-up. But as the golden finger collected more and more energy, Kai spent energy points on the clone power and found that it was really useful. The clone power becomes stronger and stronger as it receives more energy points. Although it is still weaker than the original body, it can last longer and longer, which also means that the clone can stay away from the original body. This is also the confidence of Kai to go around with several vests. To be honest, other powers can't actually bring much bonus to Kai's strength. Whether it is the must-have power or the vibration power, at most it makes Kai look more fancy. On the contrary, the clone can really bring a lot of benefits to Kai. So some time ago, Kai sent Batman's clone to Los Angeles to make his presence felt. Then Hannibal followed up and harvested a wave of souls. After appearing in Los Angeles twice, it was New York's turn. Clinton District, the Viper Gang's lair. The Viper Gang is a new gang. Although it has not been active for too long, it has expanded very quickly. They were originally active in the Harlem Gang and did some illegal business, but due to the strong rule of Kingpin, the Viper Gang could only hide in Harlem until the Viper Gang got in touch with government officials and somehow got through Kingpin's connections and allowed to expand their territory. When Kingpin disappeared, the Viper Gang was completely released and began to expand rapidly. Now they have come to the holy land of gangs, Hell's Kitchen. Gaining a foothold here is equivalent to being on the list of New York gangs. Mike Owen, a leader of the Viper Gang. Now he is in charge of the base in Hell's Kitchen. Owen is a native of Clinton District. He has some connections in the area. He is also a drug addict. He is a bit crazy. He gets crazy from time to time. He dares to kill anyone when he is crazy. It is said that his dead father was killed by him when he was crazy. So many people are afraid of him. Owen knows it, but he doesn't care. On the contrary, he enjoys this feeling. When he was a child, he was very autistic and timid because of his father's abuse. Until he came into contact with drugs, he was completely free. He has been unable to extricate himself since then. Maybe he wants to make up for what he lacks. He has been weak since he was a child, so he likes everyone to be afraid of him. Today is the day for bulk delivery. Owen brings a large amount of drugs to those peddlers and settles the bill. These street gangs are street salesmen of the gangs. They get the goods from here and are protected by the gangs. They can sell the goods on their territory, but in addition to the drug money, these people have to pay an additional protection fee every month. It is rare to see gang members actually selling goods. Most of the bulk sellers are small groups. Many of them are not actually gang members, but they are forced to do so by life. Many gangs make money by doing this. The Viper Gang is no exception. Originally, things were going smoothly, but just when they were about to end, the thick iron door made 3 crisp clang 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 sounds, and then stopped. The 2 gangsters guarding the gate raised their guns vigilantly. This rhythm was not a signal from the guards outside. Owen immediately looked at the bulk vendors. He suspected that these people had betrayed him. But the bulk vendors were so scared that their faces turned pale. They didn't look like they had the courage to be traitors. After a slight pause, 3 knocks on the door sounded again. It was still slow and moderate, just like a very polite person going to a stranger's house to ask for directions. Owen waved his hand, signaling the guards in the hall to take out their guns, be alert, and be ready to fire at any time. Seeing his men were ready, he gestured to the gangster at the door, asking him to open the small window on the door to see who was coming. Then he was stunned. Fuck, a new week. Chapter 674 Invitation. Boom. As soon as Owen cursed, the iron gate was kicked open with a bang. Batman. Now everyone knew why Owen had just behaved like that. After all, there is no good person here. And who is Batman? He's on the news, haven't you watched TV? Good evening, scumbags. But unlike what they thought, Batman was quite polite. What, you said he swore? Bullshit, there are so many of them here, who doesn't know that he is a scumbag? Besides, the catchphrases they usually use are much dirtier than this. Inexplicably, this group of people went off topic, without any sense of crisis at all. Shoot, kill him, after all, Owen, the gang leader who has been in Clinton District for many years, is experienced and quick to react. He dodged in time and was not killed by the flying door. Seeing that those idiots were actually stunned, he immediately shouted. A group of people only thought of resisting at this time. Bang 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 bang. A series of gunshots rang out from the hands of the crowd. But Batman, who was surrounded by them in the center of the venue just now, suddenly moved his body horizontally more than 10 meters away. He crossed his hands and reached down, pulling out 2 30-centimeter-long mat-bat darts from his waist under his cloak as a knife. The vague black shadow flashed in the air, and the 2 gangsters who rushed over felt their hands cold, and the pistols in their hands flew out uncontrollably. The next moment, they screamed, and 2 thin red lines appeared on their wrists. After a while, blood seeped out from the red lines. You have hands and feet, but you are unwilling to use them for legitimate purposes. In this case, let me help you say goodbye to your hands and feet. As soon as the voice fell, the black Batman dart wiped the hands of a gangster again, even though the man retreated again and again and tried to hide behind his companions. But it was useless. Batman's figure was like a cold wind blowing in the cold night. He and his companions' hands hung weakly on both sides of their bodies and screamed. When Batman appeared again, the 2 batarangs had already fallen out of his hands. The 2 gangsters who were shooting with rifles found that a batarang had grown out of their shoulders inexplicably. Their shoulders were pierced and they could only throw their guns and scream. Then Batman's figure became erratic again, like a ghost without mass. Although he was wearing heavy armor, no one could hear his footsteps. The only sound at the scene was the screams of the gang members. Only Owen and his 3 confidants were very experienced. After the battle began, they hid behind the crowd very cunningly. If their men made contributions, they would naturally fight and rush forward. If their men couldn't hold on, they would naturally abandon their men and run away quickly. For old-timers like them, their combat effectiveness may not be high, but their ability to save their lives is first class. Unfortunately, they seem to have miscalculated this time. They never thought that their useless men would be defeated so quickly. You. Go. Kill him. Kill him. Seeing Batman coming towards them, Owen immediately pointed a gun at his 3 confidants and asked them to go. That's what gangsters are like. Do you think it's like in the movies, with all the gangsters being handsome and loyal? If that's the case, why would you want to join the gang? Why not do something else? The 3 men wanted to kill Owen, but they didn't dare. Because Batman doesn't kill people, but Owen and the Vipers. Not only do they dare to kill people, but they also kill the whole family. Although people like them may not even have family, who would want to provoke such a lunatic? The 3 looked at each other, gritted their teeth, stomped their feet, raised their guns and rushed towards Batman. Speaking of which, they obviously had guns in their hands. Why did they rush forward? Can't they just retreat and shoot? I don't understand. It's really stupid. The 3 men knelt on the ground a second later, with blood gushing out of their hands. Boss Owen originally planned to turn around and run away, but before he could turn around, his men knelt down, and he didn't even have a moment to gain. It was simply puff. A bat dart pierced Owen's shoulder squarely. Batman has always been fair. Since his men were treated this way, the boss was naturally not immune. However, Owen's desire to survive was stronger than his men. He retreated wildly with his intact legs with a face full of horror. But after a few steps, Owen was horrified to find that Batman had appeared in front of him. His eyes widened, but his eyes involuntarily dropped to look at the bat dart that suddenly appeared on his throat. There was no reflection on the bat dart, but Owen felt that he saw an indestructible cold light on it, and even his nose could smell a strong smell of blood on it. It was obviously an unused bat dart. The sharp tip of the knife just pressed on his Adam's apple, making him dare not even swallow his saliva. Where is your warehouse? Where is your boss? Who is behind the Viper Gang? The reason why Batman targeted the Viper Gang is simple, because they are the most harmful. This gang looks no different from ordinary gangs, but through the intelligence gathered by Kai these days, the Viper Gang is not as simple as it seems. They expanded so fast. In fact, it is more not based on force, but on collusion between officials and businessmen. This kind of gang force is the most difficult to deal with. Why can Kingpin become the king of New York? Why can Vigo, the boss of the Russian gang, compete with Kingpin? It's because they are in collusion with many government officials. And now the Viper Gang has some such signs. To be honest, those fighting and killing gangs are not difficult to deal with in the eyes of the police. At most, they have to fight openly. But those collusion between officials and businessmen are different. They are very troublesome. At least they know how to use the rules and use the rules to protect themselves. The police can even be called a vulnerable group in front of them. It is always said that the police are violent institutions and the United States is a police state. But in fact, the status of the police has always been awkward. They have too many mothers above them, and anyone can confront the police for no reason. The government, the powerful, celebrities, the rich, the people, the media, etc. The police in the United States are not as high-end as they seem. They can only be regarded as security guards with guns. So if possible, gangs like the Viper Gang must be eliminated as soon as possible before they become a scourge. After all, Owen is the boss, and he is still quite tough. He stiffened his neck and did not retreat at all. In fact, Owen is also taking a gamble, betting that Batman will not kill people just like the legend. As long as he doesn't die. It doesn't matter if he is injured. Even if he is thrown into prison, it's okay. There are not many goods here. Find a good lawyer and maybe he can get out in 2 or 3 years, but if he betrays the gang, then his death is not far away. You seem very confident that I won't kill people. Batman's words were full of sarcasm. Owen's heart skipped a beat. Is it true that what people say outside is wrong? Batman really kills people, but no one knows. Yes, I really won't kill anyone. That's my principle. Unexpectedly, Owen went from hell to heaven in the next second. He sorted out his emotions and looked at Batman sarcastically. Use whatever you have. I will never betray the gang. This was as tough as it could be. Those injured brothers actually had a little admiration for their boss for a while. As a result, the Batman on the opposite side sighed and shook his head regretfully. Seeing this action, Owen felt that he seemed to be happy too early. I only said that I won't kill you, but I never stipulated that you will have an easy life, Batman said listlessly. Really, why are there so many stupid people in this world? They have obviously fallen to the same level as wild dogs, but they still want to be smart? Obviously you have no loyalty at all. After saying that, Batman lowered his head and looked at Owen, who was shorter than him. Have you heard of life is worse than death? Owen already understood that his situation was quite bad. You can't torture someone to extract a confession. You're a superhero. You can't do this. It will make others look down on you. You can't do this. You're a righteous superhero. You have to abide by the rules, of course. I am justice. Don't worry, you won't suffer any physical injuries in the next period of time. It'll just hurt a little bit. Other than that there will be no side effects. Batman's voice was gentle, and with the tenderness of a warm man, although Owen had never met a warm man in his life. When Batman walked out of the warehouse, there was a group of traffickers tied together, plus an incontinent, crooked mouth, squinting eyes, and dull eyes, idiot. In addition, all the guns, drugs, and cash inside were missing. With a happy mood, Batman came to the roof of the nearby building. Come out, you've been waiting for a long time, right? Batman flew to the roof and said to the darkness beside him. Batman, Daredevil walked out of the darkness. How did you find me? Batman asked curiously. I can hear that guy's screams across half of New York, Matt whispered. In fact, it was really a coincidence. Matt was patrolling a few blocks away, and then he heard someone shouting Batman, so he ran over, and as a result, he really met him. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Batman's speaking style is simple and clear, and he doesn't know the ways of the world. Matt didn't waste any words and directly told him about the Hand and the Society. This also included the things about the True Pure Society, but he didn't say anything about Erica. After all, he didn't know what Batman's position was. According to the old man, if Erica really became Black Sky, it means that Erica will no longer be a human, and Batman's attitude towards non-humans has been very clear in the Los Angeles battle. The Hand and the Society, the True Pure Society, these Japanese are really good at playing. Batman nodded. Then he threw a bat dart to Matt. This bat dart has a tracking function. As long as it is opened, Batman can follow the signal and arrive. When the time comes, use this to contact me. After saying that, Batman was about to leave. He is very busy tonight. But Matt stopped him. Wait, what? You are familiar with Commissioner Wayne, right? No, but we are comrades. Batman naturally couldn't act too familiar with his original body. Then can you ask Commissioner Wayne to release Daniel? Batman had never seen Daniel, and it was unlikely that he had heard of this unknown person. So he acted like this. Then Matt told Batman the secret that the old man with the stick had told him again. At the same time, he also told Batman about the trouble Daniel had caused. The power of the Iron Fist is the key to dealing with the Hand and the Society. Sorry, Batman rejected Matt's request very readily. I don't think there's anything wrong with Wayne's approach. That Daniel is simply an emotional idiot. Such a person is not suitable to be a teammate, but, no buts. I never work with criminals, and that Daniel is undoubtedly a criminal. Batman didn't intend to listen to Matt's explanation. Do you have anything else to do? Matt was silent for a while before he said, can I go with you to fight the Vipers? I've also noticed this gang recently. Matt felt that he should get along with his new teammate. Batman thought about it and nodded. Although Batman and Matt acted quickly, they were still a step behind. It wasn't that the Vipers had received the news and moved all the goods. It was that someone was one step ahead of them. When they arrived, the warehouse was already on fire. The Vipers were fighting with a black man. The black man's fighting skills, how to say it, according to normal people's standards, it's not bad. Although it looks a bit methodical and the reaction is also good, it has a strong street style, and even mixed with boxing techniques. If that was all, he would be courting death by coming to trouble the Vipers. But this black man was extremely strong and invulnerable to swords and guns. The guns of the Vipers had no effect on him at all, except to tear his clothes. Matt couldn't help it when he saw this. But Batman stood still. Batman? Matt asked curiously. I won't go. Anyway, he can handle it alone. Batman said that he would not bully others anymore. Matt nodded, but he still joined the battle. The big man was called Luke Cage, whose real name was Carl Lucas. He used to hang around on the streets when he was young, but as he grew older and his relatives died, he decided to give up such a life and turn over a new leaf. But one day he was framed by his old friend and imprisoned. In order to get out of prison early, he voluntarily accepted the experiment of recreating the past super soldier plan. This kind of experiment is basically done privately by every violent agency in the United States, and the frequency is very high. It's just that Luke Cage is lucky. He is one of the few lucky ones. In a sense, he succeeded. His muscle tissue and bone density have been strengthened, and he has super strength. He can lift about 25 tons and can punch through 4-inch thick steel plates with his fists. At the same time, his skin becomes extremely hard and can withstand collisions with 1 ton of weight, attacks with cold weapons such as knives and daggers, and even close-range shooting with conventional pistols and explosions of 150 pounds, 68 kg, of TNT. Luke Cage also has the ability to regenerate 3 times faster than ordinary people. He is stronger than the original Captain America in every way. This is not the most fortunate thing. The real luck is that the laboratory where he was made also had an experimental accident. The entire laboratory was destroyed, and the data and personnel inside were lost. So he became an unknown super soldier, and no government caught him for experiments. As for his conflict with the Viper gang, that is another story. Chapter 675 Team Building. This story starts with Luke's escape from the laboratory. Luke's identity is now considered an illegal household, because legally, he is already a dead man. He dare not use his real name. He changed his name from Carl Lucas to the current Luke Cage. Then he lived in seclusion in Haarlem. This area has been introduced before. It used to be a very chaotic place. However, it has been better in recent years, but it is still a place where gangs are rampant and poverty is spreading. It's just that compared with Hell's Kitchen, there is still this basic order here. There are many illegal immigrants here, and no one cares where you come from. This is why Luke chose to live in seclusion here. Luke's life here cannot be said to be good, but he can barely make ends meet. He found 2 jobs here. One job is to be a cleaner in the barber shop opened by Henry Hunter, the dad of the former gangster, and the other is to be a dishwasher in the nightclub Harlem Paradise opened by Cornell Stokes, the water snake. While making a living, he also tried to hide himself in the crowd and not attract attention. Unfortunately, bad luck did not seem to let him go. Recently, something happened. His 2 bosses got into a fight. As the Vipers expanded their power, they also began to plan to do some more profitable business. It just so happened that the government launched a renovation project for Haarlem. The government planned to demolish all the old communities in Haarlem and rebuild them. This has 2 advantages. First, it can completely change the dirty and messy situation in Haarlem, and second, it can fundamentally improve the public security in Haarlem. But how does demolishing old communities have anything to do with public security? Of course it is related, and it is very related. It has been said before that public security has a lot to do with the economy. Now, because the house prices in Haarlem are cheap and the rents are even cheaper, many low-income people and illegal immigrants will choose to live here. These people will not only bring public security problems, but also will not drive much consumption. Without consumption, there will be no tax revenue. With low house prices, property taxes will naturally be low. With low taxes, the police and public services will get less funds, which will naturally lead to poor public security. Poor public security will continue to prevent house prices from rising, and will naturally continue to attract low-income people and illegal immigrants, and so on. Under this vicious cycle, Haarlem naturally cannot be better. So in order to solve the problem fundamentally, the government will introduce a renovation plan, and at the same time, it will increase the rent level in the area, which is equivalent to driving away low-income people and illegal immigrants in disguise. This is what Hell's Kitchen does in reality. In this way, public security will naturally improve. In short, this policy cannot be said to be bad, but of course it cannot be said to be good. Because they have never thought about solving the fundamental problem, that is, poverty. They just drive the poor away and then turn a blind eye to it. Those people were driven away, and they just moved to another place, which is a temporary solution but not a fundamental solution. Of course, this is also an opportunity for some people. In this part of the United States, people still care about private property. So the compensation for demolition is still quite good. Those who own real estate can get a considerable amount of compensation. But these people are not satisfied. Some people want more. And some people simply don't want to move. This is understandable. The really hateful ones are those who intend to fish in troubled waters. The Vipers are such people. They colluded with government officials, intending to obtain property rights from those real estate owners at a low price, and then negotiate with the government with a large amount of property rights. Then they will cut the government's leaks together. Henry Hunter, the barbershop owner who took in Luke Cage, was one of those people who didn't want to move. He lived in Haarlem all his life and had no intention of moving away. The Vipers were of course not happy, because this affected their money-making. The Vipers wanted to bully their benefactors, and Luke certainly couldn't sit idly by. So the conflict unfolded. Of course, there were some personal grudges mixed in. One of the leaders of the Vipers, Willis Stryker, the rattlesnake, was the one who framed Luke and put him in jail. At the same time, Willis was Luke's half-brother. In short, it was complicated. The war between Luke and the Vipers broke out. Then there was the scene in front of us. Thanks to Matt's participation, the battle ended quickly. After all, the Vipers couldn't do anything to Luke Cage. Add Matt to the mix, that's even more of a mess. Daredevil, after the fight, Luke Cage, dressed in rags, walked up to Matt and extended his hand. Matt shook hands without hesitation and said, "It's me. Why did you go to Haarlem? I remember you've always been active in Hell's Kitchen." Daredevil is still a little well known in New York. Of course, the media has never been very interested in Daredevil. After all, he's not cool. Look at Batman, look at Iron Man, how cool. At least War Machine is not bad. But what does Daredevil have? Simple fist to flesh fighting, or that red tight leather jacket? What era is it now? Even superhero comics don't like tights anymore. But this Luke not only recognized Matt at a glance, which means that this person has been collecting information in this area. We were originally planning to destroy the warehouse of the Viper gang, but Matt pointed at the burning warehouse. Aren't you going to call the fire department? If you don't do it, things could get out of control at any time. Fuck. I forgot. Luke quickly ran to a public telephone booth on the side. Looking at this man, Matt felt that he would definitely get along. Matt was just about to ask Batman for his opinion, but he found that Batman had left at some point. This made Matt a little strange. But thinking of Batman's elusiveness, he didn't make a fuss. Come to think of it, Batman's coldness probably wouldn't greet someone he met for the first time. Suppressing the messy thoughts in his heart, Matt and Luke left the scene together. I will definitely help you with this. When I saw those children being kidnapped and killed on the news, I thought about going to trouble those guys. Luke Cage is a man with a strong sense of justice. Although he has a strong sense of the city, he is definitely a good person. When he heard that Matt was recruiting teammates to fight against the Hand and the Society, he agreed without saying a word. But Luke Cage also made a request, that is, he hoped that Matt could also provide him with help to fight against the Viper gang. Matt readily agreed to this. Anyway, as long as it was to fight crime, he had no problem. Then Luke curiously asked if there were any other teammates. Matt thought about it and mentioned Batman. Really? Luke widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. Matt was a little embarrassed by Luke's shouting. Because Batman seemed to have only said that he could contact him with bat darts when needed, and did not say anything about teaming up. No, Batman just said that if I encounter difficulties, I can call him for help. Is that so? Luke was a little disappointed. But he recovered soon. He thought it was normal. Batman's personality was widely circulated and famously cold. And Luke also thought that Batman should be like this. He is a superhero. On the contrary, Matt was much more approachable in Luke's eyes. Luke had his own set of classification criteria. He and Matt, who were chivalrous on the streets, were at most vigilantes, not superheroes. Real superheroes should be high and mighty, with all kinds of special effects when fighting. What happened to the recommendation votes? Why are there so many missing suddenly? No. Guys, please help me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.